PMITV audiobook? Why does it have that? Eugene's question was soon answered. His thoughts were disrupted as the lycanthrope king rushed towards him with a roar. Whoosh. A shield was not just an object used to block attacks. It had the potential to be used as a great weapon, and there were countless cases where one defeated their enemies with only their shields. There was also a reason why knights learned and practiced using the shield. Of course, there was no way for the lycanthrope king to have had a similar level of expertise in using the shield. However, it was still a champion monster who stood at the apex of its race. The lycanthrope king possessed unimaginable speed and terrifying power. Simply swinging the shield randomly resulted in a terrifying series of attacks. Clang. Kang. Sparks scattered as Wolf Slaughter made contact with the shield. How annoying. Eugene had sufficient experience dealing with opponents armed with shields. In addition, most of them had been knights with proficiency in wielding a shield. On the other hand, the lycanthrope king was only a monster, even though it was a champion. The creature was swinging the shield without any techniques or skills. Despite that, Eugene found it hard to gain an advantage. First, the shield was too big. The shield of the Battler Duchy was easily 5 or 6 times larger than the round shields commonly used by mercenaries and was almost 4 times as large as the kite shields usually employed by knights. In addition, they were in a narrow cave. Despite its large size, the lycanthrope king was able to easily defend against Eugene's attacks by hiding behind the large surface of the shield. It only needed to move the shield slightly to cover any exposed areas. Above all else, my fear isn't working. Surprisingly, the shield of the Battler Duchy was blocking Eugene's fear. The shield seemed to possess a mysterious power, just like the other pieces in the set. Eugene felt dumbfounded by the ridiculous situation. Kya-au-au. The lycanthrope roared with joy. Unlike before, it seemed as if Eugene was struggling. However, the monster did not rush to attack Eugene after suffering a large blow earlier on. Sir. Master. Sir Eugene. 3 voices resonated from behind Eugene. Eugene shouted while keeping his gaze fixated on the lycanthrope king. Galfredic. Lanslow. Prepare your javelins. Got it. Yes. Both knights were outstanding, and they immediately came to an understanding after hearing Eugene's shouts. Eugene was confronting the lycanthrope king, and the monster was holding a large, bizarre shield in front of it. Kawawawa. Huu. The 2 knights loaded javelins onto their spear throwers before collecting their breath. I will aim for the head. You go for its testicles, Galfredic said. But the testicles are smaller than its head. Would that not put me at a disadvantage? Lanslow answered. But there are 2 testicles and only 1 head, right? You only need to hit one of them. Why? Are you scared you're going to miss? Galfredic asked. No way, Lanslow responded with a grin before glaring at the kingly testicles of the lycanthrope king. The testicles were one of the biggest weaknesses of male beasts and monsters. Therefore, in evil lands, monsters that were at least intermediate rank usually protected their jewels with metal they had obtained from expedition teams. However, the lycanthrope king's testicles were fully exposed. It wasn't clear whether the monster was simply unaware of this particular weakness of it or it could be overconfident. Throw it when I give the signal, Eugene said. As you wish. I understand. The 2 knights responded while preparing to throw the javelins. However, the lycanthrope king was quite smart, and it immediately noticed that something was off. The lycanthrope king took a deep breath, knowing that its fear would affect the 2 knights. When the lycanthrope king opened its jaws to release a roar, Eugene shouted, now. Kuvua. Kyayawu. Eugene roared, the lycanthrope king roared, and the 2 knights released their javelins, all at the same time. Querereric. Eugene's fear materialized into numerous arrows of sound and nullified the lycanthrope king's roar. Immediately after, the 2 javelins shot through the air, aiming for the monster's head and groin. The monster relied on its instincts and curled up into a ball while thrusting the shield forward. An empty space appeared above its head, and Eugene kicked off the ground and leaped into the air. Shuik. Kang. As the Battler Duch's shield deflected the 2 javelins, Eugene landed on the Lycanthrope King's back. Crack. Both Wolf Slaughter and Mad Arazaka dug deep into the monster's back. Kuvuiluaf. The Lycanthrope King roared with a terrible scream. It was an instinctive response to pain, but also a decisive mistake. Lanslow and Galfredic didn't stop after throwing a single javelin. Shuyuwak. Thuck. 2 more javelins shot through the air slightly after the first round of projectiles. One pierced one of the monster's eyes while the other struck its groin. Although the javelins weren't made of meteoric iron and didn't contain any silver, they were enough to cause a moment of pain for the Lycanthrope King. Kuvuiluaf. Kafaf. The Lycanthrope King struggled in pain while pulling out the 2 javelins from its body. The sight of blood and various fluids spewing out from the lesions was indescribably disgusting and bizarre. Nevertheless, the wounds were from ordinary weapons, and they would heal in less than a minute. The Lycanthrope King was well aware of this fact. However, it had forgotten about one crucial piece of information. Now, you can't hide behind the shield anymore, can you? Eugene said. The Lycanthrope King's cognitive abilities had been temporarily diminished by the enormous pain, and it had committed a mistake by throwing away the shield to pull out the 2 javelins. The monster had relinquished the shield, which was nothing short of tossing away its lifeline. Cow. The Lycanthrope King's remaining eye filled with disbelief as it belatedly realized its mistake. Crack. Shuik. However, Mad Arazaka had already dug deep into its heart, and Wolf Slaughter lived up to its name by cutting the monster's throat. Boom. The large head rolled on the floor, and the giant, headless corpse of the Lycanthrope King dropped to its knees. Crimson smoke emitted from the bloody stump instead of blood. Crackle. To Eugene's surprise, countless cracks began to appear on the monster's body. Then, it crumbled into black dust and scattered with a loud crunch. The appearance of a splendid object accompanied the transformation. Thuck. It was a red mana stone that gave off a vivid, scarlet hue. A new red mana stone had fallen into Eugene's hands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. All of these are gifts from the Count. That's right. He bestowed it upon the Bosch family. He values us as the most loyal family in all of Crawl Marine. The people of the Bosch family stared at the objects neatly lining the floor with bewildered eyes. There was a box filled with silver coins, precious armor, and clothing made from the byproducts of intermediate rank monsters. It was nothing short of treasure for the people of the small domain in the countryside. Calburn Bosch looked down at the members of his family with a prideful, arrogant smile. Now you will finally recognize me as Bosch's true master. I'm different from my ignorant, sword-wielding father. In addition, his father's boastful swordsmanship had been utterly crushed in the last war. The knights from the continent had overwhelmed Branchiar's knights in terms of equipment and skill. If it hadn't been for the lack of supplies and the aid of Branchiar's other races, the nation would have long fallen into the hands of the continental kingdoms and the central church. Calburn had been enlightened after experiencing the war. The honor of a knight. The duties of a vassal. None of it mattered at all. If it was to save oneself, it didn't matter even if you lived like a swaying reed. As long as I know his secret, the Count will never be able to ask too much of me. He. All I have to do now is to live a comfortable life. I won't mind rewards like these from time to time either. Calburn Bosch had one goal in life, to live a long life as the master of the Bosch Manor. Boom. Yes, Sir Bosch, the guard captain rushed into the room while shouting urgently. There were less than 20 soldiers in the Bosch Manor, and the guard captain was the biggest and the strongest of them all. What's going on? Calburn responded with a frown. The guard captain raised his voice. K-Knights. There are knights armed with incredible armor and weapons. What did you say? Calburn jumped up from his seat with a terrified shout. Are they attacking us? Calburn asked. That's not it, the guard captain replied. What? The guard captain shouted with joy and surprise. Young Master Luke. Master Luke has returned as a knight. Help. Calburn drew a sharp breath. Asterisk. Sir. You can't even live in a place like this, okay? This is a mockery of a castle. Just give it to aide number 2 in the future. Kpew. What is this, a pig pen? TSK. Myrian voiced her discontent while shaking her head with crossed arms. Eugene agreed. Bosch Castle was embarrassingly shabby compared to all the castles of the great, prestigious nobles or even the buildings of wealthy port cities. Even the Taiwan Castle, which had been the smallest and the shabbiest place Eugene had seen until now, seemed like a palace compared to the Bosch Castle. I apologize, Master. The castle is quite shabby. Luke bowed his head with embarrassment when Eugene looked around the building. Galfredic responded while patting Luke on the back. Why should you apologize? Poverty is to blame here. Someone is coming out. Everyone's eyes turned at Galfredic's words. About a dozen men and women followed behind a young man in decent clothing. Calburn. Luke shouted while running towards the newcomer. Luke. Calburn's shoulders quivered, and shock filled his eyes as he muttered. On the surface, he looked shocked and thrilled at the return of his sibling. However, Eugene felt something strange about Calburn's reaction. He's surprised, but he doesn't seem happy. Eugene was still inexperienced with human emotions, but he was confident in identifying one emotion better than anyone else. Calburn's face had clearly expressed fear when he saw Luke and Eugene. Young Master Luke. You're alive. Young Master. The people of the Bosch family swarmed around Luke. Unlike Calburn, they appeared to be genuinely pleased with Luke's return. He. It seems like aide number 2 has good fortune to have a few kind friends. Brat. I'll cut you some slack in the future even if you get cheeky, Myrian said. It just goes to show that he is a respectable man, seeing as how he is welcomed back home, Lanslow said with a smile. Galfredic responded while spitting on the ground. Damn it. My aide is a useless piece of luggage. I'm jealous. Lady Selena has changed quite a lot, has she not? I am sure she will have improved even more when you see her again. If she can't make progress from where she's at, then she shouldn't dare to call herself human, Galfredic responded. Partik and his men laughed silently. Although Galfredic appeared to be unsympathetic, everyone knew that he took good care of Selena and properly guided her. In any case, everyone had satisfied, delighted expressions as they watched the people of Bosch Castle rejoice at Luke's return. Everyone except for Eugene. Ha ha ha. There's one happy news after another. That's right. Yesterday, the Count has blessed us with his presence, and today, young Master Luke. Luke. Come, let's go inside. Please, all of you sirs. Calburn hurriedly interrupted the words of his people and smiled awkwardly while gesturing. Eugene stepped forward. The Count. Was Lord Crawlmarine here? Eugene's branchon was still lacking, so he asked in a simple, direct way. However, his manner of speech was sufficient to cause stress and tension in those meeting him for the first time. In particular, Calburn felt even more pressure, since he already knew who Eugene was. Even so, Calburn kept a straight face and smiled awkwardly before speaking. Well, who might you be, sir? Lord of the Eugene territory. January. Your brother's master. And Eugene took off his helmet and continued with a cold smile, revealing his long fangs. I have many things to ask you and Count Crawlmarine. The interior of the manor house was even worse than how it appeared on the outside. The floor wasn't rock nor wood, but rather simple dirt. There weren't even any glass windows. Instead, there were wooden open and close windows. Something heavy. Is it there? Eugene asked after looking around the interior, pointing at a specific place on the ground. Ah. His Excellency Marine has bestowed us a gift. Nothing. It's nothing. Calburn hurriedly cut off the words of a tactless family member. But it was too late. Gift. How curious. Lord Marine. He came so suddenly, gave a gift, then left. Eugene turned toward the boy in his mid-teens and asked with a friendly smile. Eugene possessed a beautiful appearance as a vampire aristocrat, and he was armed in fancy, expensive armor. The boy's cheeks colored red, and he answered shyly. Yes, sir. The Count gave us a box full of silver coins, as well as armor and clothing made from monster byproducts. Of course, it's nothing close to your own armor, but it was very rare and luxurious. Lloyd. Calburn shouted his name, and Lloyd jumped back in surprise and turned to his father. Calburn attempted to continue, but Galfredic stepped forward between Calburn and his son. He. Galfredic chuckled with a mean glare in his eyes, and Calburn immediately shut his mouth. His instincts were warning him that the brutal knight wouldn't hesitate to slap him if he continued talking. Eugene placed his hand on Lloyd's shoulder and spoke in a gentle voice. Your father. He will have a good time with my knight. Anyway, young Master Lloyd, is it? A wonderful name. Honor of a knight. I can clearly feel it. You will be a wonderful knight. Ah. Lloyd's expression became ecstatic after receiving the praise of a dreamy, honorable knight. Eugene continued. So, young Master Lloyd. Lord Marine. Does he come often to give presents? Lloyd replied, not at all. It's the first time he came since around this time last year. He didn't come even when my father took over the land. Hoo. But yesterday, he came so suddenly and even gave a gift. Eugene asked once again. Yes, Lloyd answered. Young Master Lloyd. Do you know why? Eugene asked. Well, I'm not too sure, Lloyd said while scratching his head. I see. Thank you, Eugene said. Eugene stroked the boy's head once more before walking over to Calburn. He had already obtained all the information he needed. I think you might know the reason, sir. What do you think? Eugene asked. Calburn's expression had grown bleak along with his son's conversation with Eugene. His face had undergone a dramatic change, and anyone could see that his face was now filled with great shock and fear. A coward. He's not even a quarter of the man that Luke is. Eugene laughed inwardly. From his experience, timid, cowardly humans were easy to overcome with power and strength. Moreover, it also meant that they were easy to manage and manipulate. Clack. Hyup. Eugene suddenly stretched his left arm, and Calburn stepped back with a gasp. Why are you so surprised? Eugene asked. Calburn stuttered, realizing that Eugene had simply raised his arm. The real surprise should start now, Eugene said with a grin. He proceeded to slightly release his fear. The energy immediately obeyed the origins will and accumulated in his left arm. Woo. Clack. Clack. Huke. What is that? Everyone not belonging to Eugene's group became wide-eyed with surprise. Eugene's gauntlet, which was quite commonly worn by knights on the continent, started to emit a strange, metallic sound before transforming into a large shield. A magic shield. Such a marvelous treasure. Everyone expressed awe and wonder after seeing the shield, which was inscribed with the crest of the red dragon. Eugene held out the shield toward Calburn and asked, Sir. The shield's crest. Do you know which family it belongs to? I am not sure. I don't really, Calburn started to respond. The Battler Duchy, Eugene stated. Calburn froze on the spot. Although he was only a lord of a small territory in the countryside, it was impossible for him to not know the Battler family. Apart from the dynasties that claimed legitimacy to the throne, the Battler Duchy was the most prominent family in all of Branchia. The Battler family's honor and reputation were tremendous, and there was even a saying that none could truly inherit the throne without the support of Battler. The shield of the Battler Duchy. Why was it in the lycanthrope king's cave? Eugene asked. How could I know? Calburn started to feign ignorance without thinking, but then quickly stopped himself. The fear he felt almost suffocated him. That's right. I killed it. Marine forest. Lycanthrope king. Too much shock could cause a person to stiffen on the spot, and that was exactly how Calburn and his family reacted. Click. Clack. The shield of the Battler Duchy reverted into a gauntlet. And there was this, too. Eugene spoke while taking an object out of his pocket. Calburn remained motionless with a pale expression. The object was a shredded, blood-stained piece of parchment, and at the end of the parchment was the crest of the Bosch family, right? Eugene asked in an icy voice. Aye. Calburn stuttered before falling to his knees. I'm sorry. Asterisk. So, earlier this year, Sir Laplace Battler headed into Marine Forest and went missing. Eugene asked. After sending away the others, Eugene was left alone with Calburn. Bosch's lord then proceeded to tell Eugene about the incident with Laplace Battler, a direct descendant of the Battler Duchy. Yes. None of the knights who came to my castle returned. But I attempted to dissuade him. I told him that he must never enter Marine Forest and that there were demons inhabiting it. Calburn desperately defended himself. Eugene stared at him coldly while responding, that's what you say. What is written here is that you gave permission for them to enter the forest, sir. If the Battler Duchy finds out, you will not be free from responsibility. And the news regarding Sir Laplace. They haven't been notified yet, right? Eugene continued. Hugh. Calburn shook with fear as he dropped his head. He looked as if he had lost the world, but Eugene's expression remained icy. This was just the beginning. That person, Eugene said. Calburn managed to raise his head with great effort, and he turned to where Eugene was pointing. Is that the late Lord Bosch? Eugene asked. His finger was pointing at a hanging portrait of the late Lord Bosch and Lady Bosch. That's right. Calburn nodded. He felt a sinister, cold feeling creeping up his spine. You look very similar to him, Eugene stated. Why was he stating the obvious? It was natural for the father and the son to look similar in appearance. However, he looks nothing like Luke. Not even a little bit. Eugene continued. How intriguing, Eugene muttered. What do you mean by that? Calburn responded in a trembling voice. Eugene stared directly into his eyes before speaking clearly. I saw the sculptures of the previous counts in Marine Castle. Lord Marine, he doesn't look similar to the previous counts. Clack. Clack. Calburn's teeth started to clatter as well. Rather, Luke looked very similar to the previous Count, Eugene said. On the day Eugene met Count Lucas at the castle, he became suspicious of Lucas' strange gaze and behaviors. As such, he carefully examined all the other people in the castle, and Eugene realized something strange. Lucas Marine and his two younger sisters looked nothing alike. Strangely enough, he could see similarities in the facial features of Luke and the two girls. It turned out that Lucas took after his mother, while the two girls looked like the former count. So, the next day, Eugene carefully examined the sculptures of the previous counts as he walked through the hallways to leave the castle. Then he found it. The late Count Marine, who died last year, had a stubborn chin and serious eyes which were quite similar to Luke. Although Eugene had a hunch, such a simple resemblance couldn't serve as concrete proof. As such, he departed the castle without taking action. However, his suspicions were reinforced after he met Calburn Bosch and the rest of his family. No, rather, he became certain. At the least, Luke didn't inherit Lord Bosch's blood. As such, Eugene fished for it. Since Calburn Bosch was already incredibly frightened of him, he recognized that there was something to be gained. And his predictions hit the mark. I really don't know, Calburn stuttered. Pa. Such cliched words. I don't want to hear it. Did you forget who I am, sir? Eugene said while slightly expressing his fear. His red eyes seemed to glow even darker than usual. Then, Eugene's pupils started contracting little by little, and soon, they turned into two thin vertical slits. I, Calburn muttered. What are you so afraid of? Eugene whispered in a deep, soft voice. His tone was completely different from usual, and it felt as if he was reciting a poem with a sense of rhythm and dynamics. Humans. Everyone makes mistakes and commits shameful acts. Everyone does. So, let it out. Eugene continued. Saliva started to flow down the edge of Calburn's lips. His gaze was blank as he stared into Eugene's slithery eyes. Sir Calburn Bosch? Right now. What are you most afraid of? What is it? Eugene asked in a soft voice. What I'm afraid of, Calburn repeated Eugene's words. That's right. What is it that you are ashamed of? What is it that you cannot tell others? Your crime. Your sin. Those who you killed. Whatever it is, whatever you fear most. The stories that shouldn't be told. Why don't you tell me? Eugene's quiet, enchanting voice slowly made its way inside Calburn's mind. It was a mournful request, or rather, an order to the soul, an irresistible instruction that simply could not be denied. That's... Oh my God. Calburn's dazed eyes stopped moving for a moment. He was seeing something in Eugene's eyes. The images of the two people he killed were reflected in Eugene's eyes. Well, Calburn groaned. What do you see? Eugene asked. Father, and, the Count Calburn answered. Yes. And what did you do? What did you do to them? Eugene asked. I had no other choice. Lucas Cruel Marine ordered me to kill them. Your Excellency, Father. It wasn't my fault. Didn't he do it? Lucas told me to, Calburn moaned regretfully. Who did you kill? Lucas Cruel Marine. What did he do? Eugene pried even further. I killed Lord Cruel Marine. Lucas killed my father. We killed each other's fathers, Calburn admitted. The secret shared between the young Count and Calburn was revealed. Both of them had taken over their father's positions at a similar time, and the reason behind the seemingly coincidental arrangement was revealed. Eugene had obtained the Berserker ability after consuming the red mana stone of the Lycanthrope King. It was a fraudulent ability that temporarily boosted his physical abilities and senses manifold, but it also had a fatal weakness of exhausting all of his energy once its duration was over. However, the Berserker wasn't the only ability Eugene gained. As the fragments of his hazy memories became clearer, another one of his vampiric powers had awakened. He had regained a unique ability of an origin vampire, the power to charm. This is quite useful. There were a couple conditions that needed to be satisfied before the ability could be activated. First, he needed to be alone with the individual, and second, the opponent was required to have a strong interest or fear toward Eugene. It was a powerful hypnotic ability capable of extracting the truth from an opponent, regardless of their race. Eugene had initially felt disappointed after gaining the ability, since he could extract the truth from anyone by simply beating them up and threatening them, but it seemed to have its uses as well. What a bunch of immoral bastards, Eugene muttered. Wah! Eugene's sudden shift to the language of the Kyler kingdom jolted Calburn awake. His eyes were no longer dazed, although drool was still dripping down his face. Myrian slowly stuck her head out of her leather pocket. Key. Sir, are you done now? The spirit had stayed true to Eugene's orders and remained in her pocket while the two men conversed. Eugene nodded in response. That's right. This bastard and Lucas Crawl Marine. They killed each other's fathers. Ki-yay-yay. Myrian exclaimed. That was how the two men had ascended to their respective seats at roughly the same time. Dirty, unfilial bastards, Eugene muttered. Perhaps they had been unable to bring themselves to kill their own fathers and had opted to perform the dirty deed for each other. However, that didn't free them from the responsibility of their sacrilegious acts. Yes, sir. What happened just now? And what did you just say? Calburn asked while hurriedly wiping the saliva off his face. He couldn't understand the language of the Kyler kingdom. Eugene responded with a cold smile. The fact that you, sir, killed Count Crawl Marine, and that Lucas Crawl Marine killed Sir Bosch. What? Calburn shouted with a pale, stunned expression. Eugene grabbed Calburn's face and pulled him close before speaking in a voice lathed with killing intent. You're done for, ill-bred bastard. Eugene took Calburn outside the room and exposed all of his crimes to his companions. However, he didn't mention that Luke was indeed the hidden son of the previous Count Crawl Marine. After all, he still didn't know why Lucas was motivated to murder his father, the previous Count, and the finale of a show was best remembered when it ended in an ostentatious way. Even the word dishonorable doesn't do justice to this bastard. What an insane shithead. Everyone was in shock after hearing the truth, but it couldn't be compared to how Luke was feeling. Luke stared at his half-brother with quivering eyes, then finally pulled out his dagger like lightning. I will have your head, Luke shouted. However, his effort was quickly nullified. There was no way he would succeed in the presence of three incredible knights. Hold on, 8 number 2 Galfredic said. Sir, please let me go. I must kill that bastard. He's no better than a dog. I will grind his blood and flesh, sprinkle it on the field, and let the pigs gnaw on his bones. Luke shouted with bloodshot eyes. He struggled to break his arm free of Galfredic's hold. He jerked around and shouted at Calburn, all the gods and spirits will curse you. Both your children and that bastard's children. You will be cursed to have your own son stab you. Luke wasn't a wizard. He was simply an aide who dreamt of becoming a knight. However, words containing desperate emotions sometimes exerted even more power than real magic and curses. It was evident from how Calburn's eyes turned white and tears started to drop from his eyes. Hugh! You despicable creature! Do not attempt to cover up your evil deeds with those fake tears. Master! Let me kill that filthy creature. Please, let me kill him. Master! Luke chanted with anger and desperation. His eyes were also filled with tears. However, Eugene responded in a cold, apathetic voice, will it be over if you kill him? What? Luke was dumbfounded. Will you achieve true vengeance with just his death? Will you truly be satisfied with just that? Eugene asked. Luke flinched. Galfredic stepped forward. Master, do you have some sort of a plan? I do, Eugene responded in a cold voice before approaching Calburn. Calburn was bawling with a stunned expression. Lord Calburn Bosch, Eugene called out. Hey Hugh. I am sorry. It's all my fault. I will hand over the land to Luke. So please spare my life, Calburn wept. It was a pathetic sight to see him begging for his life even after the truth was revealed. Everyone was shaking their heads with contempt. The honor of a knight and the pride of a noble could not be found in him. This little domain. Do you think that's nearly enough? Eugene muttered in a cold voice after turning towards Calburn. Your dirty life. There's only one way to save it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's the Count's procession. All residents of Cruel Marine, pay your respects. A knight carrying the flag of the Cruel Marine shouted, and all the residents in the street hurriedly took off their hats and bowed their heads. Lucas looked down at the people with a satisfied smile. Ho ho. This is perfect. Now all I have left is to thrive. His secret would be kept forever, and the rare, vampire nobleman would obviously come seeking his help. Moreover, someone who had a deep relationship with the port cities of the Kyler Kingdom and even possessed their own territory would obviously be a high roller. Whoever wants to climb the throne in the future, they will have no choice but to seek Cruel Marine's approval. Ha 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 ha. Lucas forgot to hide his joy and started chuckling, then quickly managed his expression. He would soon regain the glory of the past as a great count, so he needed to always pay attention to maintain his dignity in the future. The count has returned. Lower the drawbridge. The drawbridge came down, and Lucas started to cross with a proud expression. However, Lucas frowned. It felt as if something was slightly off. The expressions of the servants who were rushing over were extremely stiff. What is it? Did something happen? Lucas asked. Well, the servants hesitated. Lucas started to express his anger. How dare you? However, the butler interrupted him while belatedly running towards him. My lord. My lord. What's wrong? What's going on? Lucas asked. He wanted to flip out, but Lucas kept his temper in check to maintain his dignity. Sir Jan Eugene is here. He has been waiting for your return, my lord, the butler explained. What? Lucas shouted with a shocked expression. Then, he immediately took on a sympathetic look before continuing. Oh my! Was he gravely injured by the lycanthropes of Marine Forest? Is he all right? What about the others that accompanied him? Don't tell me that Sir Jan Eugene returned alone. Well, that's, the butler hesitated. Lucas became convinced by the butler's reaction. How come such an unfortunate event happened? Although Sir Eugene is young and brave, it must have been insufficient to deal with the demons of Marine Forest. Let us go. I will console the knight who fought bravely and honorably. To comfort such a hero is also a responsibility of a lord. For his sake, I will. The butler interrupted him. That's not it, my lord. What? Lucas had been slowly walking forward with an expression of deep regret, but then he paused at the butler's words. Sir Eugene killed the monster king of Marine Forest. He had almost annihilated the lycanthropes and the roamers in the forest as well. The butler explained. What did you say? Lucas shouted with disbelief. And, the butler hesitated before continuing with a flustered expression. He is saying that he brought proof that the late count was actually murdered, instead of dying of natural causes. Thump. It felt as if a huge weight had descended on Lucas' heart. He stuttered a response. What do you mean by that? If father was murdered, has he gone insane? Father consumed an unpurified mana stone and... The butler interjected. Sir Bosch is here with Sir Eugene. Apparently, he has proof that the late count was murdered. Thump. 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 Lucas's chest began to beat hard. He felt as if something sharp was skewering his head through to his spine. The two of them had renewed their oath of secrecy just 2 days ago, so why was this happening? No, more importantly, how did the two of them reach the castle before he could? Something is wrong. My lord. Are you not going to enter? The butler asked. Hugh. Lucas jumped up in shock. He had been standing unmoving like a stone statue. His eyes slowly crept toward the castle's manor house. If he entered through the wide-open door, he would come face to face with a high-ranking member of the vampire nobility. They were known to be unrivaled in their craftiness and intelligence. Moreover, the vampire possessed an incredible force capable of eradicating the monsters of marine forest despite the countless knights and mercenaries who had already met their ends inside the forest. Such a figure was waiting for his return alongside Calburn Bosch and talking about his father's death. It could only mean one thing. Lucas quickly came to a decision. "See, come to think of it, I don't think that we have properly patrolled the village," Lucas muttered. "What?" the butler asked. "Ah. And I was thinking of holding a feast for the villagers in commemoration of eradicating the monsters of marine forest. Now, go to my quarters and bring everything from my safe." Lucas continued before taking off the key necklace and handing it to the butler. The key was an object that was only given to the master of the Crawl Marine family. "My lord, but," the butler muttered. "Quick! Hurry up!" Lucas shouted. "Ah, yes," the butler responded before hurriedly taking the key and running into the castle. Lucas looked at the butler's back with nervous eyes, then turned his head. "Sirs, I must go and inspect the village, so prepare to depart," Lucas shouted. The knights had been about to disarm themselves after dismounting their horses. They became confused at Lucas's sudden order. "Let's hurry. Now, now." Lucas rushed them. "Ah, yes, Your Excellency," the knights answered. Although they could not comprehend Lucas's thoughts, they obeyed his orders. Lucas had always been a good employer to them. Moreover, there were very few nobles who would call mercenaries like themselves sirs and take care of their housing, food, and horses. Soon, the butler returned with a few servants carrying a few boxes and bags filled with wealth. Lucas distributed the wealth among his own steed and the knight's horses before quickly leaving through the gate. Why is he acting like that when he has a visitor? That's discourteous. I wonder. The butler and the other servants muttered with confusion as Lucas disappeared into the distance. You wonder. What's there to wonder about? Key. He's been scared off by Sir Eugene. Just as I always expect, Sir Eugene always has a plan. Kikekikik. A spying spirit was sprawled on the castle wall by their side. She buzzed before quickly flying away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My lord, where are we heading? Didn't you say that we were going to inspect the village? One of the knights asked after bringing his horse closer to Lucas. He had noticed Lucas pushing his horse and heading for the castle town's gate. But Lucas acted as if he didn't hear the knight's question. He was too busy worrying and thinking. What should I do? Where should I go? That's right. The Ryward Barony. Let's head there. Surely my mother's family will welcome me. Lucas had been adored by his mother's family since he was young because of his resemblance to her. Considering this, his expression brightened with hope. If he told them that his castle had been invaded by a devious knight from the continent, they would be happy to help him. Truth. Such a thing didn't matter. His greedy uncle would support him wholly as long as he was promised to be given a little bit of territory. It doesn't matter as long as the truth is revealed in my absence. The whole world knows that vampires are deceitful and crafty. He has simply charmed and possessed the people of the castle. I can fix this after I take over the castle again. The spirits of the lake are protecting me. Lucas dreamt of a rosy future. His ability to think rationally had been long compromised by these series of self-justifications. It was pitiful that he himself could no longer recognize his thoughts as being abnormal. However, Lucas wasn't solely to blame. He wasn't thinking irrationally just because he was an idiot. Branchiar lagged significantly behind the continent in terms of technology as well as overall education. As such, most nobles were quite ignorant and believed in superstitions. Spirits of the lake, protect me. Grant me the power to defeat the evil vampire and his minions. Lucas squinted while praying in his heart. He couldn't see any of the usual guards protecting the castle town's gate. Instead, there was a knight and a group of about 10 men and women standing in line, blocking the gate. Lucas's eyes filled with shock when he saw the face of the knight. The young, handsome knight was one of the high-ranking vampire's companions. He was the one who was fluent in Brunchen. Neither 3. The group of horses came to a halt. Where are you heading so busily, Your Excellency Crawl Marine? Lancelot asked. Well, I have some urgent matters to attend to. Anyway, what are you doing here, sir? Sir Eugene is in the castle, Lucas responded. I was waiting for someone, Lancelot replied. Oh, really? I'm not sure what's going on, but I am very busy, so please step aside, Lucas said. No matter what anyone said, this was his territory and his village. Therefore, Lucas had no doubt that the knight would obey his words and move out of the way. That might be a little difficult. I was actually waiting for you, Your Excellency, Lancelot said with a gentle smile. What? Lucas felt a chilling sensation on his spine. Nevertheless, he attempted to raise his voice with dignity. I have nothing to say to you, sir. Get out of my way. How dare you order me around in the land of Crawl Marine? Sir. Which family do you belong to? I must raise this issue with your family. Most knights were weak against authority. Even if he was Eugene's subordinate, he could never disobey Lucas's words now that Lucas had brought up his family. Or at least, that was what Lucas believed. Are you talking about my family? Lancelot asked. That's right. From the looks of it, you were born in Branchia. I will definitely bring this matter up with your family in a formal complaint. Sir. Who are you, and which family are you from? As the knight's expression underwent a slight change, Lucas believed that his tactic was working and raised his voice with even more dignity. Drac. My name is Lancelot Drac. HMPH. I will immediately head to the Drac family and, Lucas started to shout, then trailed off. He belatedly realized that he had indirectly spoken about his intentions to run away. Moreover. Drac. Did you say Drac? I've never heard of any other families with that name in Branchia. So, will you go and file a formal complaint with my family? Lancelot asked. It was only natural for Lucas to know about the Drac family. They were one of the most famous families in Branchia. The Drac family continued the blood of the one known as the Knight of the Lake, a legendary knight of the Aiden dynasty, the first family to unify Branchia. The Drac family was a family of elven nobility. Drac. The Knight of the Lake. The mercenary knights started buzzing with shock after hearing Lancelot's words, while Lucas froze in place with a blank expression. The Knight of the Lake was the right-hand man of the legendary knight King Aiden, who first unified Branchia. After the fall of the Aiden family, numerous families and dynasties gunning for Branchia's throne asked for the cooperation of the Drac family, but they were all rejected and the Drac family remained the best knight family of Branchia. The Drac family's reputation was so great that there was even a saying in Branchia that involved them: he who obtains the 3 Knights of the Lake qualifies to aim for the world. Are you really a knight of the Drac family? Do you have proof? Lucas muttered. Would anyone dare to impersonate and tarnish the honor of the Drac family in Branchia? You jest, Your Excellency, Lancelot responded with a chuckle before taking out his spear. Lucas and his knights became greatly surprised. Elves were usually known for their superior archery, but in Branchia, they were more famous for their excellent spearmanship thanks to the Drac family. What do you think you are doing? Even if you are a knight of the Drac family, this is my territory. How dare you try to persecute me in the land of Crawl Marine? And Lucas screamed. Lancelot interrupted him, Count Lucas Crawl Marine. You are charged with the murder of Lord Harriel Bosch and the murder of Lord Graham Crawl Marine. Do not resist and come with me. Lucas's face paled in an instant. In addition, the knights took on blank expressions. They finally understood why Lucas had exited the castle like a cornered rat upon immediately arriving at the castle. Everyone, Lucas said. Kawawawawawawa. The Beowulf warriors immediately transformed into their beast forms. I surrender. Surrender. I will surrender. A murder charge against the late Count. I have nothing to do with it. The knights were all former mercenaries. As such, they had no sense of good faith and honor but were instead quick to grasp the situation. They put down their weapons without resisting. Kugh. Kula. Lucas suddenly let out a devastated cry before unsheathing his longsword and charging forward amidst his fury. Thuck. Kugh. However, he was immediately thrown off from his steed after taking a blow from Lancelot's spear to the face. Am I starting to take after Sir Eugene? Lancelot muttered. He was way too calm for a man who had knocked out a count in broad daylight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The nobles of Crawl Marine Castle could not hide their shock. It was an unprecedented incident in which the Count and the territory's knight conspired to kill each other's father. The nobles couldn't think of how to respond in any other way than to simply stare with horrified eyes and with their jaws agape. Of course, some of them didn't believe the story and attempted to protest and refuted the facts. However, the killer, who was also the witness, was made to kneel in front of them while tightly bound by rope. He threatened to kill not only my father but also everyone in the Bosch family if I didn't comply with his demands. I had no choice but to do as I was told for the sake of my family. Kugh. I'm not asking for forgiveness. However, please show mercy and spare my family. Calburn Bosch shouted with a face drenched in tears and snot. It was hard to refute the testimony of a knight whose family had faithfully served the Crawl Marine family for generations. Moreover, it was made even worse by the presence of an outsider witnessing the entire event. As long as the noble, vampire conqueror of marine forests lycanthrope king and his subordinates were closely observing the matter, no one would dare to attempt any chicanery. Then what should we do now? What else is there to do? This is a grave incident regarding the murder of the previous count and one of his territorial knights. We must hold a trial. That's right. We should hold a formal trial with honorable and distinguished nobles. Sir, are you suggesting that we reveal such a disgraceful incident to everyone? Oh, then what? Should we hold a trial on our own and convict the count? Well, no, but... The nobles started to argue, all the while stealing glances at Eugene. Someone who had murdered their own father deserved the death penalty. However, it complicated things when the criminal was one's own lord. None of the nobles around wanted to take responsibility for giving the count the death penalty. As such, Eugene offered a good escape. Although he was a foreigner and of another race, he satisfied the conditions of being an honorable and distinguished noble. In that, he was even overqualified. Sir Eugene. What do you think? Why yes, that's right. Sir Eugene, you are the only one capable of giving a fair judgment in this situation. Please give us your opinion, sir. Although the nobles were somewhat ignorant, they had the wits to quickly flock with others once the silence was broken. Of course, Eugene was ultimately an outsider. As such, he had been waiting for the nobles to initiate the conversation. He pretended to contemplate for a moment, then responded calmly, Well, since all of you are asking, I will give my thoughts regarding this matter. Yes, the nobles responded with glistening eyes. It was as if they were baby birds eagerly waiting for their mother to feed them. Eugene continued. Firstly, other nobles are not needed to judge this case. What? Well, why is that? One of the nobles asked. The disgrace of Crawl Marine. It must be concluded by the honorable men of Cruel Marine. That is what I think, Eugene responded. Oh! The nobles exclaimed, ardently taking in Eugene's praise. You are absolutely right, Sir Eugene. However, with just us, one of the nobles said. Eugene interrupted, if the new Count of Cruel Marine takes responsibility, there will be no problem. That is what I think. What? What do you mean, a new count? Perhaps. Are you saying that you will establish one of us here as the new count? The nobles felt conflicted. Their hearts were filled with greed, but also with the potential weight of the responsibility that would naturally accompany the seat. Eugene turned his head before speaking, the late count. A direct descendant remains. What? The nobles shouted with shock and disbelief. Then, their eyes naturally followed Eugene's gaze. Master. Luke stuttered. Come this way, Eugene called out. Eugene took Luke to his side and turned toward Calburn. The man was looking up at Eugene with a resigned expression. Eugene spoke coldly, Sir Calburn Bosch. Speak the truth. The eyes of the nobles once again turned toward Calburn. Calburn bit his lips, took a long breath, then confessed the secret that only two people had known until now. Sir Eugene's aide, Luke Bosch. No, young Master Luke Cruel Marine is not my father's son, but rather the son of the late Count Cruel Marine. What? The truth was as shocking as Calburn's previous confession. As you all know, the late Countess was known to be quite jealous. The late Count could not reveal Luke's existence to the world. As such, Calburn continued. The Count entrusted Luke to his most trusted knight, Sir Harriel Bosch, and asked him to take Luke in as his illegitimate child instead. Sir Harriel Bosch was happy to comply with his lord's request. Since he lost his wife earlier on, it wouldn't be a problem even if he had an illegitimate child. Then. That man, or rather, Master Luke was sent to the battlefield because, one of the smarter nobles muttered. Calburn nodded with a grim expression. Yes. It's just as you fear, sir. Count Lucas Cruel Marine found out that young Master Luke was his half-brother. The late Count must have informed him on his deathbed. And then, Calburn hesitated. Eugene whispered, we're almost there. The only way that you might get to keep your life. Kugh. Calburn closed his eyes tightly before shouting, Lucas Cruel Marine is not the son of the former Count. He is a child born to the Countess and her own brother, Baron Ryward. She hastened her marriage with the late Count to hide the truth regarding the incestual birth. What? But Lucas Cruel Marine found out, and he sent young Master Luke to the battlefield because he felt threatened. Kugh. Calburn shouted. How could that be? This is crazy. This is. Some of the nobles even collapsed to the ground in shock. This is proof of Sir Calburn's words, Eugene said before showing the letters sent from the previous Count to Sir Bosch to the nobles. Calburn had started to conspire with Lucas after he discovered the letters that his father kept in secret. Although I never knew that Lucas Cruel Marine was born incestuously. It provided Eugene with even more justification for ousting Lucas and appointing Luke as the next Count. He had prepared to utilize a show of force if it came to it, but it was as if everything in the world was pushing Luke to become the new Count. Master. What's this all about? Luke said. His eyes were trembling as he looked up at Eugene. What else? Eugene said. He continued with a suspicious smile after putting his hand on Luke's shoulder. It means that you will be the new Count of Cruel Marine starting today. Sirs, would you not agree? Eugene's eyes swept through the nobles. However, his gaze was completely different from when he looked at Luke. It was a completely icy, cruel, vampire-like look. The nobles immediately came to their senses and surreptitiously gazed at each other. Simultaneously, they all kneeled and shouted, We greet our lord, the Count of Cruel Marine. Spirit of the lake, give your blessings to the new master of cruel marine. The young man, who had been a slave and became a knight's aide through chance and luck, had finally reclaimed his true fate as the Count of Cruel Marine. Kiek. I can't accept this. A mere aide number 2 dares to become a count before Sir Eugene. Everyone, did you know that all of this is a lie? Keek. The spirit also reclaimed her fate and suffered a beating after muttering nonsense. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Everything proceeded smoothly after that. It was the worst event in the history of the Cruel Marine County, and the nobles knew the condemnation they would be subject to if rumors ever spread. As such, they wanted to conclude the matter as swiftly as possible. It was extremely disgraceful for a son to have conspired to murder his own father, but for someone without the blood of Cruel Marine to have reigned for a period of time as the Count was unthinkable. It wasn't simply a matter of disgrace. The nobles decided to hide the fact that Lucas was born from incest and to only publicize the fact that he conspired to murder his father. People went to extreme lengths to claim power, so as long as the involved parties were punished, the matter could be concluded. Of course, there was no helping the fact that it would be the talk of the town for a while. In the end, Lucas was sentenced to death, and within 10 minutes of the sentencing, his decapitated head was hung on the gates of Cruel Marine Castle for all to see. Calburn's fate was also debated. Although the crime he had committed was great, he was judged to have kept his honor as a knight by confessing all of his sins. How he had been forced into cooperation was also taken into consideration. Therefore, his family was deprived of their status and made into serfs. Naturally, Luke became the Count of Cruel Marine. The knights and nobles of Cruel Marine vied for loyalty to the young, legitimate Count. However, their actions stemmed largely from their fear of the high-ranking vampires standing behind Luke rather than hope and expectations toward their new lord. But Sir Eugene will be leaving the territory soon, right? Then the new Count will have no one but us to rely on. But the plans of the nobles and knights were thwarted by Luke's declaration. I have not mastered myself as a knight. As such, I will continue to follow my master, Sir Eugene. What? The nobles were shocked. However, a figure stepped forward and quenched their worries with a smile. Out of everyone present, he possessed the highest rank, aside from Luke and Eugene, and perhaps, he even slightly surpassed the two in Branchia. His Excellency Cruel Marine has expressed his desire to be sworn in after fulfilling his duties as Sir Eugene's aide. When that time comes, I, Lancelot Drac, will gladly stand as a witness. The most prestigious family of knights in Branchia would stand witness to the ceremony. It was an honorable event that would go down in the history of the Cruel Marine family and was something that even royal families would be jealous of. After hearing Lancelot's declaration, a similar thought dominated the minds of the nobles. Maybe the Cruel Marine family will become one of Branchia's pillars after this. To do that, we must win over Sir Eugene. They may be ignorant, but they were incredibly quick-witted. Branchia was a mess. Even the word devastated could not do the country's current state justice, and the nation's security was non-existent at best. Rumors and bandits were lurking everywhere, and there was almost no movement of people or goods except in areas ruled by powerful lords. However, the security in some territories located near the coast started to become stable some time ago, and as of late, a safe route had been established all the way to the Cruel Marine territory. A safe zone of nearly 80 kilometers was established for the largest granary in southeastern Branchia, including the middle and the lower areas of the Thames River. It was centered around the port city of Mungard. The trades of mana stones and monster materials resumed between the territories and the cities, and the merchants were overjoyed. Prior to the establishment of the safe routes, merchants needed to hire at least 20 people every time they traveled, but now, they would face no problems even with only 10 guards. That was not to say that mercenaries were suffering losses. Rather, business boomed as the number of people and goods traveling to and forth from each territory increased exponentially. As such, the southeastern territories of Branchia underwent a major transformation in only a few months. However, the residents continued on and ventured further. A nation's faltered development did not necessarily reflect the will of the people. There were courageous and greedy people who ventured even deeper into the nation to seek wealth. Naturally, news from Mungad and other southeastern territories of Branchia started to spread inland as well. As it happened, the Raiwad barony also received news regarding the current situation in the southeastern territories as well. Boom. What did you say? Lucas. My nephew was beheaded. Baron Raiwad slammed down his fist on a table with an agitated expression. Although he was already over 40, he was still brimming with energy. Baron Raiwad was a figure known as one of the sword masters of Branchia, a knight who stood at the pinnacle of his practice. And just like many other Branchian nobles, he was ignorant, violent, and short-tempered. There were a few things in life that Baron Raiwad valued, one of which was his bloodline. Lucas was born to Baron Raiwad and his beloved sister, and Baron Raiwad considered him to be one of the most precious things in his life, though the truth had to be hidden at all costs. You dare. You dare. Lucas. Kill. I will kill you. Baron Raiwad screamed with anger. His loud shouts contained a certain force that was quite similar to fear, and the people of his castle stiffened at once upon hearing his voice. The Raiwad barony was related to a royal family of orcs from the distant past. As such, a figure with the power and temperament of an orc warrior was born every 2 to 3 generations, and the current baron was an example. War. This is war. Bring me my armor. I will head to Crawl Marine and punish those traitors who have betrayed faith and honor. Baron Raiwad gave a fiery roar. The entire castle immediately fell into a frenzy at the baron's terrifying shouts. The Raiwad barony had survived and thrived even after the horrifying war because of the baron's presence, and his influence within the territory was absolute. Even though the residents of his territory were extremely poor and barely avoided starving to death, the baron, a traditional knight, didn't care about all that. For him, the residents and serfs of his territory were no different from simple livestock. With all due respect, I would like to offer a word, my lord, a noble exclaimed. What is it? The baron shouted while turning his furious gaze. The noble responded while respectfully bowing his head. There is a rumor that the guardian of the new count is a member of the Dark Clan. A vampire? The baron asked. Yes. And apparently, he is a noble. At least a banere, the noble answered. Is that so? The baron said after calming himself. Although he was very violent and short-tempered, as an outstanding knight, Baron Raiwad was calculating and sober when it came to battles. He could not recklessly rush into battle against a banere-class vampire. The power of the individual vampire wasn't a problem, but rather the clan that could be supporting the vampire. You don't know which family he is from? Baron Raiwad asked. No, I heard from a merchant that the vampires residing in Mungad have been quite cooperative with him. Ah. And also, the fact that he came from the continent across the sea. Fuck. The noble was never given a chance to finish. Kiwu. The baron's punch knocked him down to the ground. Hey, you little bastard. Doesn't that mean that I don't have to worry about his clan? He was obviously forced off the continent and came crawling here to scrape together whatever he could to rejoin his clan, the baron shouted. Baron Raiwad had experience fighting with and against knights from other races such as vampires or orcs. As such, he was quite familiar with the characteristics and hierarchical systems of other races. The members of the Dark Clan rarely ventured outside of their own territories. As such, it could only mean one thing for a noble vampire from the continent to have come all the way to Branchia. It meant that he was a loser who had been deprived of his land from a territorial war. Send a messenger to the sage of Mount Roptimo, Baron Raiwad said. Are you referring to Master Pythagoras? That's right. Relay to him, respectfully, that there will be an opportunity for him to study a vampire noble without any backing. He will immediately descend from the mountain, Baron Ryward explained. Yes, my lord. It was not an easy feat to mobilize druids, the wizards of Branchia. They were priests, doctors, as well as scholars. As such, they could rarely be tempted by material goods. They only showed interest in things that could aid them in their studies or satisfy their curiosity. Pythagoras studied all kinds of creatures, including animals, monsters, and even humans, for the sake of medicine. As such, he would be highly enticed by the opportunity to study a noble vampire. Aristocratic vampires with no affiliation to clans were extremely rare, and there would be no need to worry about backlash even if one captured them, dissected them, and experimented on them. Will you be setting off right away, my lord? One of the nobles asked. That's right. Gather all the knights of the territory. I will head to Brighton to hire mercenaries, Baron Ryward answered. The nobles started murmuring. Baron Ryward was planning to fight an all-out war with Crawl Marine. My lord. With all due respect, a war will cause quite a strain on the territory's finances, one of the nobles spoke up. Finances? My nephew was beheaded by renegades, and you talk about finances. Do you want your head off your shoulders as well? Baron Ryward shouted. Hayek. The nobleman shrank back in the face of an orc warrior's fear. Baron Ryward continued, and there will be no need to worry about money. Once I convict Crawl Marine, I will make sure to inherit everything in my sister and nephew's name. Baron Ryward wasn't simply planning revenge for his dead nephew. He was expressing his intention to completely subjugate the Crawl Marine territory under Ryward's flag. Then, it's a conquest war. Both mercenaries and merchants alike would obviously rush to take a piece of this massive pie. Other nobles and lords wouldn't object either, since Baron Ryward's decision was fully justified. Lucas, I will avenge you. I swear it in my honor. I will dedicate the heads of all the bastards of Crawl Marine to your glory. I swear it to all gods and spirits. Baron Ryward declared. The anger of the father who had lost his child, the ambition of a lord for Branchiar's hegemony, and the spirit of a knight in the face of an upcoming slaughter combined together and boiled. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Ryward barony. Eugene asked. Yes. I don't think they will stay still after hearing about this, Lancelot responded with a shrug. Among Eugene's companions, he was the most knowledgeable about Branchia. Baron Ryward is a knight known for his fiery personality. Although it would be detrimental if the truth about his relationship with Lucas was revealed, he is not the one to stand still either. And regardless of the truth, Lucas is still his nephew, officially. He has more than enough justification. Lancelot continued. Even if he was responsible for killing a territorial knight and conspiring to kill his own father, Baron Ryward would pull out his blade for such a cowardly murderer. Do the knights of Branchia not know anything about honor? Galfredic snickered. Lancelot responded with a smirk. There is no way that he would accept the outcome of a trial that was held locally in Crawl Marine. A territorial trial in Branchia is not exactly the standard of justice. What if we threaten him about his relationship with his sister? Galfredic suggested. The only thing we have is a letter, and all those involved in the matter are dead except Baron Ryward. It might have a huge impact on Crawl Marine, but it wouldn't act as a deadly weapon against Baron Ryward. Moreover, Lancelot paused. He continued while tapping on his longsword with a cold smile. In the end, knights like us end up resolving the situation with this, right? As long as we win the war, no one will care about the truth. That's right. Galfredic laughed. Eugene, who had been listening in silence, asked, where does the Ryward barony stand in Branchia? First of all, the Baron himself is considered one of the top 10 knights in Branchia. His influence is quite large, and although it is only a barony, it could be considered superior to Crawl Marine in many ways. Lancelot explained. I see. And what if I defeat him? Eugene asked. Then you will become famous throughout Branchia in a heartbeat. Even those who claim themselves to be kings will notice you, Sir Eugene. They will either be wary or they will try to win you over, Lancelot answered. There's our answer, then. The cruel marine county is ours to protect in the first place, Eugene coldly answered. Lancelot grinned. I knew it. Then we will need to gather troops as well. We should head back to Mungard and... Eugene interrupted. Why would we need to collect troops? Weren't you planning on going to war? Lancelot asked. Eugene looked down at the men and women of Cruel Marine, who were having a meat party among themselves in the castle's courtyard. Before responding, they fight well. Well, that may be true, but we would be outnumbered. Baron Ryward is a very skilled knight, and he is a capable tactician as well. I am sure that they will be well prepared for war, Lancelot said. But most of them will be mercenaries, right? And the Baron will be coming here personally. How long will it take? A month at the earliest. Eugene responded. That seems likely, Lancelot agreed. Then we will fight with mobility, Eugene responded. Tell them to stop shoveling food and to come up. And Lancelot, I'll need you to head to Mungard. Eugene continued. To hire mercenaries? Lancelot asked. No. I'm going to arm them properly, Eugene responded. Perhaps. That's right. Don't worry about the price. However, I want it to be the best that you can get in Branchia, Eugene said. Ha ha. I understand, Lancelot responded with a chuckle. Technically, the Beowulf warriors were also mercenaries, but Eugene was planning to equip them with proper armor. As expected, Eugene's generosity with spending could not be matched by any other nobles. ****. Eugene revised his plan to immediately head to the Battler Duchy. Instead, he decided to stay in Cruel Marine Castle in the meantime. Although he had Mungard's cooperation, the Cruel Marine territory was his first true ally since Luke became the Count. Moreover, Eugene was on an expedition. He welcomed those who were in a hurry to be killed by him, and it was even better if his enemies were rather famous and strong. But I shouldn't let my guard down. After all, he's called a sword master. Eugene checked his plan one more time while washing himself. First, he needed to arm the Beowulf warriors, even though they liked fighting in their birthday suits. Beowulf warriors had a tendency to be overconfident in their bodies. It was true that they wouldn't suffer injuries unless they were pitted against a skilled opponent, and that they would recover from most injuries thanks to their monstrous recovery speed. But the Beowulf warriors had changed their minds after fighting against the Central Church's army. They had come to realize how threatening knights could be when they were armed with plate armor and weapons laced with silver. Although nobody ever tried to arm the Beowulf warriors. Who would be foolish enough to arm mercenaries for hire? Moreover, hiring Beowulf warriors alone would increase the cost by several times. There weren't any nobles in Branchia who would attempt to do such a foolish thing. But Eugene was different. He knew that a bigger prize was awaiting him when he fought, won, and conquered. He didn't even need to worry about the cost of properly arming the Beowulf warriors. After all, if doing such a thing would elevate their overall power, it would make it easier for him to conquer Branchia in the end. Key tilde twinkle twinkle golden castle tilde how I wonder what you are tilde best in the world, that's what you are tilde castle filled with diamonds and rubies tilde our Sir Eugene is the greatest of all tilde keek. You're too noisy. The spirit was humming a bizarre song while floating in the water-filled bathtub. Her tune was disturbed by a well-placed flick to her forehead, and she responded with a gloomy expression. Oh, what's the matter? I'm going to hire a minstrel in the future to spread the legend of your lordship and myself. Stop your nonsense and wash my back, Eugene said. Lap. Myrian fluttered up and started to thoroughly wash Eugene's back with her spits and shits. It was a little unpleasant at first, but it felt rather refreshing except for the sounds she made. Ah, by the way, sir. These little itty tattoos. There's only 7 of them left now, Myrian commented. Is that so? Eugene said. 5 of the initial 12 tattoos had completely disappeared. Eugene would gain a new ability with the disappearance of each tattoo, and all of them had been greatly helpful. Black scales, camouflage, transformation, language interpretation, and the most recent, Berserker. I shouldn't use Berserker if I can help it. It was a tremendous ability that amplified all of his abilities for a few minutes, but the drawback of exhausting all of his energy afterward was too great. It was an ability best left reserved for desperate moments. But as the tattoos disappear, I'm regaining a vampire's unique abilities. At first, he gained the ability to handle fear, and from then, he was becoming more and more capable. Most recently, he gained the ability to charm others. No, rather than gaining, he was awakening his original abilities. Eugene was certain that it had everything to do with the disappearing tattoos. The tattoos must be a kind of seal. And those who placed this seal on me. The image of the 3 figures was becoming clearer with each red mana stone that Eugene consumed. Eugene was somewhat certain that the 3 figures had been the ones responsible for the seal. He had a good reason to believe so. It wasn't that I saw them when I was young. No, I was looking up at them while I'm on the ground. Eugene recently realized that their smiles had been definite sneers. I was most likely beaten by the 3 of them. But why? It would have been easier for them to have killed him, so why did they leave him alive with a seal? Moreover, when and where had everything happened? The only thing I know for sure is that I need to get rid of all the tattoos. There were still 7 tattoos left, and fortunately, there were many evil lands in Branchia. Of course, monsters possessing red mana stones were extremely rare, but at this rate, he was certain that he could remove all the tattoos in 1 year at the earliest, and 2 to 3 years at the latest. Then we will have to continue conquering Branchia, Eugene said. Of course, of course. You're going to be a real king now. The Demon King. The Emperor. The spirit of desire laughed frivolously as if Eugene was already the king of Branchia. Eugene considered shattering her expectations but stopped himself from doing so. He didn't want to disappoint her this early, and his ultimate goal was something that was much greater than becoming the king of Branchia. ******. What is all this? Your armor. Oh. Wolfgang and the Beowulf warriors exclaimed after receiving wolf-shaped helmets and sets of platecoats. Others might have rejected the armor out of pride, but the Perseus Beowulfs thought differently after facing the knights from the continent. They had experienced how difficult it was to fight against enemies clad in solid armor. It's not as good as our armor, but it will block most arrows, spears, and blades, Eugene said. Thank you for this, Dark Lord. Wow. I can't believe I am wearing such high-end armor. The materials of the armor and their polish weren't very good, but they had been made with consideration to the size of the Beowulf warriors. The armors were very large, and the thickness of the iron plates used in them was almost double the size of regular armor, so they had been very expensive. You will have to make good use of them. I will charge you all later, Eugene said. Good. Of course. Ah, by the way, are we setting off soon? Who are we up against? Wolfgang asked. The Ryward Barony. Have you heard of it? Eugene asked. The half-orc sword master. I heard that he's quite strong, Wolfgang answered. It appeared that the title of a sword master wasn't just for show, since the name of their opponent was enough to cause the Beowulfs to buzz. I heard he cut off the heads of the church knights from the continent, right? Oh, that's right. I heard that he reaped quite a harvest from the armor and weapons of those knights. He got himself a lot of slaves as well. Damn it, we should have made them into slaves instead of killing them all. What would you have done with them when you can't even communicate with them? Besides, they would have done nothing but waste our food. Food. I suddenly want to eat meat. Me too. Should we go to marine forest and catch some deer? Wait. Did you say slaves? Eugene asked after stopping the Beowulfs in their tracks. That's right. They say he took quite a few prisoners and made them into slaves. Well, it's not like the continental humans are going to come all this way to pay their ransoms, Wolfgang responded. Eugene turned his head. Lancelot. If they managed to reach all the way to the Ryward barony during the crusade, wouldn't they have been quite skilled? Most likely. There is a high chance that they were part of the first expedition. I heard that the first expedition force consisted of knights belonging to noble families of considerable status and reputation in each kingdom, Lancelot answered. So there must have been holy knights as well? Eugene asked. Probably, although they wouldn't have necessarily belonged to the Kyler kingdom, Lancelot replied. Eugene fell into contemplation. From his experiences during his current and previous life, Eugene came to the conclusion that among all the kingdoms, the Kyler kingdom was the most hostile towards other races. Although other countries weren't necessarily accepting of other races, their treatment of the other races wasn't bad as the Kyler kingdom. However, the Kyler kingdom hadn't always been a place that was hostile toward other races. The current king and his backer, the church's cardinal, had manipulated things behind the scenes over time. In the first place, only the central church of the Kyler kingdom serves Gain as its sole god. The churches of other nations recognized other gods besides Gain. Even the Holy Empire, which was a theocracy, recognized Gain and two other gods as the three supreme deities. So what if Baron Ryward's slaves weren't from the kingdom of Kyler? Galfredic, Lancelot, Eugene called out. Yes, the two knights responded. Eugene gave a meaningful smile before continuing. It seems that it won't just be the Ryward barony that we'll take from this war. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Galfredic, Lancelot, and Partic's group quietly departed from Cruel Marine Castle. Galfredic was rather disappointed that he could not participate in a real battlefield, but he understood that successfully carrying out his mission was of utmost importance. As such, he followed Eugene's orders without saying anything. Fighting and killing weren't the only ways to win a battle. Strategies and tactics needed to be employed in a flexible manner according to each situation as well. Moreover, Galfredic's skills as a tactician were on par with his skills as a warrior. After the 5 people left, Luke ordered all the vassals of the Cruel Marine territory to rally. The nobles knew that Luke was being supported by a high-ranking noble vampire and a horde of Beowulf warriors, so they quickly responded to his call. They knew that they would have to serve the new count for at least 20 more years, and the best way to show their loyalty was to quickly respond to his call. 5 days later, the 8 knights, although it was a little embarrassing to call them as such, and more than 200 soldiers stood tall under the flag of Cruel Marine. Marindolf of Patos, my lord. Lead man of Penzl. I will dedicate my life to your lordship and Cruel Marine. The vassals fought to introduce themselves and prove their undying loyalty to Luke. However, although their words were grand and their voices were loud, it was clear from their expressions that they were extremely anxious. They had gathered their troops to prove their loyalty, but they were well aware of Baron Ryward's strength and how many troops he had under his command. What happens to us if the Count dies? If it's that big, half-orc sword master, he wouldn't even consider taking us prisoner for ransom. Surely, he wouldn't kill all of us, would he? Maybe I should run when I have the chance. Luke was furious when he saw the lamenting faces and anxious eyes of the vassals. However, he was now the Count of Cruel Marine. In addition, his celebrated master was watching right behind him. I would like to express my deepest appreciation for your honorable decisions, Luke said. It's my greatest honor. I am simply honoring a knight's duty, my lord. The words of the nobles were completely contradictory to their expressions. Luke suppressed his boiling anger and responded, I am touched that all of you are so eager. If I could do as I wished, I would have placed all of you in the vanguard. His fury blazed even brighter after seeing the evident shock in the nobles' faces. However, I know that everyone has been suffering because of the recent, vicious war caused by the continent's church. As such, I decided on a siege defense, Luke declared. Oh. The expressions of the vassals finally loosened. It was an obvious decision since defending against a siege was much easier than a head-on battle on the plains. Moreover, the enemies would outnumber them by 2 or 3 times there. A negotiation was an option depending on the situation, and if the situation became extremely disadvantageous, it will be easier to turn our backs. The vassals shared similar thoughts, although they spoke of loyalty and bravery amidst the brightened atmosphere. Eugene stepped up. Sirs, you don't have to fight. Just make sure to defend the castle. What? The vassals were baffled by the vampire noble's words. The vampire had been mostly responsible for the naming of the new count, and he possessed terrifying skills as well. They wondered what he was planning. Literally. Don't try to crawl out of the castle. Stay where you are. If you try anything else. Eugene paused and glanced back. The vassals naturally followed his gaze as if they were bewitched. The Beowulf warriors grinned, revealing their sharp fangs. They were armed with armor and wolf-shaped helmets. Hayek. Some of the vassals fell onto their buttocks with frightened shouts, and Eugene inched closer to the vassals before continuing in a cold voice. Disobeying orders will result in immediate judgment. The death penalty. Make sure you don't forget. Why yes, sir. The vassals finally realized the truth. It was meaningless for them to declare their loyalty to the young count. The real authority here was the noble vampire, who had the power to move the dirty, mean Beowulf warriors with nothing but a wink. Asterisk. A willow. The people of Cruel Marine cheered for the troops and the Beowulf warriors. A new count had taken the place of their original lord after he was beheaded on the count of murdering his own father and a knight, but the residents of the territory didn't particularly care. It was all because the nobles had strongly emphasized the legitimacy of the new count, and they were also too busy living their own lives and making ends meet to actually care. Moreover, the people were mostly simple and ignorant. They liked Luke, who looked much more reliable and handsome than the previous count. In particular, they were exhilarated that the mean, evil dogs of Perseus were marching behind the new count. Long live the Lord! Cruel Marine will win! Hooray! Hooray for the handsome count! Several Beowulfs grumbled after hearing the residents' cheers. This makes it seem like we are subordinates of the count. Well, that's not exactly wrong, is it? The Dark Lord stands behind the count, and we were hired by the Dark Lord. Well, I guess that's true. In fact, the Beowulfs were quite satisfied with the current situation. It had been common for them to go on 4 days without food when they lived in the mountains, but ever since they were hired by Eugene, they had been able to hold a feast of meat every day. In addition, their employer was quite friendly toward them, and he even recently gifted them precious armor. Eugene, the Dark Lord, was the best employer they could ask for. But we're not going to Pato's castle. Yes. Only Mr. Wolfgang and a few of the boys are going. To escort the count. Then what about us? The Beowulfs whispered. Despite all the cheering, Eugene heard the murmurs of the Beowulfs and turned his head. You. No, us, we will do what we do best, Eugene said. What we do best? And what is that? One of the Beowulfs asked. Vampires and Beowulfs were originally of the same blood. One was known for their craftiness, and the other was known for their persistence. In a war where 2 races joined their forces without having to care about chivalry and honor, there was only one possible outcome. Eugene smiled coldly before voicing the answer. An ambush. A surprise attack. Balin Forest. Eugene asked. Yes, Master. Assuming that Baron Raiwad's forces are trying to take over Patos, the route through Balin Forest is the fastest, Luke answered. The two were left alone after sending away the vassals. Luke continued and advised Eugene. The forest is deep and wide. It will be hard to tell where they will be coming from. However, I believe that we will be able to quickly identify and deal with them appropriately if we make use of your authority and the Beowulf's abilities. I see. By the way, it seems like you've changed. You are full of confidence now. You're finally starting to seem like a real Count, Eugene teased. That's right. You're acting kind of arrogant, aide number 2. HMPH. Myrian said after taking a seat on Luke's head. Why you flatter me? Luke jumped back with surprise before bowing. Do you know who I am? I was with your master when he killed the monsters. We took a bath together. I even crawled into the water dragon's asshole and... Geek. Eugene gave a rare smile and pretended to stroke Luke's head while flicking the spirit with his finger. It's a good thing. A count should display at least that much confidence, Eugene said. Thank you, Master, Luke answered with a blush. Even his ears were colored pink. Eugene patted Luke on the shoulder a few times before looking down at the map once again. Balin Forest. Since he's supposed to be short-tempered, there is a high possibility that he might try to cross the forest. But just in case, we should send some warriors to the detour as well, Eugene said. Yes. We can station some of the quick, persistent warriors to wait for a few days to observe the situation, Luke responded. Good. Then lead the vassals to Patos. I will have Wolfgang and some of the warriors escort you, so don't worry. When I contact you, bring the vassals and join forces with me right away. Eugene ordered. Yes. I will follow your orders, Master, Luke answered. Master is the truth, he is the light. I will do anything he asks of me. Although he was now a count, Luke's eyes still glimmered with awe when he looked at Eugene. Asterisk. You dim-witted bastards. Baron Raiwad shouted in anger. The mercenary captains were gathered in his tent, and they shrank back in the face of his wrath. The Baron roared with fury as if he was ready to pull out his blade at a moment's notice. You can't even travel 30 kilometers in half a day. Are you really warriors? Even donkeys would be faster than you bastards. I apologize, my lord. Please forgive us. The road is very rough, and the men are exhausted. It is much too difficult to keep up with your lordship and the other knights. The mercenary captains busily made excuses while bowing. You. Baron Raiwad called out after turning his fiery gaze. Why yes, my lord, the leader of the military depot accompanying the army answered while shrinking back. Starting today, you will not sell alcohol and whores to the mercenaries. My orders will remain effective until we reach the Cruel Marine territory, Baron Raiwad said. As you wish, the merchant answered. My lord. The men's morale will then start walking more than a mere 30 kilometers in a day. At this pace, we will arrive after the new count dies of old age. The mercenary captains dropped their heads. Damn it. He still has that dog's heat temper. Fuck. That's why they said we would be treated like shit if we sided with Baron Half-Orc. Even so, they could not resist the promise of silver from the continent and permission to loot freely. Moreover, if Baron Raiwad successfully conquered the Cruel Marine territory, he would quickly emerge as the most powerful force in southeastern Branchia. He would come to play a pivotal role in one of the powers gunning for the nation's throne, or perhaps he could even aim for the throne himself. It would be great if the Orc Baron took control of the south. He couldn't possibly manage all that land by himself. He might even entrust some land to us. We might even make it all the way to Mungard. The mercenary captains dreamt of their respective rosy futures while groveling in front of Baron Raiwad. If you don't like my orders, then feel free to leave, or pelt those bastards under you. We will reach Dilotan by tomorrow. No exceptions, Baron Ryward shouted. Yes, my lord, the mercenary captains answered. Now, get out. Baron Ryward hollered. Yes. The mercenary captains answered before swarming out of the tent. Once they left, slaves rushed to Baron Ryward's side and removed his armor before carefully wiping his body with wet towels. Meanwhile, Baron Ryward observed the map laid out on a simple table. Sirs. Baron Ryward called out. Yes, my lord, the nobles and knights of the barony answered. Tell me. If you were knights of the Cruel Marine territory, where would you form a line of defense? Don't hesitate to voice your opinion, Baron Ryward said. Baron Ryward was almost unparalleled in Branchiar when it came to his skills with the blade, but he wasn't actually a good tactician. Nevertheless, he was known as a good tactician because he had always listened to the opinions of his knights. As a result, Baron Ryward had won several battles and became known as an outstanding tactician. If I were a knight of Cruel Marine, I would focus on Penzil or here, Patos Castle. I agree with Sir Deverson. And what if you had to choose between the two? Baron Ryward asked once more. I would have to say Patos. Of all the castles located in the Cruel Marine territory, Patos is located in the most strategic location and will be the most difficult to siege. Patos. Good. Then we will attack there first. We will overwhelm them with force if the enemy focuses their forces there, and if they don't, we will use it as a supply base after we take it over, Baron Ryward said. How wise. As expected, you are the only knight worthy of taking control of Branchiar, my lord. Ha ha ha. It was a basic tactic that anyone with some experience could come up with, but the knights spared no praise for Baron Ryward. Baron Ryward was very pleased and laughed before raising his voice with satisfaction. Good. We will take the shortest route to Patos. Yes, my lord. The knights answered. They were excited at the thought of war. Although they occasionally participated in evil land subjugations and bandit suppressions, such things were no match for the thrill of war. One of the knights, a man who was born near Cruel Marine, carefully scrutinized the map before speaking carefully. My lord. What's wrong? Baron Ryward answered. The shortest route to Patos involves crossing Balin Forest, the knight said. And? Baron Ryward answered. If the enemy sets up an ambush in the forest, we could suffer a serious blow. Why don't we take a detour? The knight suggested. Is the forest huge? Baron Ryward asked. Yes. It is quite large. It's been known to house quite a few roamers and predators since ancient times, the knight answered. Then we will pass through it. Baron Ryward gave his decision. What? Baron Ryward clicked his tongue. TSK. Think about it. If the forest is as wide and as deep as you say, do you really think that the enemy could figure out exactly which path we are going to take to cross the forest? Moreover, he's a self-proclaimed knight from the continent. He would never even think of setting up an ambush. All those jackasses from the continent are obsessed with shit like honor and chivalry. Just as the Baron said, the knights from the continent had suffered many losses in the previous war, sometimes even when they had the advantage, because they had been consumed by honor and chivalry. But since he is a member of the Dark Clan, we can't say things for sure. Master Pythagoras and a portion of the troops will take a detour along with the depot. It will be troublesome if we run into a problem with our supplies even before we take over Patos, Baron Ryward declared. Yes, the knights answered. Since it was a large army with nearly 600 soldiers, it would be a struggle to feed them all for a day even if they looted a single village. As such, Baron Ryward made the right decision. He knew that the army would not last even 10 days if he failed to protect the depot, which consisted of 30 carts and almost 100 workers. However, the problem was that even an exemplary decision was sometimes subject to failure. ******. After parting ways with Luke and the soldiers of the Crawl Marine territory, Eugene sent some of the Beowulf warriors to the detour and headed into Balin Forest with the rest. Afterward, he arranged the warriors in pairs at intervals of several hundred meters. The Beowulf warriors were extremely agile, and they possessed excellent eyesight and hearing. No matter where the enemy was spotted, they could easily gather at a set point in less than 20 minutes. Remember, as soon as you spot them, go deeper into the forest. Identify their route of travel. Then, when there are no more than 50 enemies, attack immediately. As for how, Eugene asked them. As fast and as furious as possible. Cura. The Beowulfs laughed with satisfaction. They were fully confident in acting according to such a tactic. Moreover, Balin Forest had been without human presence for a long time and was filled to the brim with meat. With permission from the forest's owner, Luke, they could hunt and eat as much as they wanted. The half-orc Baron. I hope he comes a little later. That's right. Salted meat is good, but freshly caught deer and wild boar are truly the best. Shall we have a meal first? I'm hungry. You too. Hey, me too. Geek. Look at those dog-pig bastards. They're trying to eat again. Myrian shouted. Hey, eat the dried meat I gave you first. After the battle, I will treat you to a meat party. Eugene commented. Keen. The Beowulf warriors became sullen and returned to their respective positions. 3 days soon passed. Asterisk. Caw. Caw. The ominous cries of crows resonated as 500 troops separated into about 10 groups and walked through the unbroken forest. They couldn't exercise proper formations due to the dense, thick bushes, but they had formed long lines which allowed them to defend against attacks from predators or monsters without losing their way. Damn it! I can't believe how slow they are. Baron Ryward turned his head irritably and shouted. He stood at the forefront of the army. What's the distance between us and the rear of the army? We must keep it less than 500 meters, Baron Ryward asked. I am not sure. Then go and find out. Baron Ryward shouted. His path had been clear of any beasts or rumors, and there had been no signs of any human presence even now. However, Baron Ryward was never the type to let his guard down. Rather, it annoyed him that most of his troops were mercenaries with no military discipline. Most of them had experienced the crusade and were quite skilled, but they devolved into a mess when they were resting or traveling. I could at least beat them into obedience if they were serfs. TSK, just what you might expect from mercenaries. Serfs were easy to control, but they were quite useless in combat. By comparison, mercenaries were more skilled. As such, Baron Ryward forcefully suppressed his anger and glared at the group of mercenaries, who were trudging along in groups of dozens. It was then. Kiwug. A series of screams began to echo from the rear of the army. Is it an ambush? Damn it! The mercenaries became disoriented by the sudden turn of events, but Baron Ryward quickly turned his horse toward the direction of the screams without hesitation. Move. Get out of my way. Move, you dimwits. Baron Ryward shouted. However, he couldn't easily navigate through the blockade of large trees and the disorganized mercenaries. Moreover, due to the uneven paths, it turned out that the line of troops was longer than he had expected. As he headed further back, he realized that the mercenaries were clumped together because of the unexpected, unidentified attack. Who is the enemy? Humans. No, monsters. I can't see them from here. What are you doing? Go help them. Some were hurriedly looking around with their weapons, some were hurriedly climbing trees, and others were running toward the rear to help their comrades. It was a mess. You fucking fools. In the end, Baron Ryward and his knights finally reached the rear of the army after traveling nearly a kilometer. But a few minutes had already passed since the beginning of the screams. Around 50 mercenaries were found dead. They had been marching a little too far from the main army. However, Baron Ryward noted a peculiar fact. The mercenaries hadn't been killed by ordinary weapons such as spears and blades. Rather, some of them had their heads removed from their shoulders and vanished, some had their armors ripped to shreds, and some of them had their limbs torn off. Monsters. KUGH. Only monsters would do such a thing. The knights hurriedly looked around, and Baron Ryward spoke in a bloodthirsty voice. Monsters or not, they aren't ordinary. I don't see a single corpse belonging to the enemy. Hoot. The knights froze at his words. As the Baron said, all of the corpses belonged to the hired mercenaries. Any sign of the attackers? Baron Ryward asked. Well. They seem to have scattered in all directions, one of the knights responded. What? Baron Ryward said. His voice and gaze contained the full force of orc royalty. The knight flinched before responding, about 10 of them. Based on the traces they left behind, they seemed to be intermediate rank monsters. But they didn't flock. Instead, they fled individually. As such, I think it is going to be quite difficult tracking them down. Motherfucker! Baron Ryward's furious shout resonated through the forest. But then... Ugh! Kiwug! Screams began to resound from the front of the army. What the fuck? Baron Ryward roared before turning his horse once more. His copper face was red with shock and anger. Meanwhile, the Origin Vampire and the other Beowulf fighters excitedly slaughtered the leading mercenaries during the knight's absence. Cure. I will kill you all. Baron Ryward burst into an unfathomable rage after discovering the bodies of the slaughtered mercenaries. It was then. Warg. It's the enemy. The rear of the army was once again attacked by unidentified enemies. Ha ha. It seems like Baron Half-Orc is very angry. He should have known better than to crawl into the woods and move separately from the others. How stupid. It seems that even a swordmaster's army is no big deal. About a dozen Beowulf warriors chuckled all together. They had just stormed through the rear of Baron Ryward's army and killed heaps of mercenaries before making their escape, and now they were situated on treetops located hundreds of meters from the enemies. Anyway, thanks to the armor that the Dark Lord gave me, I'm not injured at all. What about the rest of you? This is definitely something, alright. It feels a bit clunky when I move, but it deflected all the spears, swords, and axes. You allowed yourself to be hit by those weaklings. You mutt, I would cut off my tail in shame if I were you. Oh, that's too much. Hey, don't you suddenly have a craving for meat? That's true. It must be because of how vigorously I was moving. I do feel hungry. Tui. 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 Ka. The Beowulf warriors took off their helmets and rubbed their eyes as the conversation started to veer off topic. They began hurriedly looking around with astonished expressions. He said that we would get water in our eyes if we messed around. It looks like he wasn't lying. Can the Dark Lord use magic as well? The Little Fangs have natural talent in magic, right? The Beowulfs expressed their astonishment after discovering another interesting fact about Eugene. However, they had never imagined that the water magic was in fact the water spirit's sputum. The Beowulfs started climbing down from the trees. Looks like something's happening at the front of the army. Perfect timing. Ha ha. The Beowulf warriors revealed their fangs and laughed as the wind carried over human screams from afar. This was a forest, and a forest was an optimal battleground for Beowulfs and vampires, who possessed superior senses compared to humans. It might have been a different story if hundreds of humans were moving as a group, but long lines of soldiers standing in dozens could never hope to best vampires or Beowulfs in a forest. Moreover, it was even easier for ambushes to succeed when the enemies were without their knights. Now, everyone. Follow me and keep your senses sharp. We will attack once the knights get far enough. Got it? The same thing as last time. That's right. As fast and as furious as possible. Kawawawawawawawa. The Beowulfs growled softly before silently dashing through the forest. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Here they come. Eugene felt the approach of figures exuding a fear that was distinctly different from the Beowulfs. He pulled out his claws from the chest of a mercenary before shouting, "Break!" Quoo! The Beowulf warriors began running in all directions after successfully ripping apart more than 50 mercenaries in less than a minute. Eugene also chose a direction and charged into the forest like a beast. He was without his plate armor and weapons, and was only equipped with black scales and his claws. Over there. A beast. No, a monster. Several enemies roared after spotting Eugene and some of the Beowulfs retreating into the forest. However, none of the enemies were on horseback except the knights, and Eugene possessed the ability to camouflage as well as incredible speed. As such, they were unable to keep up with Eugene and the Beowulfs. Eugene widened the distance between himself and the enemies to more than a few hundred meters, then climbed up a tall tree like a squirrel. His skin had perfectly assimilated with the bark of the tree, so it would be impossible for the mercenaries to discover his presence. Myrian flew toward Eugene's tree with laboured flaps of her small wings. Ki tilde oh, I'm so tired. This is exhausting. Sir Tilda. Myrian shouted. What about the warriors at the rear? Eugene asked. They were starting to spout nonsense again, so I spat on them a few times to keep them focused, Myrian answered. I see. Good work, Eugene said. Kaya. The spirit's mouth widened into a smile. Eugene turned his gaze away from her and focused on his 5 senses. They are finally gathering together. He smacked his lips with regret. The remaining forces of Baron Raiwad's army were gathering together. Although a forest was a very advantageous terrain for vampires and Beowulfs, it would be difficult to attack when hundreds of enemies gathered into a single group. However, the operation could still be considered a great success since more than 100 people had been eliminated from the ambushes. Now, it was about time to retreat. But there's fewer troops than I was expecting. Huh. Eugene's eyes filled with shock as he reviewed the battles until now. He came to a realization that all of the humans he had encountered in the forest had been armed. Not a single one had been unarmed. The depot merchants aren't here. I didn't see any of their supplies either. It made no sense that hundreds of troops had made it thus far without the accompaniment of any supplies. In other words, the army's supply corps or depot merchants must be moving separately from Baron Raiwad's main army. Papat. Eugene leaped off the tree and ran toward the rendezvous. Ki. Sir. Wait for me, Tilda. Myrian shouted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Damn it, Baron Raiwad's breath condensed in the cold night air. Hundreds of torches drove the darkness away, and the sound of the troops marching cluttered the quiet forest. Baron Raiwad's army was currently crossing Balin Forest. It had been over 3 hours since the last attack, and they had been marching without rest or food. The attacks had stopped, but their pace decreased significantly after they gathered into one large group to prevent further ambushes. They didn't have to worry about getting lost at night thanks to mercenaries with good eyes and knowledge of the constellations, but at this pace, they wouldn't exit the forest until sunrise tomorrow. Excuse me, my lord. With all due respect, the troops are exhausted. Why don't we take a small break and allow them to eat? One of Baron Raiwad's knights spoke. Baron Raiwad fell into contemplation with a frown before nodding. 30 minutes. No more, no less. Have them eat the dried jerkies to take care of their hunger. Yes. Baron Raiwad's orders were quickly delivered to each unit, and the troops dropped flat on their spots. However, none of them were able to rest comfortably. The fear and the shock from the ambushes earlier in the day still lingered in their minds and hearts. As such, they continued to be wary of the forest's seemingly endless darkness. Enemies. Even a small rustle forced them to stand up and prepare for battle. They were resting, but it was exhausting. However, it wasn't as if they could set up camp. The forest wasn't suitable for a camp, and there was always the possibility of an enemy ambush. "Master, please have some water." Baron Ryward soothed his bitter heart by quenching his thirst from the pouch handed over to him by his aide. "Kugh. I can't believe that cruel marine hired Beowulfs," Baron Ryward muttered while gritting his teeth. After hearing the testimonies of the survivors and the witnesses, it became clear to Baron Ryward that the attackers had been the Perseus Beowulfs, who had ties to the cruel marine territory. It's definitely strange. How could they have afforded them? There were at least 10 of them. It must have cost at least 100,000 sellings to hire them all, one of the knights responded. That's true. Moreover, the Beowulfs had a falling out with the cruel marine territory after a huge incident last year, right? This is quite strange. Another knight chimed in. That's not what's important right now. What's important is that even now, they must be watching us from somewhere. But if they dare to show themselves again, they won't be able to escape. It's a good thing we brought the silver arrows and the weapons we seized from the Continental Knights. The knights spoke with confidence, and the basis of their confidence was exactly why the Beowulfs were reluctant to face the knights of the Ryward territory. The knights were armed with the weapons they had seized from the Continental Knights during the crusade, and as native Branchians, they were knowledgeable in ways to effectively fight against other races. The Beowulfs would have the advantage in small-scale skirmishes, but faced with a group of hundreds, they would become surrounded and annihilated. If I knew this would happen, I should have asked Master Pythagoras to accompany us, Baron Ryward said. As the sage of Mount Robtimo, Pythagoras was a druid with talent in controlling animals. Moreover, he knew how to use magic to see through the darkness to track down beings with mana stones. Most importantly, he had the ability to curse any living beings, including humans. Even if it lasted for only a short time, Pythagoras could transform a regular human into a mouse or toad. Things would have gone differently if Master Pythagoras had been with us. However, someone had to escort the supply depot. That's right. As a respected druid, Master Pythagoras is the only other figure capable of managing the uncivilized mercenaries besides yourself, my lord, the knights commented. Phew. It is as you say, sirs. We will exit the forest by tomorrow morning and meet with the supply. Hugh. Baron Ryward sprang to his feet and gasped. What's wrong, my lord? The knights became puzzled. Baron Ryward gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Damn it. My lord. One of the knights called out. Get up. Get everyone ready to resume marching right now. We must exit this fucking forest as fast as possible. Get ready to run. Fuck the formation. The Baron roared, and the knights and mercenaries came rushing over with surprise. My lord. They haven't even rested for 10 minutes yet. What about the Beowulfs? If we don't maintain proper formation at night, they could. The knights and mercenary captains shouted. Do you have goblin dicks for brains, you fucking bastards? Baron Ryward roared while unleashing his fear. Hayek. He continued to shout. Don't you see why those bastards aren't attacking us anymore? They're already out of the forest. They must have realized that the merchants and the supply corps are moving separately from us. What? We must hurry. Chaos ensued in an instant, and the soldiers were forced into a race for their lives. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is there a bastard talking shit about me? Why are my ears so itchy? One of the Beowulf warriors following behind Cillian muttered while scratching his ears with his sharp nails. It might be because we haven't had meat in a while, one of the other Beowulfs commented. Is it? I could kill for some meat right now. The warriors exited the dim, moonlit forest while naturally returning to conversations about meat. Although they were similar to horses in speed, the Beowulfs possessed better endurance. There was no possibility that Baron Ryward's army could catch up with them any time soon. Keep it up. We will arrive in just a few more hours, Eugene said after looking back. Got it. The Beowulfs answered vigorously. As Baron Ryward suspected, Eugene had exited the forest immediately after their last attack and started heading toward Patos. To be exact, they were on their way to meet up with the other Beowulf warriors who had been stationed at the detour. I instructed them to figure out the enemy's route and not to rush into an attack, but I have a bad feeling about this. Having proper escorts for supply units was the basics of military tactics. Considering that Baron Ryward was fairly well known in Branchia for his might and strategies, there was no way that he would leave the supply units unguarded. But obviously, the guards would number less than the main force. Eugene was worried that the Beowulfs would have attacked hastily to achieve glory. Ha! Dark Lord, over there, one of the warriors shouted. Eugene's gaze penetrated into the darkness of a small forest located hundreds of meters away. The grove was located only a few dozen meters from the road, making it the perfect place to plan an ambush. Even Eugene would have chosen to hide there to observe the enemy's movements. It smells like blood. Blood of our brothers and sisters. The warriors shouted and shot past Cillian as they neared the small forest. After a short while, Eugene also arrived in front of the forest. He frowned. There weren't any bodies, but blood, flesh, and fur were scattered all over the meadow. Anyone could see that a fierce battle had taken place. There's no one in the forest. Damn it. The Beowulfs searched the forest before returning. They could not hide their anxiety and worries. Did our brothers and sisters die? Wolfgang, you bastard. At least leave your nails behind if you're going to die. Incompetent pieces of shit. Eugene dismounted from Cillian and carefully examined the scene of battle. Myrian flew over and exclaimed, Sir, sir. I can smell mana. Smell mana? Eugene asked. That's right. The smell of magic. It's a little different from our raccoon, but it smells very similar. Myrian shouted. Eugene finally understood. The Beowulf warriors were strong enough to easily defeat a dozen mercenaries alone, but they were nowhere to be seen. The wizards of Branchia were famous for using mysterious magic unique from the continental wizards. They were known as druids. It appears that Baron Ryward hired a druid, Eugene muttered. Things wouldn't always work out perfectly. The more I look at it, the stranger it is. No, should I call it gold instead? Druid Pythagoras muttered while closely examining a plate coat of the Beowulfs, which were 2 or 3 times bigger than regular plate coats. He nodded. The outer leather was high quality, and the iron plate fixed inside of the armor was adept smelted as well. In addition, the iron plates were 2 or 3 times as thick as regular armor. It seemed unlikely that an ordinary weapon could possibly penetrate the sturdy armor. It was without doubt that an equivalent number of heavy cavalry would struggle against Beowulf warriors equipped with such armor. So, the high-ranking member of the Dark Clan who gave you this is very rich? Pythagoras asked. That's what we heard. Apparently, he has his own territory in the continent and a silver mine as well. And the port cities of the continent just gave him these things. His armor was very nice as well. The mayor of one of the cities gave it to him as a present. Excuse me, Mr. Druid, but could you untie us? It hurts a little. We won't run away, so release us. Please? I swear it on the honor of a Big Fang warrior. The Beowulfs turned their heads and responded before imploring him. They were walking beside Pythagoras' steed. The Beowulfs were in their human forms, and thin, silver wires were wrapped around their necks and wrists. The wire possessed terrifying magic that inflicted burning pain when the Beowulfs were in their beastly forms, although it only stung slightly when they were human. I believe in your words, but the mercenaries will become nervous. Besides, you already killed more than 10 of them during the attack. You should be grateful that I'm showing mercy, Pythagoras answered. The mercenaries were glaring at the Beowulfs right behind them. They were poised to unsheath their weapons and behead the Beowulfs at a moment's notice. If we knew that you were here, we would have never done such a thing. Ah, by the way, we'll receive a scolding from the Dark Lord. You'd be lucky if it ended with just a scolding. He might beat us up like last time. Damn it. He only hits where it hurts, the Beowulfs whispered to themselves. The one who hired you is that skilled? Pythagoras asked. Oh, of course. We are going to be completely pummeled, one of the warriors responded. The Beowulfs proceeded to excitedly explain their history with Eugene, and Pythagoras listened with interest. The atmosphere wasn't befitting that of a captor and his prisoners, but it was due to the position that druids held in Branchia. Druids were faithful priests, scholars with great knowledge, and respected doctors who treated anyone regardless of race. As such, not only the nobility, but even the king could treat druids recklessly. Huh. How amazing. From what you've been saying, it's as if the Night King has descended once more. Pythagoras was sincerely impressed after hearing the Beowulf stories about Eugene. I don't know about the Night King, but he is stupidly strong. But Mr. Pythagoras, are you really going to fight against the Dark Lord? One of the Beowulfs asked. Well, I was asked by Lord Ryward. But it would be such a waste to dissect such a great figure. Ah, since he's rich and strong, perhaps I could get him to bring me another vampire instead, Pythagoras answered. Ah, it should be possible. Now that I think about it, the Dark Knight said that the Dark Lord has a hired wizard from the continent. I heard they've been together for quite a while, the Beowulf warrior stated. Hoo, is that true? The wizards of the continent tend to be proud and solitary, so they rarely ever form relationships with lords, Pythagoras responded. His gloomy eyes sparkled with curiosity. Well, I heard that the Dark Lord is really good at procuring monster byproducts for the wizard. Griffins, a wyvern. He even killed a water dragon not too long ago, the Beowulf warrior mumbled. What? A wyvern and a water dragon? Pythagoras shouted. He was shocked. He was also a wizard, and he was greedy for precious materials and monster byproducts. The monsters that the Beowulf mentioned were incredibly tough and difficult to kill, even if they were just roamers. Moreover, although a druid was knowledgeable and powerful, their physique was no different from ordinary people. As such, it was impossible for them to kill an intermediate rank or a high rank monster by themselves. Now, this makes him even more tempting, Pythagoras whispered. There were plenty of skilled knights capable of defeating monsters and subjugating evil lands in Branchia as well, but most of the excellent knights were lords themselves or subordinates to powerful lords. In addition, powerful, outstanding knights tended to be more interested in wars rather than evil lands, so they rarely participated in hunting monsters. It was also possible to hire ordinary knights and mercenaries in large numbers, but druids lived in close harmony with nature, and as such, they couldn't afford the large sum of money necessary to hire them. However, Eugene often hunted monsters despite his status, and Pythagoras had no choice but to feel intrigued and attracted to him. Should I neutralize him with magic and then make a request? In any case, Lord Ryward said he would leave the member of the Dark Clan to me. A sudden curiosity struck Pythagoras as he planned ahead. By the way, what school does his hired wizard belong to? Do you know anything about it? Pythagoras asked. Atilda, what was it again? It was definitely the Blood Shadow School, the Beowulf warrior answered. Oh. Pythagoras' eyes widened. As an intellectual with a plethora of knowledge, he was also very informed about the different schools of magic on the continent. The Blood Shadow School consisted of experts in research regarding monsters and focus on creating chimeras. He was sure that they would possess knowledge that he didn't have. Good, good. I must suppress him and take him to Mount Optimo with the wizard. Ha ha ha. Pythagoras declared. He came to a conclusion. He would work the high-ranking noble vampire for a few years to procure materials that he needed. Baron Rywood's request had already disappeared from his mind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene worked Cillian until exhaustion before finally spotting a large group of people about 2 hours later. They were presumed to be the supply unit of Baron Rywood's army. The group had set up camp and formed a garrison around numerous carts as cover. The mercenaries were standing in pairs with torches in their hands. I can smell the stench of our brothers and sisters. Dark Lord, let's attack, the Beowulfs shouted. Despite being quite exhausted from the prolonged run, they were burning with desire. You said, there was a druid. Can you guys handle the druid? Eugene asked. Oh, right. Facing a druid might be, the Beowulfs awkwardly scratched their heads. They weren't necessarily afraid of druids. Of course, it would be difficult to face powerful spells and curses, but the point was that they were reluctant to turn their backs against a respected, admired species of Branchia. Druids. They don't fight if they get what they want. Eugene asked. That's right. We need to figure out what Baron Half-Orc offered the druid. Since they approached the druid first, we can't offer the exact same thing. We will have to offer something more to turn them to our side, a Beowulf answered. This is becoming complicated, Eugene stated. There's no helping it. If the Dark Lord wants a place in Branchia, you can't turn against the druids. If you do so, people will turn their backs on you, regardless of their race or status, the Beowulf answered. Sir. My seniors told me that druids can see spirits. I'm a little scared. Kiev and Myrian whispered with a frightened expression. Should I attempt to talk first? Or what if I just kill the druid and everyone else? Eugene felt tempted to just handle things with brute force. However, he soon shook his head. In doing so, he would risk losing the hearts of the Beowulf warriors. They would surely prove themselves useful in the future as well, so he could not afford to lose their trust in him. Eugene sat in contemplation for a while before suddenly raising his head. He could feel a strange, but powerful wave radiating from the enemy's camp. Sir. It's mana. The mana is trembling. Kiek. Myrian shouted with surprise before rushing into her leather pocket. Realizing that the druid had sensed their presence, Eugene clicked his tongue before taking Wolfslaughter and Madarazaka into his hands. Right now, it didn't matter if the Beowulfs respected druids. For now, he had to prepare for battle. The enemy's camp became quite noisy, and dozens of troops holding torches ran toward the place where Eugene and the Beowulfs were hiding. Kuhul. Our brothers and sisters are there too. Damn it. Prepare for battle, the Beowulfs shouted after catching a whiff of their captured brethren. They lowered their posture and prepared themselves for battle. Soon, the mercenaries flocked near Eugene's group and raised their weapons. You damned mutts. Did you come here to get your ass beaten? We'll capture you like your comrades and... The mercenaries started to shout. They felt reassured by the presence of a druid, but their voices quickly died down. They came to notice Eugene, who was armed in jet black plate armor, as well as an unusual short sword and a spear. Oh. As I expected, you came. Now. Come on, everyone, move out of the way, a gray-haired old man shouted while walking through the mercenaries. He was dressed in a ragged, brown leather robe. Eugene immediately recognized him as the druid that Baron Half-Orc had hired. The old man looked as healthy and strong as the mercenaries, and he wore a crown made of cow horns and a long, winding wooden staff. Are you the high-ranking member of the vampire nobility with your own territory and a silver mine in the kingdom of Kyla? The one who has the support of 2 port cities? Pythagoras asked in the language of the Kyla kingdom. Eugene was inwardly surprised at the old man's eloquence. He nodded. That's right. You know me very well. Where did you hear it from? Ha ha. The Beowulfs of Perseus told me, Pythagoras answered. Eugene felt completely disgruntled. Regardless of the druid's status, he couldn't believe that the Beowulfs had given all of his information to a potential enemy. Pythagoras grinned before he continued, as if reading Eugene's mind. They did worry after telling me that you might beat them up. However, don't be too harsh on them. Here in Branchia, everyone, regardless of race, must tell the truth in front of a druid. It wasn't a proud boasting, but rather the truth. Eugene nodded gently. I'll keep that in mind. By the way, it seems that you have some business with me, since you came forward like this. Am I right? He wasn't completely sure, but Eugene felt that the druid wasn't necessarily hostile toward him. As expected of the tribe of the darkness. You are quite wise. Oh, by the way, I am Pythagoras of Mount Optimo. What might your name be, noble of the dark clan? Pythagoras said. Eugene. Jan Eugene. Eugene responded. It sounds like an alias, but since you aren't Branchian, let's move on. Pythagoras nodded. He continued in Branchian. Jan Eugene, member of the race loved by the night. I have a simple proposal. If I win in a one-on-one battle against you, you will go to Mount Optimo with me and help me for the next 3 years. And if I win? Eugene asked. Then I will do whatever you want, Pythagoras answered. Let's do that, then. Eugene agreed to the request without hesitation. It seemed that the gods were looking after him. However, the mercenaries and the Beowulfs accompanying Pythagoras became flustered. Master Pythagoras. Then what about us? What if those damned mutts start attacking us? Master Pythagoras. If you do this, Lord Ryward will become very angry. The mercenaries begged Pythagoras with fear. However, Pythagoras was apathetic. That's none of my business. And if I deal with the member of the Dark Clan, Lord Ryward should somehow win the battle, right? If he can't even do that, then he isn't deserving of his title as a sword master. Even so. On the other side, the Beowulf warriors approached Eugene before speaking. Dark Lord. Don't you know the custom you must follow when fighting against a druid? Custom? What's that? Eugene asked. Oh. I knew it. This is driving me nuts. It's over. The Beowulfs started to beat their chests and sighed all together. Eugene frowned, and one of the warriors explained with another sigh. When facing a druid, you must allow them to strike the first blow in show of respect. But what kind of attack would a druid use? It would obviously be a spell or a curse. What? Eugene muttered. You can never attack first. If you break the custom and take the first blow, all Branchians will turn their backs on you. Obviously, we will as well. The Beowulf explained. Is he going to turn into a rat? A toad, perhaps. Since he's the Dark Lord, maybe a cute bat. You mean a snake, right? He's mean and sneaky. Sneaky, maybe. But mean. He's the Dark Lord. You need to describe him with dignity. What about vile? Maybe vicious. Wow, Tilda, I never expected you to know so many fancy words. The Beowulfs jumped from and to random topics in their conversations. Eugene felt dumbfounded. What in the world was this completely, utterly unreasonable custom? Wait a minute. Eugene's eyes glimmered with light as a sudden thought crossed his mind. At that moment, Pythagoras raised his wooden staff and spoke. Well, here I go. Power. His gaze deepened, and a dim light began curling around the bullhorn crown and the wooden staff. Wah! The Beowulfs hurriedly withdrew in surprise. Eugene stood tall, proudly facing the druid in battle. Spirits of mana. Those who bend the sky and the sea, mountains and fields, rivers and lakes, manifest your will through my words, the druid started muttering. The words were automatically deciphered to Eugene's understanding. If it wasn't for the damned custom, he would have been long dead by now. I would have slit his throat more than 10 times during his incantation. Everyone else was frightened by the druid's mantra, but Eugene felt bored as he waited for Pythagoras to finish his long chant. After about 10 more seconds, the druid finally finished. So I command you. Transform into the closest thing to your essence. Whoosh. The winding mana shot forth from the druid's staff like wave. Eugene focused his fear and raised his left arm to his chest. Clack. Clack. The Battler Dutch's magic shield responded to Eugene's will and quickly transformed into a large barrier measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. Whoosh. Clatter. The wave of mana collided with the shield, and a sound akin to glass breaking resounded. Simultaneously, the wave of mana transformed into a group of colorful lights before scattering around the shield and fading into nothingness. The magic shield was capable of blocking even the fear of an origin vampire. As such, it was close to impossible for it to be susceptible to a druid's magic and spells. What? However, Pythagoras was completely oblivious to this fact. As he shouted in disbelief, Eugene rushed at him while scattering crimson fear behind him. Oh, in the final few sentences of the previous chapter, Eugene said it appears that Baron Ryward hired a druid. Eugene muttered. So isn't this I said instead of you said? Shuak. Wolf Slaughter cut through the air and flew forward as if it wanted to mutilate everything in its path. Pythagoras came to see death for the first time in his life. Whoosh. However, Wolf Slaughter came to a stop right under his nose. Pythagoras stared at the deadly blade with his mouth agape. I won, Eugene stated. Pythagoras flinched, then stared into Eugene's red eyes before breathing a long sigh. I see. You won. I lost. The druid declared his defeat. Quoo. The faces of the mercenaries turned pale, and the Beowulf warriors roared with joy. Eugene turned to the mercenaries. Surrender. Or will you fight? He asked. The mercenaries looked alternatingly at Eugene and the Beowulf warriors before simultaneously throwing away their weapons. Surrender. We surrender. Sir. Please have mercy, the mercenaries shouted. Collect the weapons. Tie them all up. The supply depot. Take care of it, Eugene said. Got it, the Beowulfs answered. They had been anxious to beat and kill the mercenaries, so they felt disappointed at Eugene's orders. However, they faithfully followed the instructions of their employer. Baron Ryward's soldiers attempted to fight back, but eventually, the supply corps and the supply depot raised the white flag in less than 30 minutes. In the first place, it was impossible for regular soldiers to face the full force of heavily armed Beowulf warriors without the assistance of magic. I trust that you will keep your promise, Eugene said. Pythagoras was standing with a grim expression. The druid responded, I will. But what is it that you want from me? The same thing you wanted from me. Work by my side for 3 years, Eugene replied. Pythagoras' eyes filled with astonishment. He asked. By your side? Not under you, but by your side. As far as I know, there is no one in Branchia who can force druids to serve under them, Eugene responded. Ha! That is true, but aren't you from the continent? Moreover, you are a high-ranking noble of the Dark Clan, Pythagoras stated. I have a lot of work to do in Branchia, Eugene responded. Pythagoras examined Eugene with calm eyes for a moment before nodding. You want to unify Branchia? Are you after the throne? Pythagoras asked. The druid was quite perceptive, as expected of a wise sage. Eugene felt rather impressed that Pythagoras managed to almost see through his purpose in an instant. As such, he responded, Well, let's say it's something similar. Anyway, will you keep your promise? I like to be respected, and the best way to continue garnering the people's respect is to always keep my word, Pythagoras replied. He smacked his lips together regrettably, then continued solemnly. I swear before the spirits of Mana who bend the heavens and the seas, mountains and fields, rivers and lakes. I, Pythagoras of Mount Optimo, will stay by your side, Jan Eugene, for the next 3 years and support you with my wisdom and ability. Thank you. Eugene nodded. He felt even better than when he acquired Rome Rai. Although both of them were wizards, druids held a unique position in Branchia. To gain Pythagoras' support was incomparable to simply hiring a wizard. Druids were beings that could bring more than just powerful magic and spells to the table. Yes, Sir Eugene, and Master Pythagoras. What will happen to us? The leader of the depot merchants asked with an awkward smile. He had surrendered long before the soldiers and mercenaries. Eugene turned his cold eyes toward the merchant. Then, he turned toward Pythagoras and asked, I would like to borrow your wisdom. What should I do? Eugene already had a plan in mind, but he asked anyway. Eugene knew that he would save Pythagoras' face and pride if he asked for advice as soon as they became allies. Hoo-hoo. To think you would trust me like this. I am thankful. Pythagoras smiled satisfactorily as if he had understood Eugene's unspoken intentions. He turned toward the merchant and spoke, What are the terms and conditions of your contract with Lord Ryward? Quite regular. Would you like to see the contract? The merchant responded. Sure. Pythagoras closely scrutinized the contract before turning toward Eugene and speaking in the language of the Kyla Kingdom. There are 2 options here. First, you could exercise your right as the victor to seize all the goods from the depot. In addition, you could take all the personnel as prisoners and either release them for a ransom or enslave them. I'm not sure about the mercenaries and the workers, but the leader of the depot will fetch you a good price. And what about the other option? Eugene asked. The first option was what Eugene had originally planned to do. Pythagoras continued. Take the goods as trophies but sign a new contract with the mercenaries and the depot before releasing them. And how would that benefit me? Eugene asked. They will be moved by your mercy. Although they are driven by money, they know when to be grateful. After experiencing your incredible skills and boundless mercy, they will become more than simple mercenaries. They will move as your army. Pythagoras explained. Eugene showed surprise, and Pythagoras continued with a smile. In the past and even now, all those who took the throne had an army harmonized by money and loyalty. This is my advice. Eugene was genuinely impressed. In addition, he finally understood why the powerful figures of Branchia didn't want to turn against the druids. Eugene asked, I'm curious. Do the self-proclaimed kings of Branchia all have a druid like yourself by their sides? Aim. Of course not. The druids will accept requests as long as we get what we want, but we do not belong to anyone. Even if you unite this land, those who follow the spirits of Mana are the people of this land, not your people, Pythagoras responded. Druids belong to Branchia, but not to any particular family or royalty. Pythagoras' explanation surprised Eugene, but at the same time, it also allowed him to better understand the identity of the druids. Merchant Eugene spoke. Yes. Please speak, sir, the merchant leader responded politely. He didn't know what the 2 figures had talked about, but judging from Pythagoras' smile, perhaps things weren't so bad. All the goods. I will take them. Victor's rights. Do you have any complaints? Eugene asked. None, the merchant leader responded almost immediately. He had always been prepared for such a situation as the leader of a military depot. And I want to sign a new contract with you. Eugene continued. What? All of the people. Unconditional release. But sign a contract with me, Eugene said. Be by contract, what could you mean? The merchant asked. Same thing as Baron Ryward. However, we need lots of meat, Eugene stated. The merchant was surprised, but they also realized the reason behind Eugene's peculiar request. The Beowulfs looked very proud after capturing the mercenaries and the soldiers. In addition, it was common knowledge that Beowulfs had an extreme preference for meat. Is he planning to stay with the Beowulfs all the way until the end? Then could that mean? The merchant had been rather puzzled at Eugene's decision to hire the Beowulfs since they cost a fortune and other lords only employed them for short durations in emergencies. But he suddenly came to a realization. The throne. He is after the throne of Branchia. I will do my best to support you, Sir Eugene. If you leave it to us, the odd company, I will make sure that, the merchant declared. Eugene interrupted him. Enough. Are you going to sign the contract? Naturally, the merchant said with a bright smile, then searched his bag before taking out a parchment and drafting a contract. There aren't any problems. You can go ahead with it, Pythagoras said after reviewing the contract. Eugene and the merchant leader stamped their seals on the approved contract, and the merchant, broke into a wide grin. He may have lost the supplies he had for Baron Ryward's army, but it was nothing compared to the gains he would make in the future from following Eugene. Bring me the mercenary captain, Eugene told the Beowulfs after signing the contract. Soon, the Beowulf warriors dragged 2 mercenary captains forward. Sir, if you spare our lives, I will gladly serve you as a faithful slave. I will make sure to get you the ransom, so please, the 2 begged while kowtowing. Eugene interrupted. Quiet. Eugene continued in a solemn voice. Serve me. Fight for me for a year. I will get rid of the ransom. The mercenary captains displayed similar reactions to the merchant leader. They immediately knelt down before shouting, I will serve you with my life. The mercenaries had surrendered themselves, unlike the rich merchants. After all, they saw no possibility of them being enslaved when there were almost 100 of them. Feeding them alone would be an arduous task, and they knew that they wouldn't be useful even as a meat shield for fear of betrayal. Even so, Eugene was making a proposal for them. Material for the king. I'm certain he will make his name known in all of Branchia. The mercenary captains had encountered quite a few nobles and lords over the years since they led 40 to 50 men each. In other words, they had good pairs of eyes that could distinguish good lords and employers. The man they saw in Eugene was incomparably generous and remarkable compared to other lords, who were usually condescending and arrogant. Of course, this included their former employer, Baron Ryward. What? Dark Lord? So we're just going to let them go? Our brothers and sisters were beaten quite badly. The Beowulfs complained. Eugene responded with a cold gaze, who were the ones that disobeyed my orders and attacked? The Beowulfs promptly closed their lips. You broke your promise. However, I will keep mine. Regardless, we won, Eugene said. What? The Beowulfs responded with large eyes. Eugene turned and pointed toward the white flag of the supply depot and declared, Meat party. I will give it to you. Kvywiwiwiwiwiwu. The dog pigs, or rather, pig dogs cheered in unison. Aim. As expected of a figure fit to be king. By the way, Sir Eugene, could you spare me some monster materials as well? Pythagoras asked. Consult with my wizard, Eugene responded. Oh. Truly fit to be a king. A king. Pythagoras exclaimed. The druid, who wasn't necessarily without greed, was satisfied. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene didn't immediately hold a meat party. He was still concerned about the pursuit of Baron Ryward's army. As such, he led the mercenaries and the supply depot to Patos. There was no need to worry about a pursuit with the presence of Beowulfs. They were promised a meat party as soon as they arrived at the castle, and as such, they replaced the workers and pulled the carts as fast as they could. The mercenaries also pushed themselves and reduced their sleeping hours due to the threats and encouragement from their new employer, and eventually, the group successfully reduced the trip from 5 days to 3 days. As such, the distance between Eugene's group and Baron Raiwad's army widened by a huge margin. Baron Raiwad's troops were completely exhausted from crossing Balin Forest without resting or sleeping, and they ran out of the emergency supplies which were only meant to last them 3 days. My lord, the mercenaries will desert at this rate before we even see the enemy. We will have to plunder any nearby villages, one of the knights said. Kugh. There's no helping it, Baron Raiwad responded. He knew very well that he couldn't feed all the soldiers even with plundering, but he had no other choice. Baron Raiwad ordered the knights and mercenaries to storm a nearby village. The troops had already starved for half a day. They squeezed the final vestiges of their strengths and entered through the wooden fence of a village. However, sirs, there's no one here, a mercenary shouted after hurried running back. What? A knight shouted in shock. The mercenary continued. I can't even see a single rat, let alone the residents. There is no grain or livestock either. They must have taken it and escaped already. Damn it. Baron Raiwad's knights were greatly flustered, but they understood what was going on. Count Crawlmarine had concentrated all his forces in Patos and had emptied the villages located near Patos to prevent any plundering. At this rate, as knights, they knew what to fear the most in a war. A great army. An enraged monster. A skilled enemy general. No. The most terrifying thing in a war was to have one's supply severed. We might just starve to death before we could even fight. And right now, that was exactly the situation they found themselves in. Patos was a village centered around a manor protected by a 5-meter tall wall. A 30-meter wide, fast-flowing river was located right in front of the village wall. As such, it was almost impossible to invade Patos as long as the 2 bridges leading to the farms and pasture were properly defended. In addition, the 500 or so residents, the livestock, and important facilities such as mills were all located inside the village walls. As long as a proper defense was maintained, it was possible to endure an attack for more than a year. Master! Luke shouted with surprise and joy when Eugene returned. He had departed with only the Beowulf warriors but was now returning with numerous mercenaries, as well as a depot. What's all this about? Are you hurt anywhere? Luke asked. I am fine. By the way, give your greetings, Eugene responded. What? Luke said with a puzzled expression. Pythagoras stepped forward and introduced himself with a smile. Are you the new Count of Crawlmarine? Let me introduce myself. I am a follower of Mana from Mount Optimo. My name is Pythagoras. What? Luke expressed his shock. The other nobles of Crawlmarine also shouted with wonder. A druid. What is a master druid doing here? It was puzzling enough that a man had returned with mercenaries and a military depot after setting off to observe the enemy's movements, let alone a druid. Nice to meet you. I am Luke. I continue the legacy of Crawlmarine and serve Sir Eugene as my master, Luke responded in a polite manner. Pythagoras took on a satisfied expression. Well, your eyes are bright, and your posture is confident. A man fit to be king. Nice to meet you, Lord Crawlmarine. Yes. Please, come inside. Master, please follow me, Luke said. Yes, Eugene responded. Although Luke was now a count, he didn't hesitate to grab Cillian's bridle to lead Eugene inside. The nobles and soldiers of Crawlmarine were already used to such a sight, but the mercenaries and the members of the depot were greatly surprised by the sight. They were rather ignorant and weren't very knowledgeable regarding the status and history of the Crawlmarine county. However, it was still greatly shocking to see a count personally guide a man's horse by the bridle. I'm starting to think that we made the right choice. It's obvious. Look how courteous the Count is. Besides, look at their soldiers. We were lucky in particular, the two mercenary captains whispered with content expressions while celebrating their sound judgment. The soldiers are in decent shape. Crawl Marine will definitely win if they mount a siege defense. As long as their supply is severed, we have the advantage. We just need to persist. The two mercenary captains even felt sorry for those who were still standing by Baron Ryward's side. However, soon after they entered the castle, the two mercenary captains became dumbfounded after hearing Eugene's orders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We're going to set off in a day. Yes, Sir Eugene. Won't you reconsider? Even if the enemy's morale has been significantly reduced due to your remarkable display of skills, they still possess twice or thrice as many troops compared to us. It wasn't just the mercenary captains either. Even the nobles of Crawl Marine tried their best to dissuade Eugene. However, Eugene was adamant. It took 3 days to get here from Balin Forest. Baron Ryward's army will take significantly longer. However, both me and the warriors of Perseus came out of the forest in half a day. However, it would have taken Baron Ryward and his troops more than a day, even if they hurried. Do you know why? Eugene asked. Luke exclaimed with a clap of his hands. Surely there's a limit to how fast they could travel on foot. The mercenary captains and nobles jumped in response to Luke's words. Moreover, Baron Ryward's forces would have only been carrying enough food to last until they arrived at Patos. If they went searching for their depot after realizing their master's plan, they would have run out of food by now. Master, am I correct? Luke continued. That's right. Eugene nodded. In addition, the nearby villages and hamlets have been ordered to evacuate, so it will be even harder for the enemy to procure food, Luke stated. Oh. Certainly. The expressions of the nobles and mercenary captains brightened at once. Now, do you understand why we must leave tomorrow? Eugene asked. Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison. Eugene turned toward the board, yawning Beowulfs and spoke. Wolfgang. Give us your orders, Dark Lord Wolfgang responded. The warriors who were escorting Count Crawl Marine. They will take care of reconnaissance, Eugene said. Understood, Wolfgang replied. Move in pairs and find Baron Ryward's army. Before sunrise tomorrow. Is it possible? Eugene asked. Possible, you ask. We crossed mountains in a day chasing after trolls. Shall we depart right now? Wolfgang answered. Yes. Look forward to it, Wolfgang said with a confident expression before departing with several Beowulf warriors. The nobles and mercenary captains were once again struck with awe. They admired Eugene's resourcefulness. In the war, the Crawl Marine family had operated the Beowulf warriors as combat units and nothing more. No one had thought of using them elsewhere, since their power was so overwhelming. But since the Beowulfs were strong, persistent, and known to possess a good sense of smell, it wouldn't be difficult for them to track down roamers that had encroached on their territory. In other words, it was possible for them to perform excellently as messengers and scouts as well as fighters. The rest of us will rest. No alcohol. Eat and sleep as much as you want, Eugene stated. View-woo-woo-woo-hoo. Ki-woo-woo-woo. Ki-yeek. As usual, a strange voice was mixed in with the cheers. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My lord, more mercenaries have deserted. What? How many of them this time? Over 30. Kugh, Baron Ryward gritted his teeth. His cheeks had sunken over the past few days. Even after attacking 3 villages and hamlets, they had failed to discover a single rat, let alone any food. At first, they searched the vicinity of the villages, thinking that the villages must have not gotten very far, but they discovered nothing. The only food they managed to procure was enough to feed dozens, but they had more than 300 troops. Even if they made porridge from the ingredients, it couldn't even feed 100 people. In addition, as numerous attempts continued to be in vain, the mercenaries started to not return after setting out to plunder. They were starting to desert. To prevent such incidents, Baron Ryward gathered all the troops in one place and no longer dispatched them to plunder, but quite a few of them still deserted every night. Nearly 100 troops had left the army until today. Baron Ryward's army was now half in number compared to when it first embarked. Unbelievable. Those mercenaries are disloyal dogs. When this war is over, I will find and kill all of them. Baron Ryward shouted. Perhaps due to the blood of the orcs flowing in his veins, he seemed to have more energy compared to others. Unfortunately, however, his streaks of misfortune weren't quite over yet. Neither 3. What's going on? Is it an ambush? The Baron and his knights hurried out of their tents at the cries of a horse. Their jaws opened agape at the sight that awaited them. Oh, my. Hey. Hold it properly. If it kicks you, you're done for in this world. The aides of the knights were sprawled on the ground, and a group of mercenaries was busily taking off a horse's armor and cutting its throat. You bastards! The Baron's shout thundered. It was laced with fear. Huog! The mercenaries shouted with shock and fell backward. Baron Ryward walked forward while exuding terrible energy and unsheathed his long sword. You dare to kill a knight's steed? You must have a death wish. Wah! The frightened mercenaries scurried away. However, some held their positions and gripped their weapons before shouting courageously. Then you should be feeding us. I ate nothing but a single loaf of bread soaked in water during the last 3 days. What else do you want us to do? That's right. We need food, even if we have to eat a horse. You and the knights had at least 1 meal a day. That's right. You're not the only ones with a stomach to fill. Boo tilde tilde. The mercenaries cried out. The eyes of the hungry were desperate and fierce. Even the knights were forced to take a step backward. What are they planning to do? The knights and soldiers of the barony gathered around Baron Ryward with their weapons unsheathed. However, the mercenaries outnumbered them 2 to 1, so they couldn't act rashly. Baron Ryward stepped forward. Listen up. Everyone paused at his loud shout. The Baron forcibly suppressed his killing intent and looked around at the mercenaries before continuing. Fine. I will allow you to kill the horses. However, you will need to provide compensation for the horses after the war. I will ensure it is paid back in full. Did I make myself clear? I understand. Take it from our share. The captains of the mercenaries hurriedly answered. They were very tired and starving, just like their men. My lord. What should we do if we don't have our horses? Please reconsider, my lord. Cruel Marine has recruited Beowulfs. If we don't have our horses, how could we possibly fight against Beowulfs? The knights begged, and Baron Ryward vented his anger. Damn it. Do you think I'm a fool? What other choice do we have? So what if we stopped them from killing the horses? Do you really think that they will follow my orders when there's war? Baron Ryward's shouts left the knights speechless. Even though he was ferocious and short-tempered, the Baron was always looking at the big picture. He was a true knight. For now, we have no choice but to comply with their demands. Make sure you eat when they kill the horses. I will slaughter my horse as well, Baron Ryward stated. His expression was grim as he slowly approached his companion of tens of years. His steed had accompanied him through countless battles. The knights bit their lips as they watched. It was then. Enemies. Enemy ambush. Cruel Marine's army has appeared. Baron Ryward's patrolling troops shouted while rushing back into the camp. Fuck. You bastards. We were just about to cook. Awilhora. The mercenaries went wild. Most of them were busy looking for their weapons, But there were a number of mercenaries who started stuffing themselves with the morsels of meat, which were still dripping with fresh blood. You fools! Get ready to fight. If you win here, you can eat all you want. You fucking beggars. The knights ran around while desperately shouting at the mercenaries, but some were blinded and deafened due to hunger. Meanwhile, Crawl Marine's troops quickly approached, and Baron Raiwad's forces had no choice but to face their enemies without proper formations. ****. Eugene was dumbfounded when he examined the enemy's camp. Although the two forces were still more than 300 meters apart, Eugene was able to see far with his heightened vision. What a mess, Eugene muttered. It was just as he heard from Galfredic and Lanslow. An army without supplies was miserable. Even though the two forces were coming to a face-off, some of the enemies were still stuffing themselves with meat, some were running away while holding disgusting pieces of meat on bones, while others barely managed to drag themselves to join the formation with others. It was a pitiful sight, but they were the enemy. Wolfgang! Eugene called out. Give me your orders. Wolfgang responded. You will join me to crush the enemy's formation. And Luke, Eugene continued. Yes, Master. Luke responded. Once the enemy's formation collapses, lead the troops, surround their forces, and destroy them, Eugene said. As you wish. Luke shouted. Mercenaries. I will leave the right wing to you. Don't run. You'll get tired, Eugene said. Yes, sir. Everyone prepared for a battle after Eugene gave his orders. Unlike the stuffed, tired soldiers of Baron Raiwad, everyone was well rested and in high spirits. However, an army led by a sword master was still not to be taken lightly. Pythagoras. I would like to ask you something, Eugene said. Go ahead. Must the leaders of each army greet each other and fight while considering chivalry, honor, and such things? Eugene asked. Perhaps with any other nobles. But you won't have to worry about that with Lord Raiwad, Pythagoras answered. I see. Then what if a knight belonging to other races uses their unique powers in combat? Would that be considered a dishonorable act? Eugene asked. Aha! You are wondering if it would be held in contempt, Pythagoras said. That's right. That won't be a problem. Likewise, no one would say anything since your opponent is Lord Raiwad. Pythagoras continued. Baron Raiwad was a knight with the blood of an orc royalty. All of his enemies would have had to face the might of his orc fear until now. However, he still managed to obtain the title of a sword master after winning many battles, which meant that there was nothing for Eugene to worry about. Well, there was nothing to worry about as long as Eugene won. I'm starting to like Branchiar more and more, Eugene muttered softly before immediately descending from Esselian. He started to take off his armor. What are you doing? Master. Dark Lord. Have you gone insane? It was a ridiculous sight. Eugene was taking off his armor just before a decisive battle. However, Eugene ignored the startled cries of his comrades and took off all of his armor except the magic shield. He turned toward Pythagoras and spoke, Let me ask you a favor. Anything but asking me to use magic and sorcery against them, Pythagoras answered. Pythagoras had decided to refrain from using magic against Baron Raiwad and his army, and Eugene intended to respect it. Of course, it wasn't what Eugene wanted to ask from him. You won't be participating in the battle anyway, so please take care of this, Eugene said. Playing the role of a porter. Fine. But if you die, am I free to dispose of this as I please, sir? It appears quite precious, Pythagoras answered. As you wish, Eugene responded with a grin. He turned to Cillian and whispered into the horse's ear, Come with Myrian when I call for you later. You must come quickly. Neaty. Cillian whined as if it had understood Eugene's words. The Beowulf warriors approached Eugene with dumbfounded expressions. Dark Lord. What are you planning to do? How is a knight going to fight without his horse and armor? How? Like this. Eugene responded. Whoosh. A translucent fear began to burn over Eugene's frame like a flame. The fire began to blaze brighter, and Eugene's body began to grow larger in the dark, red glow. What? That's. Everyone's eyes filled with shock. Powawa. The creature's blood-red mane fluttered in the wind. The lycanthrope king opened its large jaws and thundered. The enemy. Little runts who had been starving for the last few days. If you lose, I won't treat you like humans. Kuvualuayua. The roar of the origin vampire that had morphed into a champion monster marked the beginning of the battle. Charge. Kiahu tilde. The Beowulf warriors let loose a long cry while running forward. Their widespread formation was centered around Eugene, who had transformed into the lycanthrope king. They were around 300 meters away from the enemies. Considering the strength of a lycanthrope, it would take about 30 seconds to reach the enemies. Eugene's eyes glowed crimson like blood as he fixed his gaze upon the only knight with plate armor on horseback. A brown orc was patterned on the knight's chest plate, and those gathered around him were wearing chainmail and plate mail with the same crest. Aim. Baron half-orc and the other knights. The other bastards. Hit them and keep going. Eugene shouted. Kuvuuuuuu. The Beowulfs erupted their fear while speeding up. Then, they switched into a triangular formation with Eugene at its vertex. Their formation was very similar to the lance-charging formation of the heavy cavalry, which was also known as the flower of the battlefield. Kwawa. The pressure and fear radiated by a group of 30 lycanthropes were intense. In addition, they were being headed by an origin vampire that had transformed into a lycanthrope king. The overwhelming presence they emitted washed over the enemy soldiers like a wave, even though there was still a distance of about 100 meters between the two groups. Foot soldiers would feel tremendous pressure even when faced with the charge of heavily armed knights, not to mention the charge of a lycanthrope king and Beowulf warriors clad in thick armor. Wah! Gods, spirits. No. I don't want to die. In the end, once the distance shortened to dozens of meters, the first line of mercenaries crumbled under pressure and scattered to the sides before fleeing in a hurry. They were pushed down and trampled. Their formation was immediately turned into a mess even before Eugene and the Beowulf warriors could arrive. Immediately afterward, Eugene and the Beowulfs crashed into the scrambled mess like a storm. Kuvualuaa. Boom. A series of roars were accompanied by dull thuds. The charge attack was much more destructive than the lance charge of heavy cavalry, and dozens of mercenaries were thrown into the air with their limbs bent in weird positions at the initial collision. The mercenaries were equipped with poor weapons and armor. Faced with the ferocious charge, they were no different from simple ragdolls. Terrible screams and pained wailings immediately followed suit, and the ranks of Baron Ryward's army completely collapsed in the blink of an eye. Eugene and the Beowulfs continued to attack without slowing down. Although they were many, they were one. They were a storm of destruction. Baron Ryward's troops couldn't overcome the heavy charge, and a clear path was eventually laid out in front of Eugene. Within 10 seconds from the initial contact, Eugene came to face Baron Ryward and his knights. The Baron's eyes contained countless emotions. Shock, regret, anger, fear, killing intent. Eugene realized that the Baron felt conflicted inside. Kuvualuayuhaf. Eugene jumped forward while emitting a red glow from his eyes, and the Baron's lips parted almost simultaneously. Surrend. However, Baron Ryward stopped himself midway and drew his long sword. His conflicting thoughts emerged as a contradiction of his words and actions. Surrender. Bullshit. Eugene blocked the strike with his magic shield and struck the Baron's head with his hand, which was several times bigger compared to a regular lycanthrope's hand. Crunch. Baron Ryward possessed thick, firm muscles and bones thanks to the orc blood in his veins, but his head was ripped off in a single blow. The headless body of the Baron slowly fell from his saddle. One blow. A sword master had been killed in a single blow. An unspeakable shock and fear filled the knights, and they came to a quick, unanimous decision. "Yes, surrender. We surrender. Surrender. Mercy." The knights threw their weapons to the ground and begged for their lives. "Kerf! Damn it!" the Beowulfs shouted in fury and stopped themselves from ripping apart the knights. It was a warrior's honor and a long-standing custom to not kill a surrendered opponent. Look at these bastards. They don't even have an ounce of honor. Hey, you despicable cowards. Don't you dare call yourselves men. Cut off your balls, right now. Wolgan and the other Beowulfs jeered. The miserable faces of the knights flushed red. Of course, they were ashamed. However, the overwhelming presence and destruction that they had witnessed were sufficient for them to forget their honor and loyalty for a moment. It was hard to guarantee a victory against Beowulfs even if they were on horseback. Moreover, they didn't even have their steeds, while the Beowulfs were fully armed with thick armor and helmets. In other words, it would have been a futile struggle if they fought. HMPH. Trash. Wolfgang spat on the ground before approaching Eugene. "By the way, Dark Lord. What was the Orc Baron trying to say?" he asked. "I don't know. Maybe he was trying to leave a will," Eugene responded. I was sure he was trying to surrender." Flush. Eugene jerked his head around. Never mind. I must have misheard. Q ha ha. Wolfgang slipped away with an awkward laugh. The Lord was trying to surrender. He did it intentionally. That monster killed the Lord knowing that he was trying to surrender. He is unlike those chivalry-crazed knights from the continent. Baron Ryward's knights stole glances at Eugene while breaking into cold sweat. *****. The battle came to a prompt conclusion once the army's commander was killed and his knights surrendered. The mercenaries were also freed from their obligations when their employer was killed, so they gave up trying to flee and calmly laid down their weapons. Now, they had no choice but to kneel in hopes that the victor would be lenient to them. Cruel Marines' forces and mercenaries were greatly shocked at the outcome. As soon as Eugene and the Beowulfs broke the enemy's ranks, they had started their charge as well, but the enemy surrendered not long after. However, a victory was a victory regardless. It wasn't a simple victory either, but a great victory with no casualties. The soldiers and mercenaries of the Cruel Marine County excitedly picked up the weapons and equipment of the enemy knights and mercenaries. Kikik. Sir. The weapons and armors alone will bring us a hefty profit. Keek. Some of those knights are wearing plate mail. As Myrian said, some of Baron Ryward's knights were armed with plate mail. They must be the spoils of war from the Continental Knights during the Crusade. Baron Ryward's armor was also made by reassembling the armors of high-ranking noble knights from the continent. Master. What shall we do now? Luke asked. He appeared flustered after having achieved a flawless victory. Eugene had already planned for the aftermath of the battle. He looked around the knights and mercenaries on the ground before speaking. We will absorb the mercenaries and drag the knights back to the Ryward territory. We need to get their ransom. The Baron was dead, but his children were still alive. Eugene planned to receive ransoms for the knights, as well as other various things. Do you mean to invade the Ryward territory? Luke asked. They were the first to draw their blades, so we must have them pay, Eugene responded. As expected. You must be planning on unifying Branchia, Master. Luke shouted excitedly as if Eugene was already the king of Branchia. Eugene stared at Luke for a moment before shrugging. Well, I don't know about being king, but that's what I intend to do. Yes. I will follow you until the end, Master. Luke shouted without consideration of his status, then excitedly guided his horse to the nobles and soldiers of Cruel Marine. Pythagoras. Please direct me to the Ryward territory, Eugene spoke. Sure. But are you really planning on taking in all the mercenaries? You might disappoint the ones you have taken in earlier, Pythagoras responded. The druid's question was intended to test Eugene. Eugene turned his head and calmly spoke, I don't think that there will be any problem. Pythagoras turned his gaze as well. The two mercenary captains, who had already sworn allegiance to Eugene, were busily talking to the other mercenary captain employed by Baron Ryward. The dead are dead. If you want to live, swear loyalty to Sir Eugene. He will give you a seat by his side. Don't tell me. The half-orc Baron tried to surrender, but Sir Eugene just pulled out his head, didn't he? How frustrating. Look, it's obvious that he needed to kill your employer to get you to surrender peacefully. What would have happened if he took the Baron as a prisoner? Who would be in charge? Do you really think that the Baron would have taken care of you? No. He would have gotten himself released for ransom and left us dead. That's why I'm telling you to swear allegiance to Sir Eugene. He said that we would only need to fight for a year without pay to repay our ransom. But he said that he would share the spoils of battles with us. What? Is that really true? Of course it's true. Why else would those expensive, tricky Beowulfs follow Sir Eugene? Moreover, vampires and Beowulfs are infamous for not getting along well with each other. And did you know? Master Pythagoras also joined Sir Eugene. The captured mercenary captains stole glances at Eugene and Pythagoras with their jaws agape. Fear and awe filled their eyes, but a glimmer of desire began to take form as well. Are they selling me out? Pythagoras muttered. That's why I decided to keep you by my side. You had no idea. Anyway, bring me my armor, Eugene responded. Pythagoras had no choice but to hand over Eugene's armor and weapons with a look of regret. After killing Baron Ryward and crushing his army, Eugene immediately set course for the Ryward territory. On the other hand, the vassals of the Crawl Marine County and their troops returned to their respective territories. They weren't particularly strong or useful anyway, and they also had to protect the county while Luke was away. Of the mercenaries employed by Baron Ryward, about 200 members joined Eugene, excluding those who died or had been injured. The rest of the mercenaries were taken to the city where Odd, a fairly skilled merchant, had initially contracted with the Baron. They were sold as slaves along with the weapons that were collected from the battlefield. Baron Ryward had been a renowned knight and lord, and as such, the news of his death and his army's defeat was enough to shock the people of Branchia. In the end, the city chased Odd and his group out before locking the gates shut. How could they possibly treat us like this? We've traded with them quite a few times in the past, so how could they do this to us? What an unscrupulous bunch! Odd shouted in fury. What about the money and supplies? Eugene asked. Odd responded with a big smile as if he had never been angry. Sir, with all due respect, who do you think I am? The first thing I did after selling the slaves was to get food. This is the remaining money. Odd gestured, and the workers of his company carefully lowered boxes filled with coins. There had been quite a few troops in Baron Ryward's army, so the profits from disposing of the spoils were quite hefty. In addition, Baron Ryward's armor and the armor of his knights had been obtained from the Continental Knights during the crusade, so they still fetched a good price even though they were urgently disposed of. Anyway, is Brighton hostile toward me? Eugene asked. I don't think that's the case. If that were true, they would have incapacitated me and confiscated my wealth. I think they are simply afraid of you, Sir Odd answered. It was certainly possible. He was a high-ranking vampire noble with more than 200 mercenaries and Beowulfs under his command. Moreover, he had killed a sword master. They would certainly feel afraid of him. Aim. Sir, will you take Brighton? Pythagoras asked. Eugene shook his head. I heard that Ryward is not far from here. let's take care of that first. Brighton always had a harmonious relationship with Baron Ryward. There is a possibility that they will value their loyalty to Baron Ryward and attack us from behind. And the Ryward territory's castle had never been conquered before. It will take quite some time to lay siege. Wouldn't it place us at a disadvantage if we were faced with enemies from both sides? A druid was fit to be called a sage. His eyes were sharp and his advice was appropriate. In normal circumstances, Eugene would have happily accepted his advice. However, I don't think there's going to be a siege, Eugene said. What do you mean? Pythagoras asked. Eugene grinned and revealed his long fangs. As far as I know, some knights should already be there, and they could only be weaker than me. Branchiar's security and public order were essentially non-existent. Even so, no one was stupid enough to pick a fight against an army of more than 200 mercenaries and 30 Beowulf warriors. As such, Eugene's army traveled from Brighton to the Ryward territory without any disturbances. Rather, they even liberated several villages that were occupied by bandits on their journey. There weren't any grand battles, since most situations were resolved within 10 minutes by 40 to 50 mercenaries accompanied by 5 or 6 Beowulfs. The bandits and thieves of Branchiar had no bounties on their heads, so Eugene had them killed on the spot after reoccupying the villages. The residents of the village praised Eugene after their liberation and wanted to swear allegiance to him, but Eugene declined. To be precise, he redirected their allegiance to someone else. ****. What? Me? Luke asked with an astonished expression. Eugene nodded. That's right. It will be better for you, Count Crawlmarine, to rule over them rather than me. In that way, the other nobles won't be able to find any fault with the situation. But master, I would be taking credit for your great deeds, Luke muttered in disbelief. It's fine. This is my decision, so you just need to follow my orders, Eugene responded. Yes, Master, Luke said. He had no choice but to accept his benefactor's orders. He's not wrong about this. And I'm certain that he has a plan. Then go get their seals, Eugene said. Yes, Luke answered vigorously before heading toward the residence with a few of the mercenaries. Pythagoras was watching Eugene with a meaningful gaze. Once Luke left Eugene's side, Pythagoras approached Eugene and spoke. Sir, I sense something strange. But do you think that it's a misunderstanding? Eugene responded, I don't know what you might be referring to. And whatever it might be, it's a misunderstanding. Is that so? Pythagoras spoke with a smirk. He then continued with a bitter expression. I only wish that the lords of this land would be half, no, even a quarter of a man that you are. Even those who claim themselves to be king only wish for domination. Even if any of them succeeds in taking the throne, they will soon be faced with another division. Couldn't the druids help them by staying by their sides? Eugene asked. He was genuinely curious. The lords and nobles of Branchiar were dying to have the support of druids, and the same went for the self-proclaimed kings. If the druids were truly concerned about the future of Branchiar, couldn't they find a good candidate and help them to the throne? Ha ha! Sir, you really don't know anything about kings and nobles, Pythagoras responded. Eugene was puzzled, but he waited for Pythagoras to continue. There were many who were fit to be king, but all of them simply wanted to use our power to rule. Moreover, they wanted to monopolize the respect and reverence of the people and didn't want to share their glory with anyone else. Such was even true for those who possessed higher status and purer blood. Pythagoras explained bitterly. Eugene nodded. So they only wanted to use the druids' powers. That's right. What do you think they would do to the wise ones after taking the throne? Pythagoras asked. Cut them off, Eugene answered. Well, yes. But it somehow sounds even more insulting when you say it, sir. Anyway, do you understand now? This is why druids want to remain the people of the land rather than the people of the king. Pythagoras said. I understand. You have your own concerns and difficulties as well. By the way, Pythagoras, won't the other druids criticize you for being by my side? Eugene asked. Not at all. If they don't like it, there's no one stopping them from finding their own lord to help. But I don't think that such a thing would ever happen. Pythagoras chuckled before lowering his voice and whispering, Anyway, whatever it is that you are up to, I will feign ignorance until you make it known yourself. I have no idea what you are talking about, Eugene responded. Should I say it now? Pythagoras asked. You have to wait for people to finish their words. I have no idea what you are talking about, but I think it would be better for you to keep your mouth shut, Eugene replied. Since it's your request, I shall honor it. Tilda the druid said. Eugene found the druid's grin annoying, but he ignored it. Geek. Sir, even you are helpless in front of that druid. That's why you should have just done as I said. My seniors told me that all druids are black-hearted and shrewd. Myrian poked her head out of her pocket and chattered. Even if you call me insidious, how could I compare to your companion, Undine? Pythagoras responded. Keek. Myrian shouted and retreated into her pocket at the speed of light. What a cute little fellow. From the scent of manna, she must have left the spirit world about 20 or 30 years ago. Good things will happen soon, Pythagoras commented. Good things? Eugene asked while narrowing his eyes. Pythagoras' eyes widened, then he responded with a mischievous smile. Well, it seems like you don't know it yet, sir. It won't be a bad thing for you to know either, so should I tell you, or not? How could someone be so annoying at such an old age? Eugene contemplated kicking out the old druid for a moment. Ha ha. Don't glare at me like that. Anyway, it will be a good thing for you, so you can look forward to it. Aim. Is it a good thing? I'm sure it will be. Pythagoras exclaimed. He was annoying to the end. Eugene turned his head away. Master, I've received the signature. Yes. Take it with you. Yes. Luke carefully packed the parchment with the village representative's signature inside his bag. Over the next 3 days, Eugene reoccupied 4 more villages and hamlets and received their loyalty in a similar fashion. Crawl Marine's land was expanding little by little. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene's troops traveled for half a day before finally coming to face the Ryward territory's castle town. Dark Lord. Are we finally going to fight a proper battle? I was itching all over. Fighting against bandits is so boring. Kihir. It's my first siege, so I'm looking forward to it. The Beowulfs burned with spirit as they peered at the long, high walls surrounding the castle. The mercenaries got into formation with their respective captains, and the workers of the military depot also busily prepared ladders and battering rams. It was certainly encouraging to see the troops preparing on their own without receiving any instructions. However, Eugene raised his hand and shouted, Everyone, stop! Stop! His words garnered everyone's attention. Luke! Stop them from doing anything and keep them safe. Give me a flag, Eugene spoke. Yes, Master Luke answered. After handing over control of the troops to Luke, Eugene placed his flag behind his own saddle and slowly headed toward the castle town. What is he doing? What if they fire at him? No, never mind. Arrows wouldn't be effective anyway. After a moment of thought, they realized that there was essentially nothing to worry about. Since it was Eugene, he would be completely fine even if he charged at the enemies by himself. As such, the troops watched Eugene with interest as he slowly approached the castle town. Suddenly, the gates started to open. What? What's going on? The eyes of the troops widened in shock. A figure exited the door on a horse, then started making their way toward Eugene. That's, the Beowulfs exclaimed. They had recognized the figure's identity earlier than the humans due to their enhanced visions. It's the Dark Knight. Why is that fellow coming out from there? The warriors shouted with astonishment and started chattering with each other. Although they knew that Galfredic had been dispatched elsewhere, they had never guessed that it was to the Ryward territory. Pythagoras gazed at Eugene with profound eyes, then approached the Beowulf warriors before asking, "Aim, do you know who that knight is?" "Ah, of course. It's the Dark Knight. He serves the Dark Lord. He's incredibly strong as well," one of the Beowulfs responded. "Dark Knight? Why didn't you mention him before?" Pythagoras asked. "What? That's obviously because you only asked about the Dark Lord," the Beowulf responded. "That's true. But that man, the Dark Knight, is that knight a vampire as well?" Pythagoras asked. "That's right," the Beowulf answered. "I see. Pythagoras started nodding before suddenly gasping. "What's wrong?" the Beowulfs asked. Pythagoras stared at Eugene and Galfredic with a blank gaze, then opened his trembling lips. "Even his knight is capable of walking around during the day. That means Sir Eugene is an origin." Pythagoras's hands started to tremble as he finally realized Eugene's true identity. He knew that Eugene was a vampire with great status, but he never dreamt, even in his wildest imaginations, that Eugene would be an origin. "I must have been out of my mind. I was actually trying to dissect an origin," Pythagoras muttered. "What? Did you say something?" one of the Beowulfs asked. "No, it's nothing," Pythagoras responded while shaking his head. From now on, he would make sure to visit a druid capable of divining the future before descending from his mountain. Of course, he couldn't worry about such a thing for the next 3 years. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hoo. So you were welcomed?" Eugene asked. "Q ha ha ha. That's what I'm telling you. It seems the Lanslow family's quite famous in Branchia. At first, I intended to stay in the village, just like you told me. But when the nobles and knights heard the name Lanslow, they started dying with happiness. As a result, I was invited to the castle." Galfredic explained. "I see. Knight of the Lake," Eugene muttered while riding his horse by Galfredic's side. The title was rather suitable for Lanslow. Geek. Now I know why the elf knight can see me. It was all because he had inherited the blood of elves living on the lake. Myrian shouted. "I guess so. By the way, you seem quite lively when Pythagoras is not here," Eugene commented. "Key. Druids are a bit scary. I know a few seniors who were tricked into slaving away for free by druids. Anyway, I don't like that old man," Myrian replied. Eugene wondered if there was anything that the spirit liked besides gold and silver, but he didn't voice out his thoughts. He felt a little sorry for the spirit, who had been staying in the leather pocket for the past few days because of Pythagoras. Anyway, what then? What happened after? Eugene asked. Galfredic revealed his fangs and responded with a grin. He. It's a surprise. You'll find out when we enter the castle." Eugene's curiosity was resolved before he entered the castle. The nobles of Ryward territory had come out of the gate with the few remaining soldiers of the castle to greet him and Galfredic. A white flag was hanging next to the banner of the Ryward family. As the acting lord of Ryward, Myrian declare that all of Ryward's nobles will surrender unconditionally to Sir Jan Eugene and Sir Luke Crawlmarine. "We surrender." Eugene was taken aback. He was sure that they weren't yet aware of the fact that Baron Ryward was dead, and that his troops had been defeated. So how could they surrender when their lord was still waging a war with all of the territory's troops? "We will surrender unconditionally, sir, so please return the lord's children. Sir, please have honor and mercy." The nobles shouted and kowtowed. Eugene had a hunch. It seems as if... Ah, Sir Eugene. You're finally here. Lancelot's clear voice resonated, and Eugene raised his head. Ha ha. I've been waiting for you. So, it appears that you've managed the war just fine without us. Lancelot continued while smiling brightly and waving his hand. There were 4 trembling children with pale expressions by his side. Partik and his men bowed toward Eugene. They were holding short swords and daggers against the throats of the children. Hostages. Eugene muttered. He. We told them that whenever anyone leaves the castle without my permission, we would cut off a corresponding number of ears and fingers. And before you say anything else, this wasn't my idea. It was purely that man's plan, and I was just keeping pace. Galfredic explained. Lancelot. Eugene was surprised. Lancelot was a righteous and honorable knight. He had never imagined that Lancelot would resort to taking young children hostage. As if reading Eugene's thoughts, Galfredic spoke with a grin, surprised, right. I was surprised too. But it's understandable since it turns out that the orc blood flowing in Baron Rywad's veins belongs to an old enemy of Lancelot's family. He had just discovered this as well. Is that true? Well, then it can't be helped. Eugene nodded. He recalled the blurry memory of the 3 vampires jeering at him and Jung Dirt. But Baron Ryward died at my hands, so Lancelot can take that as revenge. We can let the children go. Eugene continued. What? Galfredic said. Eugene stared at Galfredic. It wasn't a reaction he had been expecting. All of a sudden, Galfredic burst into laughter and shouted, Q ha 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 ha. Hey, Sir Drac. It seems that your wish has come true. What? What do you mean? Lancelot responded. Master has sliced up the Baron. Just as you wished, it seems that we are going to have a scuffle with the Bayman orcs. Galfredic shouted. Oh. Huag. Lancelot rejoiced while Rywad's nobles shouted in horror. Bayman. Orcs. The Bayman orcs were one of the superpowers of Branchia. They had once ruled northern Branchia and were now seeking her throne. Eugene had unknowingly severed any hope of peace with them with the death of the half-orc Baron. A long time ago. No, not that long ago, about 100 years ago, Branchia was divided into 4 kingdoms. The Bayman orcs were a tribe of orcs who once ruled the northern part of Branchia, Pythagoras explained. As a druid, he was knowledgeable regarding the Bayman orcs as well. I see. So Baron Ryward supposedly has the blood of the Bayman orcs flowing in his veins. Did you know about this? Eugene asked. Of course. But I did not know that he carried the blood of the royal family of Tolo. The House of Tolo is, like humans, there were several royal families within the Bayman orcs. One of them was the royal family of Tolo. However, the Tolo family was the most combative and cruel of the Bayman orcs, and they had caused various problems for the orcs. In the end, the last king of Tolo was defeated and driven out by a challenger, and the ancestor of the Ryward family was the last, expelled king of the Tolo family. That's a little strange. I killed the descendant of a king who was disgracefully evicted, so why would the Bayman orcs get angry? And you said it was a long time ago as well, right? Eugene questioned. The king was expelled, but the clan still remains with the Bayman orcs. As far as I know, the Tolos are a part of the Bayman orcs elders. It means that they have quite an influence within the Bayman orcs, Pythagoras replied. There's something I don't quite understand. The Bayman orcs are one of the forces that claim themselves to be the king of Branchia, right? So the one who is the king among them belongs to the Tolo family? Eugene asked. The Bayman orcs have not decided on a king yet. The candidates are currently competing for the spot. Lord Ryward was one of the potential candidates, Pythagoras responded. Eugene nodded. He finally understood the whole story. The Tolo family still had a say within the society of the Bayman Orcs, and with no clear leader, they had been planning to support Baron Ryward as a candidate to be the new king. But since Baron Ryward died at his hands, their plans would now be for naught. What strange people, Eugene remarked. Ha ha. Isn't it no wonder that the unification of Branchiar is so difficult? There are many strange folks living in this land. That's why no one except the Night King has ever successfully unified Branchiar, Pythagoras commented. Eugene nodded. It was a good thing that different races could get along without discrimination and live together, but there were certain unexpected disadvantages as well. But why would the world be handed over to him on a silver plate? He would have no choice but to clash with the Bayman Orcs if he wanted to take Branchiar. Lanslow, Eugene called out. Lanslow had been silently listening to the conversation. He responded, yes, go ahead. From what I heard, it doesn't seem like your family is hostile toward the entirety of the Bayman Orcs, correct? Eugene asked. That's right. To be exact, it's the Tolo family. And this doesn't have anything to do with the main branch of the Drac family. It's my family's business, Lanslow responded. The Drac family was technically a pure-blooded family of elves. But Lanslow was only a quarter elf. In other words, his family was a side branch of the Drac family. Of course, even though his family didn't belong to the main branch of the Drac family, they were allowed to keep the surname. That in itself proved that Lanslow's family was quite extraordinary. Then, we only need to crush the Tolo family, and not the Bayman Orcs, right? Eugene asked. That's true. However, though the Orcs may abandon or expel a particular individual, they wouldn't do such a thing with an entire family. If we create trouble with the Tolo family, they will definitely attempt to retaliate, Lanslow replied. I see, Eugene pondered. Pythagoras, Lanslow, and Galfredic silently observed his expression. After about 10 seconds or so, Eugene raised his head and shrugged. Well, it's not even happening right now, so there's no use for us to worry about it now. If we have to fight them, we'll fight them. If not, we'll find another way. Let's leave it for the future, Eugene said. Q ha ha ha. As expected from my master. I agree. Galfredic hollered. Aim. A wise choice. I don't know much about the internal affairs of the Bayman Orcs, so it will be best to figure things out first. Moreover, it will take some time for the news regarding Lord Ryward to reach the Bayman Orcs and for them to respond, Pythagoras commented. Pythagoras, how long do you think it will take? Eugene asked. 3 or 4 months at the earliest, and at least half a year for them to send an army if they decide to retaliate. As you know, very few people travel to the north, Pythagoras answered. Eugene turned toward Lanslow. Lanslow silently returned Eugene's gaze before slowly parting his lips. Aren't you going to ask me what happened between my family and the Tolo family? Are you not curious? Why would I ask that? If it's something that would force you to act unlike your usual self, I'm sure there must be a good reason. Anyway, we will take measures against the Bayman Orcs and the Tolo family when it comes to that. Is that all right? Eugene said. Yes. Of course, Lanslow responded with a smile. Lanslow Drac was glad that he chose Eugene. Now then, we only have this place to worry about. Pythagoras, do you have any advice for me? Eugene asked. Pythagoras felt satisfied that Eugene continued to seek his opinion. The druid answered with a smile. The best solution would be to establish one of Lord Ryward's children as the new Baron and for Count Cruelmarine to step forward as a guardian. The two families share blood ties. Neither the nobles of Ryward nor the nobles of the surrounding areas will be able to protest against it. I see. But wouldn't they take issue with how I killed Baron Ryward? Luke is my aide after all, Eugene asked. You were the one responsible for killing Baron Ryward, not Count Cruelmarine. Furthermore, Lord Ryward was killed in a war he started, so who could possibly complain? It would be akin to bringing disgrace to Baron Ryward's title as a sword master, Pythagoras responded. Hoo. Old man, you're amazing. Galfredic uttered. It's nothing, Pythagoras responded with a smile. Eugene was also content with the druid's wisdom. He asked once again, I understand. What about when the new Baron becomes an adult? What then? Pythagoras responded, it will not matter. By then, Lord Crawlmarine would have already grown and matured as a count. Moreover, the Crawlmarine family's status would obviously be elevated in the future. Well, if it bothers you, you can simply have Lord Crawlmarine take one of Baron Ryward's daughters. That's a little, Eugene hesitated. He knew that marriage was the best way to secure relationships in the noble world. However, he felt that it was a bit wasteful to use Luke at this point in time. Then what about this? Eugene continued after a moment of contemplation. Later on, we will take one of Baron Ryward's children as Luke's aide. Oh. That's a good idea. Good. It's a very good solution. Galfredic, Lanslow, and Pythagoras all voiced their agreement. The relationship between a knight and his aide was considered as important as the relationship between a parent and their child. Although there were many cultural differences between Branchiar and the continental kingdoms, they were similar in that aspect. In fact, the bond between a knight and his aide was even stronger in Branchiar. A marriage can be terminated through a divorce, but a master-student relationship will last until death. It's a great plan. As expected, in terms of being crafty, you are one step ahead of me, Pythagoras commented. Ha. This old man sure knows what he's talking about. Galfredic exclaimed. I agree. When it comes to these matters, Sir Eugene's brain works in wondrous, devilish ways, Lanslow said. Although they were obviously complimenting him, Eugene felt rather annoyed. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, first of all, we will follow Master Pythagoras's advice regarding the Ryward territory and... All of a sudden, the door burst open. Partik and Wolfgang hurried inside before speaking. My apologies, Sir Eugene. There's something urgent you should know about. Something urgent? Eugene asked. Wolfgang quickly answered, an army. Some of my brothers saw an army coming from the south on reconnaissance. The first thing Eugene did after occupying Castle Ryward was to have the Beowulfs patrol nearby areas in pairs every 6 hours. Beowulfs were fast and strong enough to travel more than 100 kilometers a day, and they could rival many intermediate rank monsters. As such, they were the perfect scouts. Army. From where? How many troops? Eugene asked in a cold voice. Wolfgang answered while scratching his head. There were around 300 or 400 of them. The largest flag was red with a drawing of a longbow and a shield. That's the crest of Brighton. Pythagoras explained. Brighton. Eugene muttered while narrowing his eyes. Pythagoras stepped up. It seems my predictions were correct. Brighton was on fairly good terms with the late Baron. They must be trying to get revenge. No, never mind. Pythagoras stopped himself, then fell silent with a frown. In a moment, he raised his head and continued. I don't think they are trying to keep their allegiance and faith to Baron Ryward. What do you mean by that? Eugene asked. The existence of a sword master made up more than half of Ryward territory's power. But now he's dead. The Ryward territory is large, and a single evil land is located inside the territory as well. It's no wonder that the city of Brighton, or at least, one of its nobles, is coveting the ownerless treasure. Pythagoras explained. In the end, they weren't trying to protect their honor or loyalty. They were simply greedy. Eugene thought for a moment before speaking to Partik. Call the merchant, Odd. Yes, Sir Partik responded before immediately heading out. In a few minutes, he returned with odd. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Did you call for me, Sir Eugene? Odd said in a nervous tone. It had been overwhelming enough to stand in front of Eugene and Pythagoras. But now, there was another vampire with a terrifying face and even an elf knight. Eugene asked in Brunchen, story about me in Brighton. What did you say? It was very brief. I spoke about how Lord Ryward's army was defeated by Sir Eugene. I told them that I wasn't certain about the details, but that it seemed that Sir Eugene won a duel against Lord Ryward as an honorable knight. Odd responded. Anything else? My status, my abilities. Did you reveal everything? Eugene asked. Oh, my. I pride myself on being somewhat smart and sensible. I didn't reveal anything important. All I said was that you were a high-ranking vampire noble and an outstanding knight from the continent. That's all I said. Odd explained. It was only natural for a merchant to boast about the nobleman or lord he worked with. It seemed Odd had only blabbered to the point where it was perfectly acceptable. Excuse me, sir. Did I make a mistake? Odd asked cautiously. He noticed that the atmosphere was rather unusual. Eugene shook his head. No. It's nothing like that. But let me ask you this. You must be truthful. Yes, yes. Odd felt nervous as he gulped. Eugene's cold, red eyes were gazing directly at him. What is your credibility in Brighton? Not money, but your words. The people there. Your words. Do they trust everything you say? Eugene asked. Odd hesitated. He wasn't sure whether to gloss himself over but decided not to. To be honest, my nickname is Rubbish Odd. Of course, it doesn't mean that I always lie and speak rubbish. As you know very well, sir, a merchant must sometimes exaggerate things from time to time in order to, Odd hurriedly explained. That's good. Very good, Eugene interrupted. What? Odd mumbled in confusion. He had made an arduous decision to confess his disgrace, but Eugene seemed satisfied. Eugene spoke with a grin, the words of Rubbish Odd. The people of Brighton. Will they believe even half of it? Probably not. Odd responded. That's good. You can go now, Eugene said. Yes. Please call me anytime. Odd bowed before leaving in a daze. Eugene revealed his fang while looking around. It seems that a bunch of idiots has come to meet their end. Goo ha ha. It's all thanks to the liar. It's a bit disappointing though. I would have gotten to enjoy myself a little if they were stronger, Galfredic said. Pythagoras stepped forward. Not necessarily. I don't think it should be a disappointment. Rather, this is a big opportunity for Sir Eugene. An opportunity. All three knights turned toward the druid with curious expressions. I don't know who it might be, but they are using the flag of Brighton. In other words, it gives us a reason to hold Brighton responsible, Pythagoras explained. Eugene's face brightened with understanding. Pythagoras added with a big smile. That's right. Sir, you have the justification to attack Brighton. Excuse me, Master. With all due respect, could you reconsider it one more time? Luke asked. No. You will stay behind and clean up, Eugene answered curtly. Yes, Luke answered with disappointment. Although he was Eugene's aide, it felt as if he was spending less and less time with his master ever since he became a count. Then, I will leave it to you, Pythagoras, Eugene said. Well, I will do my best to assist Lord Crawlmarine. Pythagoras nodded. He would remain at Castle Ryward with Luke. Mount Robtimo, where Pythagoras resided, was located in the Ryward territory, and he was a druid who was respected by all citizens of the Ryward territory, regardless of their age or gender. As long as he was by Luke's side, Ryward's nobles would not dare to have any scummy thoughts. In addition, Eugene had extra safety devices in place. Partik, I will leave it to you, Eugene said. Yes, sir. We will protect Lord Crawlmarine with our lives, Partik answered. He would remain behind with Glade and Lavin. The three had been through numerous battles since they first met Eugene, and they had received training from Lancelot and Galfredic in their spare time. As such, their skills were incomparable to the past. In particular, Partik was not inferior to ordinary knights. Considering his age, it was a testament to how much effort he had put in when it came to training. Damn it. Why us? Drawing straws is complete luck. This is unfair. Let's try one more time with rock, paper, scissors. 4 Beowulf warriors grumbled next to Partik's group. Wolfgang stepped forward and spoke with an embarrassed expression. It won't take long, so make sure you do your job and keep him safe. You will be served meat every day. What? Really? One of the Beowulfs asked. The Dark Lord promised. It won't even take a month, so guard Count Crawlmarine well. Wolfgang continued. Got it. He. They were disappointed that they couldn't fight alongside their brothers, but they broke out into wide grins after hearing about the meat. Luke couldn't hide his disappointment either. Eugene turned toward his aide and spoke. As you know, it's about time we received news from Mungard. You may open any letters except for those from Delmondo. In particular, if you hear from Romrai or Marcus, Lord of Mungard, check the contents of the letter personally to determine the weight of the message and send messengers accordingly. You can use the Beowulf warriors as messengers. Yes, Master. Luke answered with determination. He felt a much greater sense of responsibility now that he was a count. He swore that he would surely fulfill his responsibilities without fail. Pythagoras grinned while observing the scene and gazed at Eugene with a meaningful look. Eugene turned a blind eye to Pythagoras and turned toward Galfredic and Lancelot. It would be war once again. *****. Eugene joined with the forces waiting outside Castle Ryward, then immediately set course for Brighton. The troops were well rested and in high spirits. When they were initially subjugated, they had many worries, but it quickly became clear that Eugene was the ideal commander and employer. In a sense, the troops were no different from slaves, which meant that they had to comply with every order and demand. However, Eugene did not forcibly reorganize the structure of the troops and only gave reasonable instructions. He allowed groups of mercenaries to stick together, and he guaranteed independent command for the captains of the mercenary groups. Of course, Eugene didn't make such a decision because he adored the troops. Rather, he was heeding Galfredic's advice. If we fight a large-scale battle, it's not like they're going to maintain formation. Master and I will draw the big picture, and when we actually fight, it will be best to let them do what they are familiar with. When to attack and to retreat, as long as they abide by these 2 commands, there won't be any problems, Galfredic said. I understand. It will be difficult to pass down orders on a battlefield filled with hundreds of troops after all, Eugene answered. Exactly. It will be even worse with thousands of troops. That's why we only need to focus on leading the elite troops. The outcome of the battle will depend heavily on how the elite troops demolish the enemy camp. Galfredic continued. In the end, a battle is ultimately about which side retains their elite forces. In our case, the Beowulfs could be considered the main players. Sir Eugene or Sir Galfredic must lead them. Lancelot chimed in as well. Eugene nodded. Educated knights were indeed thoughtful and competent. It's better if it's Galfredic rather than me, Eugene said. Goo. I would love to. Galfredic answered with delight. Lancelot appeared rather confused. It will be much more destructive if you lead them, wouldn't it? Eugene answered, I realized something after fighting a few battles. The elite troops of an army are important, but it seemed even easier to just take care of their commander. The battle ends earlier. The 2 knights flinched, and Eugene recalled his own experiences as he continued. Galfredic and the Beowulfs will face the enemy's elite troops. According to what Pythagoras said, it will be a force of around 100 heavy cavalries or a little stronger. A gap would eventually be opened, right? At the least, the enemy's elite forces will certainly be occupied by then. That's right. So I thought I would take that chance and strike the enemy's commander down. I heard that they are mostly weaker than their subordinates, except in special cases like Baron Ryward, am I right? Eugene asked. That's right. However, some people will be hiding an ace up their sleeves. Branchiar's lords are more familiar and open to magic than the people of the continent, Lancelot remarked. That's true. However, Eugene answered. Clack. Clack. I have this. He smiled coldly while raising his left gauntlet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene's troops came to face Brighton's army 2 days later. The Beowulfs had already scouted ahead, and the two forces had always been moving toward each other. As such, it was inevitable that they would encounter each other. After a brief confrontation, 3 horses slowly emerged from the midst of Brighton's troops. Knights. One is a woman. Eugene narrowed his eyes. 2 of the knights were armed with plate mail, which was rare in Branchiar, and the other figure was a female knight dressed in decorative, impractical armor. The 2 male knights each took to the female knight's sides. One held a flag of Brighton, while the other held the flag of a lion on its hind legs. The 3 figures came to a stop at a distance of about 50 meters from Eugene's army. They whispered amongst themselves for a while. Then the man holding the lion flag raised his voice. Is this Sir Jan Eugene's army? We are representatives of the royal family of Frensil. The royal family of Frensil. Eugene muttered. It was an unfamiliar name. Lancelot whispered, they are one of the forces claiming themselves to be the rightful king. A great noble family that united the western coastal territories. They used to proclaim themselves as the Frensil Duchy before, but it seems that they have made it all the way here now. Is that so? Eugene said. He looked at the 3 knights with interest. It had been rather strange that they were equipped with good armor, which was quite rare in Branchiar. As such, it made sense that they stemmed from a prestigious family. Those seeking the throne in Branchiar should roughly be equivalent to the great nobles of the Kyler kingdom. The knight holding the lion flag raised his voice once again. Listen up. The city of Brighton is overlooked by the gracious spirits, and they are an ally of ours. In addition, His Excellency Duke Frensil shared a brotherly bond with the Ryward territory. As such, we will. Boy. Eugene's loud shout interrupted the noisy knight. The other 2 knights also looked startled by Eugene's shout. Eugene continued. Baron Ryward was like a brother to the Frensil family. Can you take responsibility for your words? Oh, of course. However, His Excellency Frensil is willing to show grace and give you a chance to redeem your mistakes. Make the honorable choice. If you come under the flag of the Great Lion, he will graciously overlook your sins toward Lord Ryward. The knight continued to babble nonsense. Eugene turned toward Galfredic and Lancelot. He's asking us to surrender, right? Geek. I can't forgive him. How dare he say that to the Demon King? Myrian huffed. Galfredic spoke with a cruel smile. He's crazy. He's trying to win Master over rather than asking for complete surrender. He wants Master to serve under Prancer or Francer, whatever it is that they're called. They mean to take the Ryward territory and Sir Eugene as well. Lancelot chimed in. Eugene conversed with the 2 knights. It seemed their response had hurt the opposing knight's pride. He raised his voice to the point where his face turned red. In the name of the royal family of Frensil, get over here. Ask for forgiveness before you are convicted. Eugene, Galfredic, and Lancelot closed their lips at the same time. They turned toward the 3 opposing knights. Kiek. Sir. We have to rip that bear to shreds. We have to beat that ugly girl to death as well. Myrian shouted. Only the simpleton spirit seemed to have fallen for the provocation. She doesn't seem that ugly. Eugene observed the woman before whispering. She had a confident, arrogant expression. That woman. She must have a pretty high position in the Frensil family, don't you think? MMHM. She is likely one of the Duke's children. A real knight would never think to wear such gaudy decorative armor, Lancelot answered. Well, let's get her. If we get lucky, we won't need to employ any strategies or tactics, Eugene answered. What? Lancelot was puzzled. Eugene moved a little forward before shouting at the three knights. Your story. I heard it. I will make a suggestion as well. The three knights were bewildered by Eugene's words. Eugene continued in the most insolent and arrogant manner possible. I don't listen to the words of anyone weaker than me. Knights of Frensil, come out. If anyone manages to beat me, I will agree to your conditions. Even though they were some distance away, Eugene could see the eyes of the three figures widening in shock. However, if no one beats me, your commander, my prisoner, they must crawl under my crotch. Eugene shouted. You lunatic, the woman shouted in fury. Sir Carlyle. Sir Zaraf. Get that madman to kneel in front of me right now, she shrieked. Lady Lorraine, you must not fall for the enemy's provocation, one of the knights answered. You heard what he said as well. How dare he? Eugene shrugged. Although they were far away, he could hear their conversation. Eugene spoke. Her name is Lorraine. It seems that she is indeed the commander. The other two are at a loss in front of her. I see. However, I don't think they will fall for the provocation. No matter how stupid they are, surely, Lancelot started to speak. The conversation between the woman named Lorraine and the two knights continued. For now, we just need to figure out the approximate strength of that man's army. If we make a hasty judgment, it could lead to unwanted outcomes. My lady, please remember that our primary objective is Brighton. The two knights attempted to dissuade her. However, she remained adamant. Fine. Fine. If you two are not up to the task, I will call the other knights. She was filled with anger as she jerked around. Are there any brave knights who will drop that dishonorable savage from his horse? I will give you a large reward. I will teach that man a lesson. Lady Lorraine, please give me a chance. I, Kemble of Atman, will defend your honor. I, as well. 5 or 6 knights shouted while hurriedly riding forward. I think it worked, Eugene remarked. The knights are desperate to prove themselves. That stupid woman must be a direct descendant of the Frensil family, Lancelot commented with a bitter smile while shaking his head. The two knights at Lorraine's side hurriedly shouted after failing to dissuade her. If you have any chivalry and honor, fight as a knight, and not as a member of the Dark Clan. You won't be cowardly enough to use the powers of the Tribe of Darkness, Eugene was dumbfounded. They wanted him to restrict his own abilities in a fight for his life. Were they out of their minds? No, in the first place, did they really think that he would be an easy pig without his vampiric powers? Kick. They might be skeptical about the words of Rubyshod, but it seems that they had obtained some decent information, Galfredic said. They must have heard from the mercenaries who had been sold as slaves. Sir Eugene, what will you do? Lancelot commented. It won't do for Master to deal with those idiots. I will take care of them, Galfredic said. However, Eugene shook his head. No, I will go. It's enough for just one person's reputation to be dirtied in Branchia. A conquest was inevitably accompanied by the resentment and the curses of many people, and Eugene was determined to focus it all on just one person, himself. The reason? Deepening resentment and curses were proportional to fear toward Eugene. I will be back. Eugene lowered his visor before grabbing his reins. Fight as a knight. Clack. The demon spear, Madarazuka, lay in his hand. Do you really think that will let you defeat me? Eugene smiled coldly. Madarazuka trembled with joy at its master's touch. Eugene rode forward while equipping the spear on the spear thrower. Two. Ki-yeg tilde. Go, sir, go. Myrian shouted excitedly while sticking her head out of her pocket as Cillian began to run through the wind. Clack. Clack. Eugene hung Madarazuka on the spear thrower before deploying the magic shield. The enemy knights took an offensive posture when they saw Eugene charging toward them. Without any proper, customary introductions. I've never seen such an uncultured man. He knows not of honor and chivalry. Is he truly from the continent? That scoundrel's head will be mine. The knights shouted with fury. However, they were inwardly overwhelmed with joy. A member of the Dark Clan foregoing the use of his powers. I'm in luck today. I will be victorious. A weak continent knight who relies solely on his equipment is no match for me. 3 knights charged forward with such thoughts. A loss was unimaginable. The vampire was said to have defeated Baron Ryward with the mysterious powers of his race. As such, they judged that they could win unconditionally if the vampire was restricting his unique powers. I will win. I will take all the glory. What are you talking about? His horse and armor are mine. Stop your chattering and let me handle this. The knights competed to get ahead of each other while drawing their swords and spears. At that moment, Eugene drew himself back fully before whipping his arm like lightning. The demon spear tore through the air and shot forward. Quawara. The knight at the forefront held up his shield with shock. Although it was a wooden shield, it was durable and reliable. However, the knight didn't know anything about Madarazuka or how powerful its master truly was. Boom! The spear shattered the shield into a million pieces before piercing through the knight's chest and exiting out his back. The knight's body could not overcome the tremendous force of the spear. He was thrown off the saddle and thrown far away. Once he landed on the ground, he lay unmoving. He had been killed with one shot. Lorraine Francil and the other knights at her side hardened like statues after witnessing the unbelievable scene. The 2 remaining knights were appalled as their comrade fell lifeless. Spear. He doesn't have his spear anymore. Take this. At their current pace, they would reach him in about 4 or 5 seconds. As such, they didn't slow down or stop. His throwing technique was great, but if it came to fighting with swords and spears on horseback, surely they were. Thuck. However, Madarazuka immediately returned to Eugene upon his call and pierced the head of one of the remaining knights. Although he had been wearing a helmet, Branchiar's knights didn't use high-quality steel in their armor, which caused the spear to burst through his head without much effort. You bastard! The last remaining knight shouted angrily before stabbing with his spear. Quereric. Clang. However, Eugene's shield wasn't only effective against magic attacks. In fact, it provided overwhelming defense against regular, physical attacks as well. He deflected the knight's attack without much effort. In fact, the knight's spearhead broke into 2 upon colliding with the shield. It was the result of an Origin's power combined with Eugene's superb technique, which he gained from Galfredic. What? The knight shouted in disbelief, and Madarazuka whipped forward like a black snake. Shiuak. It wasn't strictly a spear technique. It was closer to a simple slap on the opponent's collarbone. The knight noticed the attack and attempted to defend using a small, round shield attached to his left gauntlet. Boom. Cure. However, Madarazuka was tens of times heavier than a regular spear, and Eugene possessed enormous strength as an Origin. The impact caused the knight's left arm to shatter. It was torn to pieces from the elbow down. And that wasn't the end. The spear produced an unbelievably sharp shockwave and struck the knight's chest, and the knight was thrown back like a kite with its strings broken. Boom! Hayek! Lorraine moaned with shock, which caused the two knights at her side to come to their senses. Two. Cillian started to storm toward them. Hugh! The knights realized Eugene's intentions when they saw him charge toward them like the devil. You coward! They felt flustered, but they had no time to criticize their opponent. My lady! Hurry, you must fall back. Attack! Everyone, attack! One of the knights hastily urged Lorraine to retreat, while the other shouted at the troops to advance. However, Eugene's troops had been prepared to attack since he killed the last knight. They were even faster than Lorraine's troops. Let's go! Galfredic shouted. The Beowulfs were the first to kick off the earth with deafening roars. Their blood was boiling violently from having watched Eugene's battles. Their eyes burned brilliantly with the flames of fighting spirit and fear. The Beowulf warriors charged toward the enemy along with the Origin's vassal. Two. Eugene continued toward Lorraine and the escaping knight as the earth started to tremble behind him. You bastard! The remaining knight threw his flagged spear towards Eugene. However, Eugene maintained his speed and simply willed his magic shield to grow bigger. Clang! The spear bounced off the shield and fell to the ground. No, the knight shouted. No, my ass, you punk! Galfredic roared before throwing a javelin at the knight, who was attempting to chase after Eugene. Thuck! Ugh! The knight fell off his saddle with a scream as the projectile pierced through his shoulder. Two. Galfredic and the Beowulf warriors ignored the sprawled knight and continued forward. Kugh! The knight managed to raise his body and hurriedly turned toward his soldiers. His eyes were immediately filled with despair. Lorraine had been captured by the Black Knight, and the Beowulfs were clawing their way through the army like a herd of demons. As expected, the battle ended in less than 10 minutes. This was rather normal in a battle between armies of such sizes. It wasn't easy to turn the tides of a battle involving hundreds of soldiers once the momentum was lost. In addition, the Frensil family's army had lost 4 knights and even their commander, Lorraine, before the actual battle began. Around 30 cavalries under Lorraine fought hard, but in the end, they weren't as strong as knights. In the first place, the cavalrymen were only armed with simple chainmail and their horses were unarmed. They never stood a chance against the charge of Beowulfs armed in solid armor, which was even sturdier than plate mail. And once the cavalry was swept away in a single collision, most of the foot soldiers gave up on the battle. Although the mercenaries were following Lorraine Frensil out of vain expectations and greed, they weren't cowards without courage. However, they weren't idiots either. They would fight if they saw a chance, but there was nothing for them to do since their allied knights fell like autumn leaves during the first clash and the cavalry was completely smashed apart. In addition, Eugene's army wasn't much smaller than their own, and most importantly, Eugene had engaged in the duel as a knight. He had battled against Frensil's knights as an honorable knight. However, no one was naive enough to believe that the same kind of respect would be shown toward the mercenaries as well. In fact, although most knights practiced chivalry against their fellow knights, they did not show the same kind of tolerance and mercy to mercenaries and conscripted soldiers. Therefore, it was better to flee as quickly as possible in a losing battle or beg for their lives, even if they would become slaves. If they were really lucky, perhaps they would be taken in. As it turned out, the mercenaries made the right choice when they surrendered amidst their vain expectations and desperation. Tell them. Same terms as you. 1 year of unpaid work. Loot and spoils will be divided fairly. 1 year later, I will give the choice to stay or fight, Eugene said. Yes, sir, the mercenary captains responded before rushing over to the prisoners. They were the first ones to have sworn allegiance to Eugene. Eugene was quite satisfied that they had fulfilled their roles during the battle. Of course, he was most satisfied that he had captured several very valuable figures who were worth a lot of money. Hike! Lorraine faltered back with a stifled scream when she met Eugene's gaze. Sniff. This lady has pissed herself. She was hissin' Tilda, but now she be pissin' Tilda. Oh. How did you come up with that, pea-brain? The Beowulf started to giggle, and Lorraine's face dyed with shame and humiliation. Stop it. She is still the direct descendant of a duke, Eugene said. Yes, yes. The Beowulfs awkwardly scratched their heads. Eugene had been like the devil in battle, but it seemed like he was taking Lorraine's side. She mustered up the courage and spoke. Excuse me, sir, but are you really going to make me crawl beneath your crotch? I beg of you, please treat me honorably. Crazy bastard, Eugene muttered. What? Dishonorable savage. Madman. That's what you and your knights referred to me as. Eugene continued. Lorraine's expression turned pale. Eugene spoke with a frigid expression. It's all true. I don't know any honor. I am wicked. That's cruel. Her face turned red, then a shade of brown, then finally bleached white. Eugene glared at Lorraine before speaking again. If you won't crawl, I will strip you naked. I will take you back to Brighton naked. Wah! Lorraine's eyes trembled and soon became damp. Wah! Wah wah! The mature lady finally burst into tears. Lady Lorraine. Sir. Show mercy. Show us your honor. I will. I will crawl in her stead. The knights of Frensil begged Eugene. They were being kept alive for ransom. Eugene responded coldly, I don't need it. You, crawl right now. He turned his gaze slightly. Noticing Eugene's gaze, Lancelot quickly wiped the smile off his face and stepped out with a mournful look. Sir. Please give me face and show them mercy. What did you say? Eugene responded. I beg of you. I am Lancelot Drac. I'm afraid that this will damage your reputation, Sir Eugene. Please reconsider. Lancelot shouted. D. Drac. A Knight of the Lake. What is he doing here? Frensil's knights were startled. As expected, the Drac family's reputation in Branchia was great. Even Lorraine looked surprised. Sir Drac. I keep my word. That's my honor, Eugene stated. Yes, I know. But please, just this once, show me some face, and please reconsider. Lancelot shouted. Eugene frowned and fell into contemplation. Soon, he uttered coldly before turning away, just this once. Thank you, Sir Eugene. Lancelot shouted in a desperate, pleading voice before turning to face Lorraine and her knights. They rushed to express their gratitude. Thank you, Sir Drac. What a merciful knight. I have witnessed the true honor of the Drac family today. The knights looked as if they would burst into tears as they shouted. Lancelot spoke with a mournful expression. Now that you've all seen it, you understand, right? What? Sir Eugene has no mercy on those who stand against him. However, he will always listen to the words of those who follow him. Please don't get on his nerves before the negotiations. In particular, Lady Lorraine, Lancelot said. Why yes, she stuttered. Please remember. After Sir Eugene arrived in Branchia, you are the only survivor among the nobles who fought him. Both the previous Count of Crawlmarine and Baron Ryward lost their lives under his blade. Lancelot continued. Lorraine trembled. Lancelot sighed deeply before slowly turning around. Phew. If negotiations don't take place as soon as possible, I'm sure Sir Eugene will become furious again. What should I do about this? Although Lancelot was muttering under his breath, everyone could hear his words. Even a Knight of the Lake can't do anything about it. Is he the devil? That man is the devil. He is a great demon. I should have believed it when they said that he had mercilessly slaughtered the half-orc baron without accepting his surrender. It was at this moment that the viciousness of the knight Jan Eugene was deeply imprinted in the minds and hearts of those who would soon be returned to their families for ransom. Even Sir Elf is being tainted by Sir Eugene. How insidious. Kuk. Myrian gave an evil laugh. It's called good night, bad night. It's working better than I thought. But it's a shame. I was hoping to play the role of the good night, Galfredic explained. Gal, have you ever looked in the mirror? I admit, maybe that might work if the plan is bad night, vicious night. If a completely vicious knight shows up after the bad night, everyone might get scared and become obedient, Myrian responded. Hoo. You're pretty insidious as well, aren't you? Well, I guess that's what I should expect from my master's spirit. He. Galfredic chuckled. Do you finally see it? Sir Eugene and I are perfect for each other. Myrian responded with the same cackle. The frivolous spirit and the Origins vassal conversed and laughed together while watching the scene play out from beginning to end. The battle with the Frensil family, or to be exact, with Lorraine Frensil's forces, resulted in a big profit for Eugene. First, about half of the mercenaries she hired had been absorbed into Eugene's army, and the majority of her cavalrymen were killed or left gravely injured. In addition, as a direct descendant of a prestigious family, Lorraine brought many workers and slaves with her in this campaign. Their ownership was transferred over to Eugene after the battle. Although an increase in the number of people came with some of its own problems, mainly regarding supplies, there was no need to worry about paying them wages. In addition, Eugene could simply sell them off as slaves at any time. Finally, Lorraine and her knights had been riding on horses and were quite wealthy as well. All of it was Eugene's for the taking, and among the spoils, there were expensive silver weapons made to target vampires. Moreover, their horses were also very distinguished and possessed their own pedigree, although they weren't quite as good as Cillian. In conclusion, Eugene obtained a lot after this battle. There's a lot to be gained from a single victory compared to 5 or even 6 rounds of evil land subjugations. No wonder knights are so crazy about wars. Eugene nodded with understanding and satisfaction. Odd approached while rubbing his hands and spoke, and so. Assuming you will be maintaining the same number of troops that you have now, you will be fine to operate them for a couple of months without any problems, sir. Odd smiled to reveal his yellow teeth. In this regard, he was an outstanding merchant. Eugene responded, and that's excluding the amount we can receive as ransom. Yes. Even without it, there is still a huge amount of money and goods. Silver weapons and war horses are very expensive after all. With all due respect, could I offer a suggestion? Odd asked. Yes. Eugene nodded. Don't sell the horses, take them with you when you negotiate a ransom with the Frensil family. Nobles, especially knights, tend to be quite fond and value their personal horses. Even more so if they have had their horses for a long time. I'm sure you could get more money compared to selling them off. Odd suggested. That's a very good idea. Excellent. Feel free to offer similar suggestions at any time, Eugene said. He. Thank you, Odd said while bowing. Although Eugene was like a demon on the battlefield, he was unexpectedly bold and highly flexible regarding such matters. Odd could only hope that all of his noble employers in the future would be similar to Eugene. You may leave. Have the prisoners of the Frensil family come here. Eugene ordered. Yes, sir. Odd left after bowing. Soon, a knight from the Frensil family and Lorraine entered with haggard faces. The knight's name was Bonma. He was the one whose shoulders had been pierced by Galfredic's javelin. Your shoulder. Is it better? Eugene asked. Feeling better, thanks to the Manor Stone, Bonma replied in a cold voice. Feeling better? Eugene asked with a cold gaze. Why yes, much better. Thank you." The knight quickly lowered his gaze and changed his tone. Lancelot spoke after watching the interaction from the side. "Sir Eugene is a respected knight in the two port cities of Meran and Morfern, as well as a lord with his own territory in the kingdom of Kyla. He is also highly favored by the Marquis of Archivald and the Count of Winslin. Please show respect for his honor." The two became wide-eyed. They had never heard of Meran, Morfern, the Marquis, or the Count, but they immediately recognized that the vampire in front of them possessed tremendous status. At the same time, they also realized that they had arrogantly demanded such a figure to come under their service and that they had dared to insult him. Maybe it's a lie. Lorraine hoped, although everyone knew that there was no reason for a knight from the Drac family to tell such a lie. She barely muttered, "I've heard that the kingdoms of the continent are hostile toward members of the tribe of the darkness." Lancelot turned his stern gaze toward her and responded, "It depends on the person. All the figures that Sir Eugene has established relationships with are free from the influence of the Central Church. They aren't very friendly with the cardinal who had initiated the war against Branchia. In other words, they trust Sir Eugene to be someone worth sharing a deep friendship with." Wow. Even I thought he was telling the truth for a second. Such a skilled liar, Myrian whispered while stealing a glance at Eugene. However, Lancelot's explanation was technically true. Although it was a little exaggerated, there was no falsehood at all. Sir Eugene was greatly disappointed and angered by the disgraceful behavior of the Frensil family. "Sir Eugene." Lancelot stepped back. Eugene spoke while gazing at the two people. "I am not hostile to the Frensil family. However, you provoked me and declared war against me. I will hold Lord Frensil accountable." Bonma's expression turned pale, and Lorraine's eyes started quivering. Eugene became suspicious of the two people's reactions. However, he was a vampire, and he was crafty and sneaky above anyone else. He wasn't about to reveal his guesses to his opponents. Eugene chose his next action as his instincts indicated. He simply stood still and quietly stared at Lorraine, who was already extremely flustered. In most cases, people who had already caused a major accident or were on a knife's edge would. I would like to implore you not to inform His Excellency about my mistake." "Please, Sir Eugene," Lorraine said. "As expected." "And why should I?" "So, I'm the one who attacked you first then," Eugene responded. "Well," Lorraine started. Bonma interrupted her. "Phew. Let's just tell him the truth, Lady Lorraine." "Sir Bonma." Lorraine squealed, but Bonma ignored her and sighed deeply before continuing. "Lady Lorraine is currently on her quest to knighthood." Quest? Eugene already knew what it was, but he asked anyway. Bonma continued bitterly. "Yes. The direct descendants of the Frensil family, regardless of their gender, must prove their worth as knights after serving as aides. Lady Lorraine." Lorraine began her quest about a month ago along with the knights and soldiers from her family. A traditional, true quest to knighthood would have her be accompanied by only one or two of her aides, but there was no way her father, a self-proclaimed king of Branchia, would allow her to suffer such an arduous journey. Moreover, all of her older brothers and sisters had been accompanied by dozens to hundreds of troops for their own quests. In a sense, she had been very brave to only take 2 territorial knights and 30 cavalrymen with her. The Frensil family's direct descendants would accomplish their quests to knighthood by eradicating roamers and bandits, as well as subjugating evil lands in places where their family had influence. This way, they would be able to build up their reputation as a knight. However, Lorraine had been getting desperate. She had accomplished very little compared to her siblings, and she paled in comparison to her siblings as a knight. If she didn't have real results, she would be married off to her fiancé's family in 2 years. Then, she would live the rest of her life as a prisoner. Even if she were to get married, she wanted to live within the Frensil family's territory with her own land. As such, getting married off somewhere was absolutely unacceptable for Lorraine. That was why Lorraine had started to get greedy. She decided to venture out beyond the Frensil family's territory to a city or a large village and make her name known by accomplishing great things there. And so we arrived in Brighton 5 days ago. We had been planning to take up a request to eradicate a large group of roamers or notorious bandits. Bonma concluded. And did you happen to hear about Sir Eugene in Brighton? Lancelot asked. Yes. Bonma nodded after a moment of hesitation. Eugene's eyes turned toward Lorraine. There, you hired knights and mercenaries to attack me? Eugene asked while recalling the 3 knights who had been killed after challenging him. Lorraine jumped with surprise and hurriedly made an excuse. I didn't mean to target you from the beginning, sir. The city of Brighton also made a request, but I thought it would be too difficult. And it's also true that Lord Ryward has a connection to our family, although it was 3 generations ago. Eugene narrowed his eyes before continuing softly. In the end, you thought I would be easier than the city's request. Lorraine closed her mouth with a grim expression. Bonma stepped out in her stead. Sir, you may think of this as an excuse, but we were against Lady Lorraine's judgment. We weren't stupid enough to think that a battle against a knight capable of taking down Lord Ryward, who was called a sword master, would be easy. Is that why you begged me to not use my abilities? Eugene asked. His expression was a bit extreme due to his ineptitude in Bruncheon, but he wasn't technically wrong. Bonma lowered his head. Yes. I assumed that the odds would be 50-50 if a member of the Dark Clan wasn't using their abilities. Now that I think about it, it had been a foolish decision. Bonma seemed intelligent, as one would expect from a territorial knight. That woman. Why didn't you stop her? Eugene asked. Lorraine trembled at his words, and Bonma responded after a long sigh. From the moment you embark on your quest to knighthood, you are responsible for making all decisions. We can give advice, but we cannot argue against Lady Lorraine's decision. Eugene responded, in other words, she had been inflexible and stubborn. Eugene's conclusion was simple and crude, but it was completely true. The inflexible woman and her knight had nothing to say. Key. What a silly, stupid girl. The ugly ones are always so stupid. Sir, I think it would be best to hand her over to her family for a box of gold and treasures. Myrian whispered a suggestion befitting her status as the spirit of desire. Eugene contemplated without responding. Eugene's ability to infer and reason had vastly improved. He noticed something in Lorraine and Bonma's story. Eugene spoke. I think the city of Brighton used you. What? What did you say? The 2 people were startled by the unexpected words. Even Lancelot looked at Eugene with considerable surprise. Eugene resolved the 3 people's curiosity. Brighton. They must have been planning to attack me. But you showed up, a stubborn, inflexible woman hell-bent on accomplishments with a father who proclaims himself to be king. The city of Brighton. What would they think? Who? I see. Lorraine didn't seem to understand, but the 2 knights exclaimed with understanding. The flag of Brighton. That's proof. If you win, Brighton can take a share of the pie. If you lose, they can turtle themselves against a siege. And this is just my idea, but Brighton must have something in their hands that can stop me. At least, they are certain that something is capable of stopping me, Eugene explained. Now that you explained it, I think your judgment is correct. Those vile, disgusting creatures. I won't forgive them. Bonma shouted in fury, and Lorraine belatedly jumped to her feet. Eugene responded coldly, prisoners should act like prisoners. I apologize. The 2 hurriedly took their seats. Something to stop Sir Eugene. What could it be? I don't know. Eugene shrugged. However, he was curious rather than anxious or afraid. The city of Brighton didn't know that he was an origin. They only considered him to be a high-ranking vampire noble. In all likelihood, they possessed some power or a weapon that would be effective against a lord or a banneret, or perhaps a high lord at best. We can head over there and ask them directly. We have the justification now, Eugene said. Well, that's true, Lancelot said with a smirk. Then, he turned his head as if he had suddenly remembered something. By the way, Lady Lorraine, Sir Bonmer. What was the initial request from the city of Brighton? If you considered it more difficult than facing Sir Eugene, it must have been something quite challenging, Lancelot asked. Oh, about that. Bonmer lowered his posture. Then, he continued in a whisper. A death knight. Apparently, it was cursed by a vampire banneret who resided in Brighton. Even his soul was corrupted. It would have been impossible for us to defeat it. And above all else, Bonmer trailed off before turning his gaze. Lorraine hesitated before stuttering a whimper. Ghosts are scary. She found ghosts scary, but not high-ranking vampires. Eugene stared at her with pathetic eyes. Suddenly, the spirit flew forward and tightly embraced Eugene. Yes, sir. Even I'm scared of ghosts. Key. It's scarier than the water dragon's asshole. Protect me, sir, the spirit muttered before rubbing her face against Eugene. Eugene didn't know what a death knight was, but he was certain that for them, this experience had been much more terrible than encountering a ghost. Ha ha ha. In the end, Lancelot burst into laughter. Eugene was embarrassed, and the other two were puzzled. The number of combatants alone was about 500. Eugene's forces had finally grown to a number that could be acknowledged as a true army. And it wasn't only in Branchia either. Such a number of troops could be considered an overwhelming force in any kingdom of the continent, including the Kyler kingdom. In addition, the elite force of 30 Beowulf warriors possessed a destructive power greater than even 100 heavy cavalrymen. In other words, Eugene had finally met the minimum requirements to become a ruler. When such a powerful force arrived in front of Brighton, the city immediately fell into chaos. All of the city's guards and mercenaries were deployed to the walls, and the mayor, as well as the guild leaders of the city, looked down at Eugene's army with fear and shock. How could they have lost already? How many days has it even been since they left our walls? I thought that the Frensil family was powerful. But it seems like they weren't such a big deal, after all, were they? Oh, this isn't the time to be worrying about the Frensil family. That vampire is after our city. That's why we shouldn't have given them our city's flag. Why didn't you listen to me? What? You were the one who said it would be good to establish a harmonious relationship with the Frensil family. What did you say? You little punk. Even though they were guild leaders, they were simply ordinary humans who possessed a little more money and power compared to others. They were simple and ignorant. The bickering between the guild leaders quickly escalated, and soon, they were about to leap at each other. Everyone, be quiet. An army targeting our city is at our front doors. What do you plan to achieve by blaming each other? The mayor shouted, unable to bear the chaos any longer. The guild leaders finally stopped their bickering. The mayor continued. What's the use of arguing about spilled milk? We're already behind in coming up with a plan to deal with that army and the vampire Jan Eugene. What's there to plan? Let's just grit our teeth and hold on. It must be expensive to feed such a large army. If we manage to resist for 15 days, they will starve and go away on their own. The one who spoke was a guild leader who possessed the blood of an orc. Gollish. Can't you even count? Look at them. Even at a glance, they have more than twice the number of our troops. A guild leader responded with a sigh. Defending a siege is much easier than mounting one. And if we don't have enough soldiers, we can mobilize the slaves, Gollish said. We'll be lucky if the slaves don't stab us in the back. And it's not like we have extra food lying around. Even if they block the gates for 10 days, we will be in trouble. How do you suppose we hang on? The mayor said bitterly. Golish was left speechless. Brighton was a fairly large city, and the rich folks of the city, including the guild leaders and the mayor, all possessed their own manors. The problem, however, was that all of their manors were located out of the city. They themselves wouldn't starve, since they had their accumulated wealth and food, but the citizens of the city would surely face a crisis after about 10 days. A lack of food would likely lead to a riot. If that happened, then they would be faced with enemies on both sides. We must find a solution as soon as possible. We need to decide whether to fight or not. If we fight, and if we don't, how will we appease the member of the Dark Clan? HRMM. The guild leaders groaned as they fell into contemplation. Why don't we listen to their demands first? We won't get anywhere by simply putting our heads together, one of the guild leaders commented. The mayor thought for a moment before nodding. Let's do that. The mayor and the guild leaders agreed to figure out the opponent's demands first. They waited on the walls while looking down at Eugene's army. However, the day turned into night and not a single soul left Eugene's camp, which was located only a few hundred meters from the city. How comical, that a city like that doesn't have much food, Eugene said. He decided to set up camp close to the city and stand by. As it turned out, the city of Brighton would face an issue with food long before his army would. After all, there were more than 5,000 residents in the city of Brighton. Moreover, Eugene possessed a huge advantage in the number of troops and their quality. This is the result of two armies mobilizing one after another. Both Lord Ryward and Lady Lorraine Lanslow said. Galfredic laughed. Ha. There were more than 600 mercenaries split among the two armies, so they must have taken absolutely everything in terms of supplies. They must have been in bliss when selling the goods, though they are probably regretting it now. The two knights laughed while sharing gazes. Eugene was also pleased with the unexpected stroke of fortune. But rather than luck, it was a chain reaction caused by Baron Ryward and Lorraine. It was extremely rare for a city to provide mercenaries and supplies to multiple armies within a month. But Brighton had supplied the food and supplies for both Baron Ryward and Lorraine's troops to consume for a month and 15 days, respectively. You can't start a war without silver, but you can't continue it if you only have silver, Eugene said. Oh. That sounds like a proverb, Master Galfredic commented. A perfect description that gets straight to the heart of the strategy, Lanslow chimed in. Both knights had no doubts about Eugene's strength and power, but they had been slightly anxious regarding his competency in tactics and strategy. But now, the two knights were truly impressed. Anyway, let's wait them out for a few days, Eugene said. Good. Well, why don't we send mercenaries to a nearby village to get some food? Galfredic asked. That's a good idea. Send the Beowulfs. Mercenaries might cause accidents, Lanslow said. Eugene responded, I will send one Beowulf to a unit of mercenaries. All right. He. Got it. Eugene's orders were quickly disseminated through Galfredic and Lanslow. Soon, more than 100 mercenaries and 4 Beowulfs went on their way. However, even with their absence, Eugene's army still numbered more than 400. It was absurd for Brighton's army to even think about opening their gates and attacking since they had less than 200 troops. However, that night, 5 or 6 figures crawled down Brighton's walls in a quick, stealthy manner. The shadows then ran toward Eugene's camp. They were much quicker than ordinary humans. Master Galfredic called out after silently entering Eugene's tent like a shadow. Eugene's eyes glinted coldly as he nodded. Yes. We have some uninvited guests. Although he was capable of using his vampiric powers during the day, their powers during the day could not be compared during the night. Galfredic had noticed the presence of invaders a moment earlier, while Eugene had recognized them a few minutes ago. They were quickly approaching the camp from Brighton. The two had been in their armor since it was wartime. They quickly picked up their weapons and headed in the direction of the uninvited guests. The two pairs of red eyes saw through the thick darkness and observed the 5 shadows. As if noticing Eugene's presence, the shadows slowed down and continued approaching with their hands raised to the sky. One of them was holding a white flag. "With all due respect, please don't attack. We would like to speak with you," one of the shadows said. "Talking?" Galfadic growled. The shadows cautiously approached and revealed themselves using the light of their torches. They bowed in unison. Knight Clay of the Revol's clan gives his greetings to the esteemed members of the family from afar. A female vampire spoke politely. She was dressed in a surcoat with the crest of a crescent moon atop chainmail. The 5 vampires knelt down on one knee following the knight's words. "Key. They're all members of the knight's tribe Myrian Fust." It was Eugene's 3rd encounter with vampires since arriving in Branchia. However, his voice was as cold as ice despite their polite greetings. "Revol's clan. Do you happen to know who the Lord of Mungard is?" "Ah. If you are referring to Lord Marcus of Mungard, we have heard about him from time to time from the one we serve. With all due respect, what is the relationship between the two of you and Lord Marcus?" Clay asked in a slightly brighter voice. But the faces of the 5 vampires paled after hearing Eugene's answer. "He came at me, and I smashed him. Now, he is obedient. We cooperate." Eugene continued. I see. Why? Do you want to get revenge since you're from the same clan?" Eugene asked. "No, it's not like that. Although we are from the same clan, as long as they didn't send a blood request, we will not meddle in the affairs of other families. I am sure your esteemed selves had valid reasons." Clay hastily denied Eugene's words. Galfredic smirked. "They're easier to talk to than those punks from Mungard, Master." "It seems so," Eugene responded. The two had changed to speaking in the language of the Kyler Kingdom. Clay cautiously spoke. "It seems that the two of you are from the Kingdom of Kyler. If it's more comfortable for you, please feel free to speak in that language." Hoo. Vampires were crafty creatures. However, being crafty wasn't the same as being intelligent. Eugene felt rather impressed with Clay's proficiency in the language of the Kyler Kingdom. "Ah. The one I served knew the languages of several kingdoms. I learned the language of the Kyler Kingdom from them as well," Clay hurriedly explained. I see. But what is it that you want to speak about?" Eugene asked. The 5 vampires quickly bowed once again before speaking. "Please help our master, Banneret Randolph." "What?" ****. The attitude of the vampires remained unchanged even after they entered Eugene's tent. Although Eugene hadn't revealed his identity as an origin, the vampires were extremely polite toward Eugene and Galfredic. "So, you're saying that the one named Randolph was transformed into a Death Knight?" Eugene asked. That's right. However, we have no idea how they cursed Sir Randolph," the vampires responded. A banneret was of a considerably high status in the vampire society. The 5 vampires appeared very surprised at how casually Eugene referred to their master. Even if they belonged to a different family and clan, it was natural to acknowledge the position and titles of other vampires. There was only one possible explanation for Eugene's nonchalant attitude. "High Lord." Maybe even higher. Clay lowered her posture even further. Although vampires didn't sweat, she felt as if her back was drenched. "So where is this Randolph now?" Eugene asked. Clay responded, "Since the day he turned into a Death Knight, he has been roaming the catacombs and sewers of Brighton." "Have you searched for him?" Galfredic asked. Clay's expression darkened in an instant. "Naturally, we attempted to search for him. But Brighton is a very old city, the underground of the city is like a labyrinth. Eventually, we told the mayor the truth. A large search party was dispatched. However, Clay paused for a moment. She bit her lips and lowered her head before continuing. No one returned. There were even 3 knights like me with the search party. Hyung-jun was slightly surprised. Although vampire knights were no match for him, a single vampire knight was still capable of rivaling 2 holy knights. Moreover, their abilities would be amplified in the darkness of the underground. Nevertheless, 3 of such knights weren't able to return from their search. It meant that the Death Knight was quite formidable. Eugene fell into thought and stroked his chin. Clay's expression turned even darker. Even a High Lord is contemplating. Huh. Clay was disappointed. And although she didn't know, an annoying, frightened insect was buzzing around Eugene's ear and shrieking with fear. Yes, sir. Please, just tell them to get lost. I'm scared of ghosts. Keek. Eugene disregarded Myrian's poor attempt at acting cute and shoved her into his leather pocket. He turned toward the vampires. If you get, you should give, right? Eugene spoke. What? Clay raised her face. Eugene revealed his fangs in a cold smile and continued. If I take care of this Randolph, you will help me take Brighton. The vampires were surprised by Eugene's request. Galfredic laughed loudly. Q ha ha. You guys are lucky. Marcus was only given such a chance after he was clobbered like a dog. Q ha. The eyes of the vampires grew bigger with shock after hearing Galfredic's wild, violent laugh. They were filled with hope of saving their master, but at the same time, they were worried that they might have made the biggest mistake of their lives. This is the plan. Can you do it? Lanslow nodded after hearing the details from Eugene and Galfredic. That's simple. I will pass it on to the mercenary captains. Will you be heading right away? Yes. I will send you a signal before sunrise. Eugene responded. I understand, Lanslow answered before turning around. He smiled while glancing at Clay and the 4 vampires, who were standing around with awkward expressions. You guys are lucky. Lord Marcus of Mungard had been beaten like a dog by Sir Eugene. Lanslow said. Ah. Both Galfredic and Lanslow were saying the same thing. The expressions of Clay and the 4 vampires turned even bleaker. Simultaneously, their curiosity regarding Eugene's true identity deepened. But that's not the end of the story. Lanslow continued with a deeper smile, noticing their curiosity. All but one of the knights belonging to the Marcus family were killed, and all members belonging to another clan were wiped out, including the Lord and the knights. That was the price they paid for trying to act against Sir Eugene. The vampires' faces rapidly paled. But that's simply what happened, so don't be too scared. Sir Eugene won't rip off your entire head, pull out your spine while you are alive, or literally burst your head unless you try anything against him. Then, please excuse me. Lanslow finished his threatening words with a bright smile before slowly leaving the tent. The vampires didn't even dare to glance at Eugene. They would also kill when it was necessary, but they preferred to do things neatly since vampires pursued beautiful things. As such, Lanslow's vivid descriptions instilled a sense of shock and fear into their hearts. Let's go, Eugene called out. Yes, the vampires answered at the speed of light before quickly leaving the tent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A siege, right? Naturally. Did you ever see city bastards fight outside their walls? It's definitely going to be a siege. The mercenary captains conversed while huddled together around a bonfire. Their gazes were headed towards Brighton's walls. Then, Sir Eugene won't be fighting, will he? He won't be able to climb the walls since he's a vampire. Those city scums won't invite him in unless they're completely out of their minds. HNNG. Does that mean we're on our own? Well, at least we have those mutts, but many of us will die. It's true that things will be much more difficult without Sir Eugene. The mercenaries were disappointed that Eugene could not participate in the siege. After all, they had experienced Eugene's prowess firsthand. Vampires could not enter any buildings unless they were invited by the owner. This was the most crucial reason why vampires rarely left their own residences and participated in wars, even though they possessed greater power than humans. They were always faced with the possibility of being left out to dry. Sir Eugene might have a bit of a headache this time around. Well, Sir Drac can take command and win the battle before inviting him in. What about me? The mercenary captains shouted with surprise as a clear voice resonated from behind them. "Yes, Sir Drac. You surprised us, sir." The mercenary captains greeted him with startled expressions, and Lancelot responded with a gentle smile. "I'm sorry to interrupt your break, but everyone should start preparing for battle." "What?" During the night, one of the mercenary captains asked. "Sir Eugene's orders," Lancelot responded. The attitude of the mercenary captains underwent an immediate change. "Oh, of course. I will wake up my men and have them get ready. I will talk to Odd and have the ladders and battering rams prepared." "For the torches." Lancelot interrupted them. "No. There will be no siege." "What?" The mercenary captains expressed their puzzlement at Lancelot's words. But the latter simply smiled and turned toward Brighton's walls. "Sir Eugene will take care of it." I think it's starting," Lancelot commented. The mercenary captains turned their gaze altogether as if they had agreed beforehand, and their eyes soon widened with shock. The torches illuminating the walls of Brighton, which were placed at regular intervals, were being extinguished one by one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What should we do? We can't possibly do anything if they're blocking the way. Shall we have some men secretly sneak through the back? Are you an idiot? Do you really think that Odd wouldn't have informed them about the back passage? An idiot. Sir, rescind your words immediately. That's extremely offensive. The guild leaders of Brighton were once again squabbling and shouting. The mayor observed them with pathetic eyes. He silenced them by banging his fist against a table. "Silence. Please be quiet. The citizens are looking to us for guidance. This isn't the time to be fighting like this. Aim. HMPH. Some of the guild leaders quickly released their grasp on the opponent's collar and sat down while tidying their shirts. The mayor sighed before continuing with a grim expression. "Since we're talking about Odd, it seems like he informed them of our current situation. That little rascal is really asking for it. We should have killed him instead of driving him out of our city." "Ha! Are you stupid? Do you really think that other merchants would have continued to visit our city if we had done such a thing? Thanks to the improved security around Mungard, travel has finally become less restricted. Are you trying to drive our city into a bust? No, what I'm trying to say is..." The guild leaders started to argue once more. "Oh, please. Are we going to have a meeting, or not?" the mayor shouted, no longer able to suppress his anger. The guild leaders shut their mouths, and the mayor glared at them with irritated, tired eyes before continuing. "Anyway, if the enemy knows our current situation, enduring things without doing anything isn't a viable option. As such, I will make a suggestion. Let's call for outside help." "Outside help? Where are you talking about?" one of the guild leaders asked. "I have a place in mind. The mayor attempted to continue, but he was interrupted as the door burst open. "There's an emergency," a guard shouted urgently while sweating profusely. "What's going on?" the mayor asked. "Enemies. The enemies have climbed the walls," the guard shouted. "What? How many of them are there? How could you not have spotted them?" The mayor and the guild leaders burst out of their seats and asked. The guard stuttered a response. "Well, there are T2. There are 2 of them." "What? Only 2? What's the problem? Just kill them or capture them. I thought, HMPH. I was surprised for nothing. The mayor and the guild leaders spoke with relieved expressions, but the guard continued with a tearful expression. Vampire knights. Both of them are way too strong. More than 30 mercenaries have died by their hands already. I'm certain more would have died by now. Hyuk. The mayor and the guild leaders finally realized the urgency of the situation. A short moment of tense silence followed, and they exchanged glances before rushing outside. I'm quite busy, so please excuse me. I have urgent business at home, so I must get going. What? Who will take command of the army if you leave, Mr. Mayor? We have Sir Gomen and Sir Tornera. We pay them expensive wages to stay in the city to take care of issues like this, the mayor shouted. His demeanor was truly undignified and no different from the guild leaders from earlier. The guard shouted back, Sir Gomen is dead. Sir Tornera also had one of his arms cut off. Hayek. The faces of the mayor and the guild leaders started to turn blue out of fear and shock. They paused for a moment, then began bolting as fast as they could. Home. I must hurry home. Carriage. No, a horse. Bring me a horse. Hurry up. They had been holding their meeting at the watchtower located just above the gate. As such, they shouted desperately, calling for their manservants. They were well informed about other races as Branchans, so they were trying to take advantage of the fact that vampires could not enter buildings and homes without invitations. Wag. The horrible screams began to grow louder and louder, and their sense of urgency dramatically increased as they ran down the narrow stairs. Master! This way! Their expressions loosened slightly once they spotted their manservants waiting for them with horses and carriages. Now, all they had to do was return home and lock their doors. Boom! Hua! What is it? Something fell down from the wall with a heavy roar, and the mayor and the guild leaders screamed. The object, or rather, the figure slowly stretched its legs and raised itself. They were adorned in a black cloak. Those who saw the mysterious, crimson eyes glimmering from inside the figure's helmet felt their hairs stand on end. Where are you going in such a hurry? The figure asked. Kaya. That's right. Where are you going in such a hurry? Myrian echoed Eugene's words with a giggle. Protect me. Protect me. What are you all doing? The mayor and the guild leaders faltered while shouting with extreme fear. Wara. Some of their loyal, brave slaves rushed forward with short swords and daggers. However, they needed but a moment to discover that it wasn't courage, but rather reckless bravado. Shing. Shing. Wolf slaughter painted an eerie glow through the air, and the heads of the slaves were decapitated and split. It was an obvious outcome since the slaves had no skills with blades and they were without any armor at all. Wawara. Save me. The other slaves threw away their weapons and fled. In an instant, 6 people had been turned into corpses. The mayor and the guild leaders attempted to flee as well. Kuvualuayua. Eugene unleashed all the fear he had been suppressing thus far along with his roar. Wah. Hi eek. All different types of fear only worked when the user looked directly into the eyes of their target. However, an Origin's fear could terrorize all creatures within a certain radius with its sound alone. Wah. Hua. It was the first time they were experiencing such overwhelming fear. They could only crawl on the ground in a pathetic attempt to escape. Eugene ignored the slaves and grabbed the ones dressed in nice clothes before throwing them by the gate. Wah. Kugh. They could only shiver with fear and pain as they crumpled to the ground like luggage. Their minds were consumed by Eugene's fear. If you don't want to die, stay still, Eugene spoke in a voice filled with killing intent before raising his head. Q ha 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 ha. How lame. But I had fun for the first time in a while. Ha 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 ha. Galfredic burst into maniacal laughter from the walls. He had mercilessly slaughtered countless enemies. Then, he picked up 2 torches before drawing large circles in the air. Tap. Tap. Eugene confirmed Galfredic's actions before slowly moving forward. Hayek. Hayek. SS save me. P please. Please. The mayor and the guild leaders pissed their pants as Eugene slowly approached. Not even an ounce of the pride and honor belonging to the leaders of a city could be found in their appearances. Eugene walked past them indifferently. He stopped in front of the gate, then took a big breath. Although they were still filled with fear, the mayor and the guild leaders became slightly puzzled at Eugene's actions. Suddenly, Huarug. A single, fully powered punch from Eugene left a large hole in the castle gate. It was as wide as 2 opened palms. Awara. The cry of Eugene's army could be heard through the hole, and despair began to bloom on the faces of the mayor and the guild leaders. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene succeeded in capturing all of Brighton's key figures within 30 minutes of crossing the walls. He gathered them in a single location. In the meantime, the mercenaries roamed the city and visited the homes of the city's influencers to detain their families. With even their families in Eugene's hands, the mayor and the guild leaders were left with no choice but to give up. A unanimous decision was made to surrender. They signed a document that indicated all their properties would now belong to Eugene. Kiyek. Sir, you finally took a city. Hooray. Hooray. Hep hep hooray. You losers. Give me all the gold, silver, jewels, deeds, clothes, everything. Everything. Kitty. Kitty. Myrian flew around like a deranged insect while scattering an aura of greed as if she was the one who had become the city's master. Eugene ignored her and turned his gaze toward the mayor and the guild leaders. He scanned them with his eyes and spoke, "From this moment on, Brighton will swear loyalty to the Count of Cruel Marine." What? Ki. Hoo. Eugene's unexpected declaration surprised everyone in the room. What belongs to Luke belongs to me anyway. Who cares about who actually owns it? Regardless of the truth, it would cause fewer troubles in the future if it seemed like a Branchen was trying to unify Branchia. The mayor and the guild leaders. You will maintain your positions, Eugene said. Oh. Thank you, sir. Everyone's expressions brightened at once at Eugene's generosity. However, their faces immediately stiffened after hearing Eugene's following words. However, I will confiscate half of your property and wealth. Is there a problem? Eugene asked. Oh, of course not. You are truly merciful, sir. The mayor and the guild leaders revealed awkward smiles. Although they would lose half of their wealth, they were glad to keep their positions. As if suddenly recalling something, the mayor carefully spoke. Excuse me, Sir Eugene. What is it? With all due respect, I have one question, the mayor said. Eugene nodded for him to continue, and the mayor hesitated for a moment before speaking. Well, isn't it impossible for members of the Dark Clan to enter a building or a castle unless they were invited? So how did you manage to enter the castle? The guild leaders carefully turned their gazes toward Eugene after hearing the mayor's question. They were also extremely curious about the issue but hadn't dared to ask. Eugene's lips slowly parted. Brighton's members of the Dark Clan. They invited me. Traitors. I knew that they would. One of the guild leaders suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted in fury. However, Eugene's cold gaze immediately caused his expression to pale. The man shut up and immediately sat down. Eugene spoke. I hope there are no misunderstandings. Eugene looked at the stiff faces of the mayor and the guild leaders before he continued. The vampires here. They wanted me to solve the problem of the Banneret Death Knight. That's why they invited me. Different clan, but we are of the same race. I could not ignore their plea. If they betrayed Brighton, they would have fought with me. Eugene continued. The mayor and the guild leaders remained silent. Obviously, Brighton's vampires were the traitors who had invited Eugene to climb the city's walls. However, they had the perfect justification. They had simply requested a high-ranking member of their clan, who had coincidentally been just outside the city, to help them with the issue regarding the Death Knight. If the vampires had really betrayed Brighton, they would have helped Eugene and Galfredic as the two rampaged on the ramparts. However, the vampires of the Revol's clan, including Clay, had done nothing. I only entered the city to help them deal with the Death Knight. However, the guards here attacked me and my knight first. It was self-defense, was it not? Eugene said. How could he be audacious enough to call it self-defense after slaughtering dozens of guards? How could he lie so shamelessly without batting an eye? A god. The god of craftiness. His hands, head, tongue, all of it. He must be the devil himself. Oh, of course. How could we suggest otherwise? However, the mayor and the guild leaders had been completely bested. They had no choice but to agree with Eugene's words, although they were fuming with shock and fury inside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eugene's army was able to occupy the city with ease before sunrise. It went without a hitch since all of the city's leaders had been captured and their soldiers and servants had also been overpowered. The remaining nobles and affluent citizens cooperated with Eugene after quickly grasping the situation. They knew well that it would be much better to cooperate with Eugene than to try and gamble their lives by asking for outside help. Moreover, they weren't being officially subjugated to an unknown member of the tribe of the darkness from the continent. Rather, they would be subjected to the Kroll Marine family, which was relatively influential and well known in Branchia. Such a fact helped suppress any opposition from the city's leadership. Ordinary citizens didn't seem reluctant to the change either. No, rather, they watched the situation with interest and looked up to Eugene. Eugene allowed his troops to plunder only the mansions of the mayor and guild leaders. He gave his orders that ordinary citizens would be left untouched. However, it was impossible to expect all the mercenaries to be obedient to his words, especially after grasping such an easy victory. In addition, the battle had been won during the night. Some of the mercenaries foolishly thought that their deeds would go unnoticed. They broke into the houses of random citizens, assaulted, and plundered. However, Eugene captured all of those who were responsible for such deeds after completely occupying the city. Then, he gathered them at the square and had them beheaded in front of the city's people. I swear it on my honor. I, Jan Eugene, do not intend to rule Brighton with force. Offenders will be punished, even if they are a part of my army, Eugene declared. A high-ranking noble of the vampires with an exotic appearance expressed his sentiment in a rather clumsy branchen after executing his own soldiers without hesitation. The scene was rather favorable for the people of Brighton. In addition, Eugene immediately opened the gates of the city upon completing the occupation, allowing all residents freedom of movement. The residents cheered, and the remaining hope of the city's leadership was utterly crushed. Even if they could call for outside reinforcements and spark another war, the public sentiment would obviously be against them. Naturally, the leaders were also fearful of Eugene's slyness. It became clear to them that the current situation had been craftily designed by him beforehand. However, Eugene didn't make these moves with such a grand purpose. Instead, he had been thinking that it would be best for the gates to be open to prepare for Windmungered, Kroll Marine, and Brighton would be connected once again. The leaders had simply misunderstood his intentions. After taking control of Brighton with ease, Eugene immediately moved on to the next issue. It was time to take care of the Death Knight, which should be roaming the catacombs and the undergrounds of Brighton right now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It will be strong. Rumor has it that one can't even become a Death Knight unless they were strong while they were still alive, Lancelot explained. Eugene nodded. So someone who was already strong will become even stronger when they become a Death Knight. Exactly. And since they were a vampire banneret, it would be safe to assume that they would be around the level of a High Lord. Lanslow continued. Even though he was born in Branchia, he didn't have too much information about Death Knights. Perhaps Eugene could obtain more information with Pythagoras, but he couldn't waste several days making the trip. Eugene came to an immediate decision. Only Galfredic and I will go in. He. Good. Galfredic's expression brightened. Wolfgang and the Beowulfs immediately protested. Dark Lord, let us have some fun as well. The two of you hopped all the fun during the siege. Let us join in this time. The Beowulfs expressed their belligerence. Eugene turned his gaze toward them. Time. It may take a while. And the Frensil family. We don't know if they will send an army or only a messenger. In the former case, it will be better for Beowulfs to be here rather than Lanslow to command the troops by himself, Eugene explained. That's true as well. While I take care of the Death Knight, Lanslow's words are my words. Don't cause any trouble, Eugene said. Got it, Wolfgang answered. Eugene turned toward Clay, who stood stiff. You are coming with me. Yes. Clay was acting much more polite compared to his initial meeting with Eugene. It was only natural since the vampires of the Revol's clan had directly witnessed Eugene and Galfredic fighting on Brighton's walls. At first, they planned on fighting alongside the two vampires since they already knew that the city's leaders would eventually call them traitors. However, Eugene gave strict orders for them to not intervene. Although they had been rather curious, they had obeyed his words and simply watched the battle unfold from a distance. They were shocked in many different ways. Aside from the overwhelming power displayed by the two vampires, they were also surprised that Eugene used their absence from the battle to forcibly nullify their act of betrayal. Moreover, he vowed to deal with the Death Knight as soon as he had taken over the city, so the mayor and the guild leaders were helpless to speak against him. And since the city technically came under the rule of the Cromorine County rather than Sir Eugene himself, even the noble members of the clan won't be able to protest against it. He is indeed a master of craftiness. Clay was wholly captivated by Eugene in just a few days. She placed her fist on her left chest and spoke in an excited voice. I will do my best to guide you, sir. ******. Brighton was once an incredibly prosperous city. And like most other cities in Branchia, Brighton's past glory wasn't actually achieved by native Branchians. Long before the unification of the nation by the Night King in the distant past, the Roman Empire and the Holy Empire used their advanced culture and technologies to develop Branchia. In particular, Brighton was designed on a flat piece of land bordering a river. As such, the city's waterways and sewage system were connected like spider webs. However, a problem emerged resulting from the lack of maintenance personnel to properly manage the complicated system underneath. When the city flourished back then, there were enough people to manage the system, but after its decline of many years, the waterways and sewers were left untouched. To make matters worse, the map of the city's underground was lost. As a result, only a small portion of the city's wide catacombs and waterways had been properly identified, which was one of the key contributors to why the first search party had gone missing. How far can vampire knights see? Eugene asked. Personally, I can see up to a distance of 30 meters in the dark without moonlight. Of course, it's pathetic compared to Sir Eugene, but I am hoping to be of some help Clay answered. Eugene interrupted her. What about your fear? My fear? Clay asked with confusion. For her, fear was simply used to intimidate the enemy. It was quite useful in combat, but not very helpful in a search. Well, since you're a low-rank vampire, it makes sense. Galfredic, what about you? Can you utilize your fear? Eugene asked. Well, I think I could use it to sense things in a radius of about 30 meters, Galfredic answered with a shrug. Clay's eyes grew large with shock. Are you saying that you can use your fear as a method of detection? She asked. It's not that hard, Galfredic answered nonchalantly. Clay was so surprised that she couldn't close her jaws. Of course, a High Lord or a Banneret could radiate fear to shake the opponent's spirit or predict their enemy's behavior. However, was it really possible to spread it out tens of meters to sense things as if it was their eyes and ears? Is that really possible? Clay was shocked, but she couldn't help but believe it. Eugene and Galfredic's tone implied that they had been using their fear in such a way long before. You stand behind me, Eugene said. Why, yes. Clay answered. Galfredic, take the rear. Eugene continued. Leave it to me, the burly knight answered. Eugene passed Clay and stepped down the stairs leading to the catacombs. The large underground space was quite bleak. It was dark, damp, and only the sounds of strange wind and dripping water filled its empty presence. Any living being would surely be afraid just by being inside its chambers. But the three were vampires. Clay felt a little uneasy, but only because her colleagues had failed to return. Eugene and Galfredic calmly walked through the catacombs as if they were on a picnic. Squeak. The rusty bars leading to the city's waterways opened with an unpleasant sound. Gulp. Clay was anxious. At that moment, she witnessed a clear, crimson haze rising over Eugene's shoulder. How could that be? It was common for high-ranking vampires to emit their fear during combat. However, it was the first time in her life to witness someone's fear materialize and move like a living creature. SHHHHH. Hundreds of crimson threads started creeping and dominating the dark space. Once the group walked for about another minute, Eugene whispered, the road diverges into four paths that are about 100 meters in length. There are no living creatures. However, I detect some who are dead. Clay couldn't hide her astonishment as her hair stood on end. However, Eugene's following words drove her to even greater shock. And I feel lifeless beings moving. Things moving in a lifeless place meant only one thing. Those who had been killed by the cursed Death Knight, ghouls or skeletons, were waiting for them up ahead in the darkness. As the final shadows receded, the vampire lord stood victorious, his crimson gaze piercing the night one last time. He conquered betrayal. He rose above destiny. And he claimed the throne that fate tried to steal from him. Tonight, his legend is sealed. But his story, it is far from over. For even now, his power echoes through the darkness. A promise that he will rise again when the world dares to challenge him. This is not the end. This is the dawn of his eternal reign. If you enjoyed this journey through the darkness, don't forget to like the video, subscribe, and join me for the next chapter of the Vampire Lord saga. Until then, the night watches. And so does he.